Yo, happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. So, look, y'all, I just had a very interesting conversation about black men and black women and about dating. And that conversation was, man, we get so passionate about dating conversations. So passionate about dating conversations. And it's wild. They got me fucking worked up talking about this shit, man. Bruh, yo, these dating conversations, man. It's crazy to see how when it comes to relationships, dating, marriage, it's crazy to see how we could be so far apart on these topics. You know what I'm saying? What up, Zoe? What's the word? It's crazy to see how we could be so far apart on these topics, man. So I was just having a very spirited debate with my friends, Lucky and Venus, about dating. Oh man, yo, I wish y'all would. I wish y'all would have heard it. Oh man, it was a good conversation. So I'll just summarize it like this, right? And this is part of what we were going to talk about today, but I kind of want to just preface it, and I just want to just preview the thing. So this is what we were just debating. The ladies were saying that basically black men. I mean, I don't want to. I don't want to diminish what they said, and I don't want to, misrepresent what they said. But the gist of what I got from it is a lot of black women feel like black men treat black women terribly, which I agree. As a person who's a black man, obviously, who some black women would say I mistreated them at some point, which mistreat means I cheated on them. It's nothing else. It just means I cheated on them. Yeah, that shit happens. But here's my point of contention, right? And as people start to come in and start to watch, and as we start to get panelists, I do want other people's insight on this. I think that a lot of times we can't see past our bias in these situations. So say, for instance, right, if as a black man, I have almost exclusively dated black women. I mean, exclusively. Maybe a handful of women I've dealt with in my life have been other races, like a handful, literally, not even two hands full, but a handful. So anybody that I have dealt with that you get to speak on me, if whatever their opinions are, it's going to be overrepresented because they're mostly black women. And so if most of the feedback is positive, then it'll be like, oh yeah, most black women say Sean treated them good. But if the feedback is negative, you can make the case that Sean treats black women badly. When in reality, it's really not that. It has nothing to do with the fact that they're black women. It has everything to do with my behavior towards whatever woman I'm dating. It just so happens to be that the women I date are mostly black. And so what I was trying to do without throwing my computer on the floor, arguing with them, is get them to see that if I'm a person who engages in bad behavior, like let's just say I'm a nigga who robs niggas, I'm not gonna not rob certain niggas. I'm gonna rob whatever niggas is I can get close to. You know what I'm saying? Whatever niggas is in my sights, I'm gonna rob them niggas. If it happens to be black people or white people, that's who it is. It's the same with dating. If I mostly date people of my race, then people of my race are going to bear the brunt of whatever my perfections or imperfections are. And for some reason, I couldn't get them to understand what I was saying. I wasn't trying to invalidate what they were saying as their experience, but what I'm trying to say is a lot of these things we hear nowadays, I've never heard these conversations until we got social media and until we got YouTube and podcasts. Let me say that again. A lot of these conversations that we hear nowadays, whether it's the gender wars, whether it's, black women that sound like they hate black women, whether it's black women that sound like they hate men and definitely black men. I never heard this shit until we got social media and YouTube and podcasts. Never heard that. So for me, I do not think on a large scale that that holds true. But there is truth that there are lots of people who are like that. Lots of niggas hate women. Then you got lots of niggas who hate black women specifically. You got lots of black women who have certain feelings about black men because that's who they've dated. That doesn't mean that those things aren't also true about another race of men. It's just that their experience has been with black men. So primarily that's what they're going to speak on. So, you know, shout out to my demon friends for getting me worked up before the show. You know how like boxers or something like that, like they go and they like start like training before the fight and they come out and I'm talking about y'all. I'm talking about you two niggas. You know how boxers, you know what I'm saying? They come out and they about to have a fight and you're like, damn, these niggas sweating already because they've been like getting warmed up and shit. You know what I mean? They've been getting warmed up and shit. You know what I mean? So look, arguing with these two Negroes just got me warmed up. Because when I tell y'all my goddamn blood is boiling, because yo, these motherfuckers got me worked up and I'm ready. Nigga, I'm ready. Lauren Mack, shout out to Lauren Mack. Lauren, I don't think you're going to argue with me today, Lauren. But let me tell you, Lucky and Venus, oh man, they got me worked up. Shout out to them. Oh, they got me fucking motivated, nigga. I'm ready to fight, nigga. I'm ready to fight, nigga. Point them out, nigga. Hold on, let me. I didn't rage quit. It looked like I rage quit, but we were on a FaceTime call, and I got a call, so I had to. It ain't no hold on FaceTime clearly, so I guess it did look like I rage quit, but no, I didn't rage quit. So don't be putting smut on my name. You know what I'm saying? Like you Negroes ran me off. So I'm going to get this out of the way right now. I'm going to drop the link. Let me say this. I'm dropping the link for women. Right now, I'm dropping the link for women. I'm not dropping the link for any men right now. I'm dropping the link for women. I know when the guys get up here, nigga, the conversation goes all the way left sometimes. So there are a few guys who I asked to come here. Pause. People like Aaron O, like Cheeky. So the guys that I asked to come here, like, please, I need specific people for this conversation. I talked to Lucky, I talked to Lauren, I talked to Venus. So, so the people that I asked to come here, I need you all to come here first, not everybody else. Because sometimes, you know, these conversations go left and I ain't trying to go left. I'm trying to have a conversation. Now we're going to debate. Just know when I debate, I'm going to debate aggressively too. I ain't going to disrespect you, but I'm going to be aggressive. Kind of like how Lucky and Venus just tried to bully me. I'm going to be aggressive. See, look at her trying to bully me still. All right, Debo. Who hurt black man? The black woman. Y'all always hurting us. I'm going to cry when I get in the car. Oh, I'm going to cry when I get in the car. So, yeah. So I don't know if you guys saw some of the topics, but I have a lot of topics I want to talk about. And I primarily want to talk about those topics with women and just a few of the guys. You know what I'm saying? Because I want this conversation to be handled in a certain type of way. So I don't know how to pin a link, but Venus or Lucky, can one of y'all pin the link? And so that's the link for women to call in first, with the exception of like Aaron and Cheeky, like whenever they get over here, or Fatty, when you know, if he makes it over here. But we're gonna start with the women. So speaking of bullies, hello, Lucky Marie.
That is funny. Hi, son.
Oh, what's up, Debo?
How are you?
Oh, I'm swell.
You see how you rage quit?
Nigga, I didn't rage quit. I got a call.
Okay.
You the queen of getting off fucking FaceTime without saying bye. Nigga. How you know you ain't talking?
Because I'm a lady first, okay?
I'm saying I'm resting in my masculinity. You know what I'm saying? So, you know. So, with that said, right? I got some
You
things.
look nice today, Sean.
Oh, thank you. See, I
I
took a
like
shower.
the skin,
Oh, see, my
the
little
beard. Okay, it's connected. Okay, connect gang.
yeah, we ain't got the struggle biz on this side, and I got the little salt and pepper out. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
We ain't dying nothing this time.
You know,
Look,
Texas got a salt and pepper gang.
really?
They do. It's like nothing but fine men. They tall. They got salt and pepper beards.
And they always dressed up and shit.
Mm-hmm. I think it's in Houston.
Oh shit!
You should join.
Hold on, look.
So give me a reason to go.
I should. Let me tell y'all something. It ain't. There are some people in life I love more than others, right? And one of them is my good friend Vivian. Like when I tell you I love Vivian, I've loved Vivian for so long. Like you talking about a person that's motivated me for 20 years in life. Like 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 you, man. Look, this is why I always say I'm a nigga who loves black women. Like you talking about like one of my most dependable and like shout out to you, Viv. You know what it is. Um, Smart as hell too. Like that's my girl. Um, so I'm just saying, man, dating is interesting, right? So I want to start here. The dating timeline. Do you feel like you in your head you have a timeline as it relates to dating, the dating process?
I'm sorry. You said, do I?
Do you feel like you have a timeline in your head as it relates to the dating process?
Yes.
What does that look like for you?
If I don't get married by 35, I don't give a fuck. Like truthfully. Um, and probably earlier with that, I always had a timeline because I said I might want more children.
Mhm.
And I want to be married, of course, before having more children. But the way I feel like the time period I was raised in, or the fact that I started way too late in my life to try to get experience and be naive and all of that shit, it scares me. So, like I was saying earlier, before I become like bitter off of experiences, like personal experiences, the conversations and just seeing stuff or just the women that I hear, it kind of turns you off and make you think like, do I really want to be married? Because let's say if I get married by 35 and then I turn 45 or something and he does something and he decides he don't want to be with me, now I'm back out here at 45 and gave this person, 10 years of my life that I can't get back. And that's just the facts.
You know what's crazy? I didn't realize until the last few years that that was a valid fear for women. Because obviously I don't have the perspective of it. But having been a person who felt like I wasted somebody's time, that it just hit me one day like, damn, I think I get why I did a certain thing, but I feel like I wasted her time. Even if I didn't have the intention to do so, I feel like I did waste some of her good years. You know what I'm saying? For better or for worse. So I get how and why that should be you know what I'm saying, something of concern for women. I think one of the things I hate though is I hate how a lot of women, like older women, feel like they have to validate y'all based on whether or not you're married or have kids. I don't like that.
And older women tell us don't get married. They tell us, you know what I'm saying? And when you really listen, they say listen to the older women. We listen to women in your life or even outside of your life that are married. They learn to be okay with that person and they met their person in a certain time period, right? Where
Mhm.
they just grown to just be with them. But the thing that they have to endure to just get to that point to be with them, it makes you think, am I strong enough to endure that? Like I've never, to my knowledge, been cheated on, right, by men. So, and to know how highly I think of men, um, and to know that that's a possibility because men reach their such and such, they like younger women, and it's always gonna be annoying younger. And then to know that, oh, it's our nature, like everything just kind of justifies why they can be disloyal or take their dick outside the house and other things. It just makes me think like, does it sound like a bad idea to just be a single finance mama? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't really sound like a bad idea.
You know what? And that it's funny that you said that because I'm looking at what Vivian posted, and she said, "Damn, good years run out." Rhetorically, I know for sure. And so marrying that with what you just said, it does make me wonder, like why, like that's valid what you said. Like, do y'all really need to be married? Like, as opposed to having a compilation of experiences throughout your life, maybe having a special person or so throughout your life, and can that just be enough? Also, I do wholeheartedly believe that first off, humans existed long before the institution of marriage. Let's start there. I'm not going to assume that they had unfulfilled lives because the institution of marriage was not created yet. I do wholeheartedly believe that we have starring roles sometimes and sometimes supportive roles in each other's lives. We really do, to whatever degree. From me and Vivian being friends, and when she was in her 20s, I was in my 20s. I'm a few years older than her. And we played a role in each other's lives, like professionally and as friends and all types of things like that. But then as time progresses, then, you expand, your friend circles change, life takes you in different directions. Now you still hold those common bonds and those common experiences, but you go from being more of a main character to more of a supportive character in people's lives. But when they look back, they have this collection of experiences where it's just like, I look fondly and I have warm thoughts and warm memories about a person. And my question is, can that be enough? And why is that not enough? For some people, they have to say, no,
Well,
you.
for me, when I say good years wasted, it would only be because it ended. Because if the relationship continued, I would feel like my good year, I got somebody in the prime, right?
Mhm.
But for me, I think it's because we as human, we want companionship. That I think everything on earth is designed to have a companion. I think because we are the smartest beings and we are the only beings that were given common sense or intelligence and things like this, that we're able to create things. We're able to even scenarios in our head to make us think that we have a whole bunch of time that we don't have, when the most important thing about life is making relationship with family and romantic relationships. So when you say marriage, people, there were people before marriage. Do you mean like the contractual agreement
Yes.
or the spiritual? Okay, okay.
Yeah.
So that's another thing too, because if we're talking about, I care more about the spiritual tie. And if you think of people don't really do the things that elevate who they are from internally. Everything is about exterior. Just like you have a person who got a whole bunch of pimples, but before they actually change their diet and drink more water, they're gonna get a whole lot of topical shit. You get what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
I think that when we're talking today, I think we definitely want companionship, because when you lay down at night, the reason why you want these temporary flings or things like that is because you wouldn't need that if you had somebody who was your friend. Also, a person that you just was a lover. Like, I think the only difference between a romantic relationship is the sex part.
Mhm.
So I think that's the thing where now you have people who can make companions with different people from different situations, and people don't want to commit to something that could very well run a season where me and this person just not getting along, and people don't know how to get through it because they don't have those spiritual connections to each other that really mean something, because they didn't take the time out to develop that first before they introduce the topical shit, such as what you look like, what you bring to the table, is your dick good, is your pussy good, you know what I'm saying, all the like stuff that is just additives on top of their spirituality, in my opinion. What you think?
Damn, I think those are really good points. I really do think that. Like, while you were talking, you made me think of a bunch of things, which all relate to the topic. But it made me think of, like, I think time. It takes time. It takes time, and it takes quality time to develop those things. Like you're talking about the spiritual ties and things like that. I think that when I thought of this topic, the dating timeline, I had to realize first I blamed it on the women. I said, y'all be fucking up the dating timeline. You know what I'm saying? But then I had to think about it. Damn, I kind of get it now. I think in a lot of ways, us as guys, primarily. I think we fuck up the dating timeline. And this is what I mean. My first thought was that women, y'all full court press us. Like when we first meet, right? We meet, we go out a few times, then maybe we have sex. Once we have sex, a lot of times women hit you with that question that no man likes to hear unless it's really from a woman you like. Where's this going? Now, y'all may say, where's this going in a very polite way, but really, for me, I can't speak for everybody. It feels like, damn, I'm getting full court pressed. And I didn't understand until recently why y'all would hit us with that question. The problem that I realized for myself in retrospect is that I was so intent upon getting the pussy that I sped up the timeline, because understanding how a lot of women work, once the intimacy comes in, that for y'all feels like it's a gateway to something that's going somewhere higher. And a lot of
Is
times
that it? I'm sorry, just to clarify, is it that it feels that way or it is?
it feels that it could be both. It could be both. It could be both. But kind of to the earlier conversation, the tricky thing with us as guys is for some women, there's nothing on the menu except for sex. You could flip this menu over 10 times. It's nothing on there but sex. It's all I'm offering. But you may not, not saying you, but the woman may not understand that. And maybe I have not made that clear. Now, there are times when you do, that's one thing. But there are other times when, as a man, we don't make it clear that we're just here for sex. Because sometimes, to be honest, we don't even know. I hadn't even decided yet. All I know is I see somebody and I want to have sex with her. But the thing is, once we have sex with y'all, my experience has been that it seems like the woman's clock starts ticking. And it seems like, all right, nigga, where's this going? Like, cause we had some sex. Now I'm expecting something else. Now there are lots of women who, you have sex with and they don't expect nothing. It is what it is. But some, it's just like, nah, nigga, what's next? And then I'm thinking like, damn, I'm thinking like, had I not, had I been more patient and not done all that smooth talking and all that charming and shit to get the sex quick, you know what I'm saying? Then maybe the timeline would have had a chance to like flow at a pace that would have made more sense. That would have given us enough time to say, you know what? I think she is the right one for me to kind of proceed with, and vice versa. What do you think about that?
That's absolutely all I'd be trying to say, because even if we learn from our own experiences, regardless of what they are, the one thing is that, just like you said, how soon you get into bed, because the only way for you to assess that person is to not get into bed. That means I have to find out other ways to be intimate with you. That means we have to learn each other. Because people are pretty much, and I'm gonna say men, when they introduce, like you said, it's manipulation to get coochie. And then because the woman was manipulated and she's believing all that shit or whatever the case, and that's what got her draws off most of the time. Now, I'm not saying, like you said earlier, and I will give this, I'm not saying that women are just dumb, but because women generally do want relationships with men, and men know this is why they do have to sweet talk, manipulate, date. Because if it was just pussy, just hey, pull up, you got some women that would do that. But the women that men want to, sometimes I think it's a divide, conquer thing. You know what I'm saying too? I want to see if I can conquer. It's the same what lesbians do. They can go get a lesbian, but for some reason, they want to see if they could turn a straight woman out. You know what
Mm.
I'm saying? It's I don't know what that is. It's if can I do it? And then after you do it, it's like, oh, I did it already. It ain't that much exciting. Let me go get the next person. And then if I like you and stick around, now I decide if I like you after we've already slept together. But that woman is already invested. So even if she sleep with you, yes, that's an emotional bond. Men may not feel that way, because I think a lot, depending on the type of man, I think it works its way out of consciousness to where we talk about sex like it's just high and by, when really you're supposed to get to know that person to see, could I really be with this person to even have sex? Because then that's where you have the situations of women who are now reacting and acting quote unquote toxic or crazy after you done fucked her, and she's like, but I love him. Now she calling all these people, and you like, girl, we was never together. To her, y'all was acting like y'all was together. You get what I'm saying? So now we have to determine what dignifies somebody together. And if we say in a timeline, and timelines are precious, I think that women, unfortunately, in listening to all this, we have to be more accountable for our own timeline, because men, y'all don't care about no timeline. Y'all don't have no eggs to beat. Y'all don't have people questioning y'all about when y'all getting married sometimes. It ain't the same thing. And then I think that it's more easier for men to find women who genuinely want to be with them than it is for women to find men who genuinely just want to be with them. We always have to consider some sort of something that y'all may violate us and just accept it when y'all don't, you know what I'm saying, accept the thing in return. So I think when we talking about timelines, the only person that has a true timeline in this and it messes up the worst is women.
I totally agree with that. I definitely agree with that. I've said this before and I'm going to say it again because I want to make sure as many men as possible. Shout out to my girl, Jazz Turner. She said on Facebook last month, she basically said, like, if men are making podcasts giving women advice and women are making podcasts giving women advice, who's giving the men advice? So I'm going to say this again because I want to make sure if one guy hears this, then it's helpful. Slow down, my nigga. Slow the fuck down. I know you find her attractive. I know you want the pussy. But having sex with the wrong woman can lead you down a path that's fucked up. It can. The point of the dating process is a delineation process. You're supposed to date multiple people, yes, because we're trying to figure out who's a good match for us. That doesn't mean you're supposed to fuck everybody. And the problem where I messed up is I was fucking them all at the same time. So it clouded my judgment. Find the women you like, go on dates, enjoy the dates, build a relationship with them, find out their love language, figure out if you all are compatible. Don't cloud your judgment because ultimately, hopefully, you're trying to find somebody that you can spend your life with. And forever is a long time with somebody you don't like. It is. Relax on the sex part. Trust me. If she fucks with you, the sex will come. The issue with us as men, for me, I'll speak for me. The issue for me was that my love builds outwardly a lot of times. It starts from the physical. So without the physical, I found it impossible to get to anything emotional. My understanding, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that women, you all want the emotional part, and then that can trigger the physical, the desire for the physical part. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it took me years to understand that part. Not because it's hard to understand, but because I didn't give a fuck. And so I hope that guys will understand if you're out here and you're still trying to date, you're trying to find a woman, bruh, actually date her.
They don't give a fuck. And I think that you said that because even when you hear about it, how often do you hear in general men giving a fuck about a woman's feelings or women's nature? The conversation is always geared to why women need to keep understanding men. Understand why even when you talk to the elders, you just gotta understand that's a man gonna be a man. Even when he do stuff that is very childish, you can't say certain stuff. Oh, be careful how it's everything is geared toward tiptoeing around his issues, his lack thereof, his inability to communicate. You got to understand that he only say a few words. You got to understand that he needs to feel like this. Where in the conversation are men saying, "How about let's understand a woman's how this particular woman is, how the fact that certain things can release certain, like I was saying, dopamine or certain adrenaline in us that gets us excited or gets us on one way or the other. There's a lot of things, such as if we're trying to express ourselves, men showing body language of being dismissive, oh my gosh, or you're crazy, or certain things that trigger us. It's always dismissive when women try to be expressive. This is why now everything is so transactional, because there's nothing in conversations where men care about the way women feel. And as long as she's saying something that struck his ego, he's okay with it. And if another man is saying, let's care about the way the women feel or what they think, because this is your woman, you know what I'm saying? You do want her to feel fuzzy all the time for you. Why not care about if she's happy? What is her mindset while she's raising your children? You know, while she cooking your food, while she got her teeth around your dick. Like, I mean, everything. Like, why not care about this person's mental and how you taking care of her to be able to lead her properly or cover her properly. You get what I'm saying? So she can, it's a safety net. When they take that away, they say, oh, those men are simps. Those men are that, you know what I'm saying? So then it turns into now men are publicly having to please other men by shitting on women. And this is why I always say it just seems like men are very selfish by everything, and they want to constantly always have a one up on women. I don't know if it's because they see us as something that they have to try to dominate because they can't dominate anything else in society. That would be for you to tell me. But it just seems like as long as women stay down here, even with the way their self esteem is or the way that they think about stuff, we winning. You kind of get what I'm saying? It's
Mhm.
like nothing shows that it doesn't level the playing field. If it's gonna be a game, everything is stay on code, bro. Stay on code. You know what I'm saying? It's nothing is like mature. Like this is what I want. This is what I need. No, it's just about manipulative. And you could say a certain age, but you still got men over 40 that's still acting like they 20 something years old out here.
Mhm. Yeah, that's true. When everything you're saying, it makes sense, and there's a lot of truth in it. The thing I was thinking in my head, I was thinking about myself because I'm trying to use myself. I'm trying not to be like I'm speaking for all men. I'll just speak for myself. Shout out to Tommy B in the house. I'll just speak for myself. It wasn't that deep. I didn't think that deeply about it. The thing I knew, right? My only game plan was my only game plan was I wanted the pussy. Shout out to Tommy B. Tommy B, feel free to call in if you want to, bro. Um, my only game
Here,
plan,
Tommy.
my only game plan is that I wanted the pussy. I didn't know nothing else. What happened is I saw you across the room, I saw you in class, or I saw you across the bar, and I knew like she was attractive. That's all I knew is that she was attractive. There was no game plan or no deep thought or no consideration beyond that. That's it. And then to be honest, as a guy, like I said, for me, it started in high school. All you get told, like from my uncles, the homies, media, the only thing you get told, all right, Lauren, Lauren needs 15 minutes. I will be here. The only thing you get told is get that pussy. I'm telling you, my Uncle Odie, rest in peace, my Uncle Odie. Uncle Odie was like, man, get you. I'm just gonna say it how he said it. He said, I like my bitches light, bright, and almost white. And I like them to suck me nut butt balls and all. I didn't have a father. That's what my uncles taught me. My uncles was literally pimps and drug dealers. Then they became drug addicts at some point, but that's a different story. But all I had was that type of influence. And so then I got to high school, and once I got that first piece, it was downhill. Once I got to college and that fraternity life hit and all that type of shit, it's just downhill. And then I realized in retrospect, you start having sex with women in exchange for high fives from your homies. You know what I'm saying? Like, because it didn't serve any other value. It
Now
didn't.
hear me out. Hear me out. Just off that, do you would you agree that to get approval from other men constantly, does that not seem a little bit, you know what I'm saying?
No,
Suspect. I'm gonna just say suspect. Go ahead and then tell me why.
no, it's not suspect. It's no different than anything else, right? Like how women, right? I'll give you this example. Like how women say that they don't get dressed for men, they get dressed for themselves, and but kind of a lot of it is for other women, and sometimes it's to shit on other women or it's for the approval of other women. I don't assign that with sexual intent. It's just a thing. You know what I'm saying? Like for guys, just to be validated, just to be like,
That's a good point. I get you.
yeah. And I never thought about that until recently because that topic was brought up before, and I had to really think about it. It's we for some reason we like to outsource one of the most important things to us. It's our self esteem, and we like external validation. We thrive on external validation. I don't know why. We like to outsource our happiness, the sources of our happiness to other people, whether we're dating them, whether it's our friends, whether it's by posting things on Instagram and getting those likes and that dopamine. We for some reason we get addicted to that. And I
Then
don't
why don't y'all want validation from women that you want to be with? It's like if I'm a man and I know I want to, if I say I want marriage,
Mhm.
Because I still gonna stand there. I don't think that black men want to marry us. I think that they want to just fuck us. I think they want to talk about it. And they know women want marriage by and large. I think there are a group of them, but I think
Mhm.
there's more black men that don't want to marry us than there are that do. Because then they would be getting married. You get what I'm saying? Look at all these podcasts. They popping up more podcasts than they are women, and they're talking about the same thing where they're not even trying to have conversation. If I wanted validation, why not get it from the woman when you go on a date? If this person has 8 out of 10 things that I know I want and qualities, and I say I'm looking for a wife, why not try to make that work if you're and get validation from there? No, because in my head it just seems more like the validation comes from other men. I'd rather do this and chill with my homies and on this and that and the other than be with a woman. Like that stuff that I think that's where they introduce where women start questioning, like, well, what is this? Is a woman just an accessory to a dude? And if that's the case, then why isn't it okay for us to just treat it as transactional or our end and just say we don't want to be with y'all either, and we're okay with not procreating y'all kids. We're also okay with choosing if we want to sleep with you. We're also okay with, you get what I'm saying, exceeding you, because they say women are buying more homes than men. We're okay with that, and we're also okay with dying with our kids. You get what I'm saying? Like around our bed, other than a husband.
Mhm.
Like I
I
think that that's the. I just wanted to end it on this. I think that that's the scary part, that these conversations went from being fun to
mhm.
reality real quick, where it was supposed to bring women closer to men, but it's really just exposing more about why it's easier to be turned off from men as a whole. You get what I'm? Well, just from me in my experience, I'm gonna speak.
You know what? I think those were great points. Those were really great points. Shit, my brain always starts to work while you're talking, and I think one of the biggest things I pulled from what you were saying was in terms of the validation. Yeah, you know what? We do want validation from other men, right? But I do think this is a situation where we do a lot of things for women's validation as well. Like if I'm being honest, I would if it was just gonna be niggas here, I wouldn't have shaved. I just have a regular t-shirt on and everything. You know what I'm saying? Also like when we get nice cars and we get nice apartments and things like that, that's all for women. Like when we pop bottles in the club to pay $400 for a bottle that cost me $40 otherwise, that's for well, I mean, that's for okay, let me say this. This is 2024. That's for whoever you want to date because it's a bunch of dudes that date dudes. But for me, it's for women. You know what I'm saying? So I think we do both. I think we seek validation from people of the same sex and people of the opposite sex as well. You know, just for different reasons.
No, I'm gonna disagree. Because if I want validation from the person that I want to be with, I don't. I'm a person where I don't give a damn if the whole world say, "Lucky you this." If this nigga say I'm up here, guess what? I'm up here. Period. You know what I'm saying? I think because the world is going to decide certain things, and even when people say look at these marriages, like who want to be married, who want to do these type of things, your marriage is what you create. The problem is when other people start putting their parameters on your shit. Sean, if you wanted to be married to a woman and she make this much and you wanted to kick your feet up at home and it's working for y'all, who the fuck can tell y'all that if she's saying this nigga's king? Nobody, right? It starts to happen if she start listening to her sisters. Like, girl, you taking care of him. You, but then it would determine y'all connection before y'all had sex, right? You would think that that would matter to keep y'all, because then when y'all are at odds, it's the friendship part and it's that relationship y'all built that will keep y'all going back and forth because you care. Yeah, I slammed the door, but babe, you
Mhm.
want something to eat? You know what I'm saying? That type of stuff where it's like, yeah, give me that type of relationship. And I grew up on that type of stuff. I don't see that now at all in people's relationship. I can't tell you the last wedding, well, my sister, but outside of her, I don't be getting invited to nobody's wedding. It ain't that my friends don't be in long relationships. That nigga ain't trying to marry her. And it don't seem like she's trying to marry him either. You get what I'm saying? Because if that was a requirement, she would be looking for it. But I see more women settling with just having the companion part because they know it's gonna be too much if I start telling this nigga I don't want a ring, because he gonna feel like, well, you didn't gave me everything. Why marry you? But I could say, nigga, she gave you everything. Why you not marrying her? You see how it goes the other way? It's like, don't give me nothing if you want me to marry you. But then what are you deciding what you want to be married off of? If I have to, if you also want to have sex, okay, so then don't have sex. You tell me, Sean, if a woman want a woman like a man like you that is established, you're attractive, you keep yourself up, you have a respectful daughter, all the above. If she wanted a man like you, how long you gonna not have sex to just find it? You know what I'm saying? Before you just decided to propose to her.
Me personally, I'm getting them yams immediately. So yeah, that's not. Yeah, I look at that a little differently. So like for me, my relationships, like women I have sex with early, so some people just get to sex early. For some reason, I just happen to be, one of those people. Not trying to sound away. That's just one of, you know what I'm saying? Like it's not a lot of time wasted. But just to be fair, I will talk to a woman for 6 months, a long time before you know what I'm saying? Before I'm thirsty enough to take her on a date. So my vetting process is longer before we go on that first date at this point. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how I look at it now. Now I'm not saying that it's always like that, but the optimal thing for me is, have a longer vetting process. But, I just kind of get the sex early. So I'm saying that how soon we have sex has nothing to do with whether or not I wife her up or whether or not we work towards marriage. So I would never like hold out, you know what I'm saying? Because I need a porn star in the bedroom.
Right.
You're not
And
gonna make
hey,
it to the next
Tommy.
level if you're not a porn star.
What's up,
Shut up.
man?
Tommy, what you got on this, broski?
Um, no, I feel the same way. Like, I've always felt when I listen to these niggas, say that shit, it's because it's niggas that don't get ass. Because I remember I was going on panels when they talked about the whole, uh, having sex too early, thinking this, that, and the other. And I'm like you, for me, I the only time I looked at it away was like when I was young, and it would be like you meet a motherfucker at the club and you smashing it at night. And it's like, okay, you kind of wild. Um, and like when you get older, I mean, well, okay, so for me, I don't know what the fuck my dad told me, but like I was just like when I was in my wild days, I was strapped up.
Mm-hmm.
Thank God. So, uh, but like you said though, like when you get older, typically once you get to that first date, um, you've already kind of established a connection there. And
Mm-hmm.
so typically once you get to the first, second date or whatever, real shit, at our age, that might be like a month in, because you're gonna be spending more time chopping it up than actually going out on dates and shit. So by that time, yeah, I'm not looking at you weird because it's not like I just met you yesterday. And that's what be crazy when you hear these conversations because when they talk about like having sex on the first date, you would think that like you met the chick yesterday at Whole Foods or some shit. And it's like, nah, it ain't like that. So that's where I always kind of look at some of these motherfuckers that be talking like, y'all ain't really got experience
Mm-hmm.
because it's like you're not talking from realistic perspective,
Mm-hmm.
or you just a geek that just got to wait 6 months to get some
Mm-hmm.
ass or whatever, and you just in my head because I always say if she fucking with you, she probably want to fuck you.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's taking you that long, you probably doing some weird shit to push it off. You know what I'm saying? You saying some goofy shit out your mouth, you moving a goofy way, something like that. So you pretty much drying the shit up.
Mm-hmm.
But to what Lucky was saying, like I've used this example plenty of times, but I think in this space particularly, because I think they look at relationships as if they can only operate one way, and
Mm-hmm.
anything outside of that parameter is wrong. And so I always use my one of my best friend's parents as an example because his mom has led their relationship. These motherfuckers have been married for 47 years. It's nobody in this space that can talk to me about that relationship because nobody in this space got 40 years in. But every last one of these niggas in this space would talk about how they doing it the wrong way and he's a simp and yada yada yada.
Mm-hmm.
But he got the results that you niggas is supposedly trying to get.
Mm-hmm.
So my point to that is it's more ways than one to do this shit. You can have a successful relationship where she leads the motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't my business. Big deal. It might not be my cup of tea, but who am I to come over and tell you, how dare you? But because of the egos and shit, they're in here teaching a whole bunch of niggas that you supposed to be alpha men, which
Mm-hmm.
every nigga ain't an alpha. as we
Yes.
know. So if every nigga's not an alpha, how do you tell these? And I don't know these weird ass alphabets these niggas call them, but the non-alpha niggas, how do you teach them how to be in a relationship? There's nobody here to teach that side of the game.
Mhm.
So you got a whole bunch of other niggas trying to be what they not. And it's like a lot of times when you're on panels with niggas, you like, bro, you ain't built to be that.
Mhm.
Like like you're not built to be that. So if you're not built to be that, why are you following a motherfucker that's telling you that this is what you're supposed to be? Now you're striving to be some shit that you just ain't. And it's just and that's why you don't get no solutions in a space like this, because it's no nuance in this space. It's like this is the way it happens, this is the way you do it. And if you don't do it this way, it's wrong. And it's like that's not life. It's billions of peoples on this earth. I doubt it's only one fucking way to do shit. It's just
Mhm.
too many minds, too many, way of life, too many beliefs. It's too much other shit out there for it to only be one way for this shit to go down or whatever. Um, so that's the big thing that I noticed in this space is just like if you don't fit in this little weird box that they have that this shit is supposed to work, then you're wrong and it'll never work. And you should be doing it like this. And to be honest with you, it's coming from a lot of people that hell, you might be married, but I probably done had a relationship longer than your fucking marriage.
Right. Right.
Or they could
So
just be married and they married to a woman who's probably suffering in silence because she can't communicate with this fuck nigga. Or the fact that he'd rather be on YouTube arguing than having a conversation with me.
well, I mean, and then the other part of it too is I think you're 100% right on that because what a lot of these niggas show is they can't communicate with women at all. Like,
That's what I'm saying. And then like,
yeah.
y'all don't be thinking like, damn, it's 10 o'clock my time on the West Coast. What time is it your time? And you married? You happily
So
married. I'd be screwing my husband if I was
one,
happily
I was
married.
just about to say one thing I always have running through my head is when do you fuck your wife?
Right.
Because what I'm not about to do is have my woman laying in the bed and I'm sitting in front of somebody's computer talking to strangers all night.
Mm.
Like, when is that happening? I'm
No
lost.
ugly ass niggas at that arguing.
Because, like, nigga, I see you on this computer during all the fucking hours. So when is y'all fucking?
Prime time. You feel me?
You feel me? Like, what the fuck? And to this day, I ain't heard one nigga say, I got to end the show because I got to go knock my wife down one time. Not a one time.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Bruh. Man, you preaching the gospel, man. That's one
If I
thing.
was a dude, I just want to say, if I was a dude in this space, I would be on live stream with my bitch in the bed in the background. That's just what I would be on. I still don't know what they wives look like when they be trying to judge me.
I was going to say it's the reason why they don't do that. Because I've said it and I don't give a fuck who get mad, but I'll probably give it a good 90 to 95% of the niggas in here that's married. I wouldn't holler at their wife with your mouth. But you're in this space telling women that you need to take the eyelashes and the nails, and it's like, nigga, look at that wildebeest that you smashing on, bro.
Right.
Like, what are we talking about? And more power to you. I ain't here to judge on who you, but when you start judging other people, you open your shit up for judgment.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're going to be sitting here telling strangers, women, you need to be like this and you need to look like this, you damn well better be having your arm around something that look like what you describing, or shut the fuck up.
That's real. Welcome Matthew to the stage. Matthew, I know you have some comments in the chat, man. Just wanted to have a conversation with you. What's your thoughts?
Nah, like what I was saying, like I think y'all a little wrong on this one.
Mm-hmm.
I feel everybody do things different. But just to crack a little joke, you know what I'm saying? I know you a frat nigga. Y'all are the only niggas that get ass. So basically all I'm saying is if you moving too fast with somebody you really want to chop it up with, I don't think it's smart to get the action early because it's gonna be a little jaded. You know, like me and my wife did, obviously kind of anecdotal, but me and her chopped it up for like almost a year before I got it in. Now I'm not saying that at the end of the day, oh I wanted it to be like this. I know you said she needs to be a porn star, but at the end of the day, you gotta, if you really into the person oh, hands down, it's gonna work.
Mhm.
You know what
How
I'm
long you
saying?
been married?
8 years,
And how old are you?
35.
Okay.
Yeah. So you know what I'm saying. So it's like it's a way you can do it, man. Like I said, I went to the situation with my wife. I told her what I was on. You know what I'm saying? I was like, hey, look, I'm really trying to see what's good. I ain't on no trash. I'm trying to chop it up with somebody. And over time, it became something like real serious.
Mhm.
But in the same breath, I wasn't on no, like, we was doing little stuff. Like, I don't mean like she wasn't giving me head. It wasn't none of that. It was just kind of like teenage shit.
Mhm.
Like, you
Mhm.
know what I'm saying? A lot of times niggas rush up so early because the lust is just so thirsty. And then, too, you can't be fucking other bitches while you waiting.
You
Can't
know,
do that
I
shit.
like I like everything that you. I mean, you had me till you said she was just sucking your dick, but I get what you're
No, I
saying.
said she wasn't. No, I said she wasn't.
Oh, she wasn't. Okay. Well, see, I
Nah.
like
See,
that
I'm saying,
you said.
listen what I'm saying. I ain't no
I
talking
know. I'm
point
about
type
to.
dude. I'm saying,
You just said because you said we was wrong on something, but I
Yeah,
thought
it did sound
initially
like
me and
that.
Sean, was talking about and highlighting that if you wait for the sex and actually build that relationship with that person, you would have a better outcome. I thought that's what we were saying.
oh
mhm.
my bad. I thought you said you wasn't waiting.
Nah, like even with what so my thing is even what Tommy just said, a lot of times like I can talk to a chick for 6 months and it may be a first date, but we've been talking for 6 months or 8 months. So
Yeah.
yeah, we've done the background work. You know, maybe yours was a year, but mine was 6 months or whatever the case may be. And during that time, we did build a relationship. We did vet one another, you know, more extensively. And yeah, you know, so technically it is basic.
Technically it is basic.
Yeah, technically it is first date sex, but we've been dealing with one another for, you know, a long time.
I think also too. So the only reason why I asked why you got married because what me and Sean are talking about, and this might disqualify like a lot of people in this space, is like that's how it gets when you kind of date when you older. Like when you younger, I meet the chick at the grocery store. We on our first date, you know, that next day.
Hmm.
At our age, it like he said, the first date could be 2-3 months away. But I think for me, for me in my head, I think if even if you have that desire, for me in my head, I think it's no difference than even doing it because basically you're just you're holding back, you know, what you want to do or whatever. And so for me, that's why I don't necessarily knock it and or look at a person and be like, you know, oh, I got that shit on the first day. Because, like I said, unless it's a situation where, you know, it was like the very next day after I met you, something like that. And then even if I ain't gonna lie to you, I don't necessarily, I more probably look at the way you move than even just that one action or whatever. Because motherfuckers connect sometimes, and that's just where it go.
Hmm.
Uh, I think guys, from my experience, when you start judging off of an action like that, it's because you moved in a way where it was like, okay, I smashed a girl and there was no connection before.
Hmm.
And that made me look like, okay, you just out there and that's one of them nights where it's just like, how the fuck did that happen type shit.
Hmm.
That's the only time where I kind of really but like, if we like connected, like the conversation was flowing, we was feeling each other. Yeah. And especially like you kind of meet people sometimes where you damn near felt like you didn't know this motherfucker for years, you know, that you didn't connect to so much. That type of shit, I don't necessarily like look at it and be like, you know, she out here like that.
Hmm.
It'd be more like I said, like you in a party atmosphere, y'all ain't even really chopped it up that much. And then next you know, you smash it, it's like, oh yeah, you wild. That's the ones that I kind of usually will judge. But like I said, our age, you don't too much run into that anymore because I'm not in the clubs. Hell, I don't even really be in lounges and shit like that. So for the most part, when I meet women, I'm not even in situations where the second or third day on earth that I ever known her, like we in a bedroom somewhere.
So Matthew, I have a question for you before Damien goes. Had you and your wife had sex on the first date, do you think that y'all wouldn't have gotten married eventually?
We wouldn't have got married
Why is that?
because of my mentality, and that's why I said it helped that she was on the same thing I was on. Because some of the stuff I hear people say is kind of true. Like I was kind of leading the way in this relationship, so to speak. Because I kind of was like, I kind of let her know, hey, I ain't trying to have sex early. I ain't really on that. You know, I'm trying to get to know you. I want to be able to get to really enjoy you.
Mhm.
So if we ever come a time where we ain't really getting it popping like that, I'm not like saying, why am I here?
Mhm.
So basically, she was already kind of with that in the same breath. So if we would have had sex early, I probably would have looked at her like anybody else.
Mhm.
And then I would have played the role for probably another 2-3 months. Then I would have found a reason to get rid of her.
I get that. That's fair. I get that. To Tommy B's point, man, it's a bunch of different ways to do this. Like you
Yeah.
know, your way can work for you, but that may not necessarily work for us. But then sometimes it could work in other situations. But I think that's a fair way as long as it worked for you.
So
Yeah, that. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
no, my only rebuttal to that would like I feel everything you're saying. Like I said, I don't knock anybody for the way that they do shit, but like for me, I'm not gonna be in anything long term just for the sex. Like that just I'm at the age where that shit ain't gonna move me like that. There has to be a friendship connection there. Like you said, like I won't even get into a relationship with somebody that I'm not a friend in. I would tell anybody that I'm with, like, once we get together like that, like long term type shit, real shit, you probably gonna replace my best friend because I'm not laying down with that nigga at night. You feel me? So you gotta be in that position because that nigga's laying down with his wife at night. You feel me? He pillow talking with her at night. So that's generally the role that you even take when you end up being in a long term relationship. So even for you to make it to that, there has to be that friendship there. The sex is just something that happens because we together, or whatever. But I'm I'm never gonna just keep somebody around because we smashing. Like that's out. Like that's like I said, that's 21, 22, 23 behavior. Like once you get around our age, you value the friendship more than the sex.
Mhm.
Like for real, like that connection, the friendship, the I actually enjoy being around you. I
Mhm.
don't even like talking on the phone like that, but I could be on the phone with you for like an hour or two type shit. Like that's the shit that you look for. And that's the shit that will separate you from, I just had to kick this motherfucker out of my house because this motherfucker talk too goddamn much type shit.
Damn, Tommy, you made some great points. I want to hear what Damien has to say, and then Lauren. Man,
Yeah,
y'all making me think today.
yeah. Yeah, just like Tommy was saying, people kind of move the way they want to move when they have their value system set up to where they think that's what's best for them. But I just think it's a harsh thing to judge somebody if you sleep with them on the first night or if you met them, what have you. Both of my long-term relationship, including my wife that I'm with now, that I've been with 17 years, we had sex on the first date. I didn't prejudge her any kind of way, but just like Tommy said, the vibe was there, and we did have a succession of real kind of deep conversations prior to even going on a date. And I think that's what cats aren't doing enough of, is having those conversations. I know cats that meet a woman on Saturday, be like, hey, next Saturday, let's go out. They don't talk to the chick the whole week, and just pop up on her and be like, okay, what's up? I'm like, and then they complain that they spent $200, $300 on a meal. And I was like, but you didn't know this chick. You could have determined that through two conversations, whether or not there was somebody you feel like you want to spend your money on. I think that's what people are not doing. They're not having those conversations in the meanwhile to determine, yeah, this is somebody that I see value in over and above the way they look. Because you ask them out because of the way they look and the possibility of a sexual interaction, but you just like Tommy was saying, and you were saying, it's like this sustaining part is going to be what happens after that. How what their plans are, how their mind functions, what they feel like their value is over and above the way they look. I think that's what you need to, if you are having those conversations, you can start to establish before you even spend a dime on them and go out with them and see if it's just going to be something that's going to be something physical or something to be that you're going to look to make like long term. And don't get me wrong, I'm okay with people just having people that just hook up and have fun with and stuff like that. If it's both parties in our values are in line, and one person ain't thinking, oh my God, this dude's gonna be my dude, or the dude is not thinking this is gonna be my chick. You know, it's okay with that if both people have the same mentality with when it comes to that. But I think have those conversations prior to you going out with them, because then you can determine whether or not this person you can start to say, oh yeah, this person is probably just gonna hook up with or what have you, or this person is somebody I can really invest some serious resources with. So that's my point on it.
Mhm. Man, those are some great points. Lauren, welcome. What are your thoughts here?
Are we talking about like sex in relationships?
Yeah, we're talking about relationships. We're talking about dating. We started talking about the dating timeline, how it does seem like, I know Lucky says she has a timeline on, when she wants to be married. I was saying in my experience, I've dealt with lots of women who had a timeline as it related to like, you know, within a month or so, it's kind of like, well, where's this going? You know what I'm saying? And in my head, it always felt like a full court press. It's like, I don't know where it's going. I hadn't even thought about that shit yet. You know what I mean?
I
Like,
just met you.
yeah,
I
but
really know your birthday.
I may or may not have had sex with them already. So in hindsight, I do get why they would kind of process it like, where's this going? Because I'm just like, I mean, I'm just like, I just knew I wanted to have sex with you. I hadn't thought further necessarily all the time about that. Some women, yeah, you see them and be like, yeah, I'd wife her. Some women, it's just like, I want to do dirty things to her type shit. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, it seems like that, but there's a timeline. And in my head, I'm like, why would you full court press me about a relationship? Then we get into a relationship, then you gonna full court press me, whether subtly or not, about when we should get engaged and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I processed it before. But I did at some point have to realize, yeah, once, sometimes a nigga just get y'all dickmatized. Not saying me, just a man. Y'all get dickmatized. And y'all like, shit, I need to lock this nigga down. And I didn't care about that perspective at all before now. I'm just like, now, I get it. You know what I'm saying? Y'all want to piss on the fire hydrant and let everybody know that this is y'all's nigga. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, yeah, anything on premarital sex, on the dating timeline, how you think the dating process should proceed or anything like that.
Well, see, that's the funny thing. Like when I got on YouTube, I actually came to like gain an opinion about that kind of stuff because I didn't have like a set rule. I've tried all scenarios. So the waiting, the not waiting, the pressuring, the not pressuring. It's like it'll work either way. So, and I've only been in like 4 relationships in my life.
Mhm.
Majority of the time I've been in a relationship. So dating, I've never really dated like that.
Mhm. That's interesting. You said something interesting. You said it'll work either way. So I think that's basically what Tommy and I were saying to Matthew. Like, his way can work, but then shit, our way works too. Like Damien said, like his situation started from first date sex. I've had my relationships usually start with very, very early sex. Some people just get early sex. Now, not saying Matthew couldn't get that. He said he didn't want that. That's not to say that he couldn't get that, but yeah, I don't know. I just, some people, it's just like when I see you, it's just like all I see is us together. And yeah, we may have sex early, but for me in my head, it's just like I've already romanticized the idea of you and me, going the distance. Or I know off the rip, like I'm just dropping dick off. I'm not doing nothing else. You know what I'm saying? So, but it's important for y'all as women to understand their situation before you proceed to the sex part. You know what I'm saying? Which makes
What I used to do is I would give scenarios where I wouldn't ask directly about like what's the goal, what's the plan. I would say like I would talk about it as if it was somebody else. So my
Mhm.
homegirl, she's dating this guy and she kind of likes him, but she want to see where it's going. And I kind of get his opinion about how long stuff should take. And depending on that, that's how I move. So I remember with my previous relationship, he said when I brought that situation up, he said, I mean, I don't understand why people rush to be exclusive. And I was like, say less.
Well, that's smart though, because like, okay, so this is one subject we've been talking about for the past couple of days. That I think a lot of these niggas, like when I had these conversations with these niggas, I'm like, you need to know who you dealing with. They don't get. So they talk about the deleting the baby thing. There's a very easy way to figure out if that's something this chick believes in. A fucking conversation. You don't have to get to the point to where you got her pregnant. That, oh my God, she's gonna do this. There's women out there that absolutely won't do that.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have a conversation, you will get that vibe from her. No, I don't give a fucking no circumstance. That ain't an option. Yada yada yada. Cool, you rock with her. If she moves off of that point in any type of way, if that's what you stand on, move away. And you never face that issue in your life. Why the fuck is that so simple to me? And these niggas are sitting here arguing about whether the woman has control. No, nigga, you got control. Figure out who you dealing with.
Yeah, and one of the ways you can do that is just kind of get an idea. And you have to do some self-reflecting at yourself and be like, let me get this straight. I'm a man who makes a good living. You know, I'm good looking or what have you. This is a woman of a certain age. It's a possibility that she'd be thinking, you know what, I'm going to keep this guy's baby because he seems like a good dude or whatever. No matter what she may say, when the rubber hits the road, they may change their mind because they look at, okay, if you're not going to be, I could live with this person as the father of my kid. I don't want to make it all about this subject, but I'm just saying that you kind of got to get an idea that the people that, if you're a certain type of dude, the likelihood of somebody not having your baby is higher.
No,
like Sean, like a cat like you go out and a woman say, oh no, I don't want kids right now, whatever. But she's 35. She got a dude who's doing this thing. You have a, educated brother. That may change when it actually hit the road. So you have to be aware of that, and you need to move accordingly, not just put it on the woman to hold up on a word. You need to be conscious, like, yeah, that word could change. Let me protect myself.
Mm-hmm.
No, my point in saying that, Damien, is if you have a hard stance on anything, whether it's that or anything else, in conversation with this person, if they don't have that same hard stance, you need to leave.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the problem with people is instead of leaving, they try to change somebody.
You are 100% right.
Now, there's other stuff that
right.
you can negotiate. But if you have a hard stance on something, and the reason why I use that example is because there's a lot of people that have a hard stance on that. If that's your hard stance, there should be no wavering. I don't care how fat the ass is, big the titties is, how cute the face is. If she wavers on that, you need to go. Because there is a possibility that in that situation, that's an option. So to eliminate that altogether, there's plenty of people out there that ain't going to be an option for. You need to go find that.
I agree with Tommy. Lucky, what's your thoughts on anything that's been said?
Hey, Sean, let me ask you something when you done with her.
Lucky over there thumb wrestling herself.
I think she got the baby.
Yeah. All right, Matthew, what you got on this?
So basically, what reason why I even came up here, because are you talking about you trying to, I don't want to say give advice, but you was trying to like bring up what you can say to people if you are going to talk about this kind of stuff?
I mean, it's just a conversation, but in the midst of that conversation, the thing I thought about is what would I have told the younger me to make the younger me move in a better way?
Yeah.
So that's
so you're talking to yourself.
I'm being honest, myself and people who grow up like me. You know what I'm saying? And there's a lot of people who are gonna come up and they're gonna agree with you. But it's a lot of niggas like me who may, they may be that nigga on whatever level they are, whether it's high school level, it's college level, it's in life, you know what I'm saying, whatever it is. And a lot of shit comes with that, a lot of opportunity. If you a nigga who can get pussy on the first date, you can always get pussy on the first date. If you a nigga with a bag, if you a nigga that's sexy, you can always get pussy very easily. So Chris Brown ain't waiting for the second date. He getting the pussy immediately, first night. So at some point, it becomes hard to delineate when you that type of nigga. You know what I'm saying? It becomes hard because it all comes on the first date. So I'm never gonna have the luxury of saying that this chick is a quote unquote hoe because she fucked me on the first date, because all of them may fuck me on the
It
first.
all be hoes. Yeah.
So I have to expand my perspective to say to somehow weed through all of that. And first off, even before that, try to make it optimal to lengthen the process before we even get to that point of the first date. And so, yeah, so that's kind of what I'm saying.
So basically, you said a lot, but I'm saying like before, like so obviously your first date, nobody saying you met her on Tuesday, on Saturday you hitting, and then that's the first day. I'm saying like okay, since you saying you might been talking to her for a minute, that's a little different. You've been talking to her for 3 or 4 months, then y'all finally meet up. You might have met up on like passing through work or stuff like that, but actually intimate, chilling date, maybe on the 4th month. Then I do understand like okay, you might have hit because y'all been chopping up for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
So I get that first date, but I meant like giving it time on some. If you saying you can hit anytime you want, to some degree because you that dude or whatever, I'm looking at it like, are you doing it on some? I want this to work, or you doing this on because I got bored? I mean, honestly, in your history, think about you. You saying you be able to keep it in 100. How often do you get bored? Because you talking about some porn star shit. So I'm saying, how often do you get bored where you can hit, and then 2 years later you like, I'm done. See what I'm saying? If you talking to somebody that wants this to work, or you just really don't want nothing long term, you just like this is just a time period.
I always wanted long term. And if I'm being honest, I always had a rotation of vaginas at the same time. If we want to talk real, and I'm not trying to,
Drake.
huh?
See, we ain't talking about the same thing.
You say what you say, Lauren?
I said, okay, Drake.
Oh, yeah,
Certified lover boy.
yeah. Apparently,
Yeah, we talking
Matthew,
about something different.
Matthew, I think what your perspective and the way you did it is valuable. There's men out there who are looking to do what you do, and you know why it's valuable is because you have the results of it, which is a marriage and things like that. And so if your goal is to have a long-term marriage and somebody has values in line with what you think, then you have your perspective and your experience is well valued. You can be like, hey, this is what me and my wife did. We waited, we kind of got to know each other, figured some things out, and then it progressed into that. That's a valuable way. That's advice for a lot of cats out there. But there's going to be a large number who think I think me and Sean's the way we thought when we were younger were in line.
I swear I'm not trying to cut you off, but this is what I'm saying. And since he talking to his younger self, nothing against him right now. You said you're not married, right, Sean?
I got divorced last year. I was married for 7 years.
Okay, cool. So this is what I'm saying. If I can talk to me, I would tell myself, don't be out here like I was before I met my wife. I moved from Cleveland to Georgia. So I moved to a whole different atmosphere. So my mindset would be different. So I wouldn't be looking at women the same way I did in Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
I had y'all mentality, not to try to play y'all in Cleveland. So I'm looking at it like, if I could tell myself, because now when I'm married, I fight the very thing that I'm married to now, which is women. I flirt. I do little slick shit with women sometimes, and my wife noticed. So she, sometimes she be like, "You doing all right this week?" Because she know I have that issue. See what I'm saying? But this is what I'm saying to y'all. If I'm talking to a young nigga that's really trying to be like, "Hey man, I want to get married one day," I'm not telling my sons you can have sex at any point in time. Like, no, get this shit time, because if you have sex early, when you do finally settle down, this shit ain't going nowhere. This shit might be for life. If you get to the point where you lusted and fucking a lot of different women.
Waiting don't.
So when you married now, you might be able to go 6 years without no real issues.
Yeah, waiting don't guarantee that you're gonna go marry him. Don't make sure that you're gonna be sexually satisfied. So you need to. I'm not saying.
Think about what I'm saying, though, man.
Front. No, I hear you. You telling you. Let me just see. All right, I'm gonna try to paraphrase what you're saying. You correct me if I'm wrong. You're saying that don't be ruled by your dick. Go out there. Like, if you're gonna be out there, date women, get to know them, find some value over and above sex, and then have sex, and it'll make it easier for you because you've already established a value other than sex. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Yeah. So and I get that. But what we're just saying, it can work the other way as well. It can work where
No,
you
I
have
can't.
sex
I
with
mean,
somebody early and on,
any way can
and it
work.
can. Yeah, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm
I
saying.
mean,
That's
I'm
why I
just
said
saying. I'm
earlier,
just
your perspective has
yeah.
merit and it has value, but it's not the only perspective that can lead to a long-term successful relationship.
Both of y'all are married and y'all did it.
Yeah.
But I will say his perspective seems like more of a way to not have so many sexual opinions about different people. Oh, she fucked me this way. This hi Lauren, I didn't realize she was up here. Okay. You know, because if you find value outside of that, then that sex is supposed to be the bonus. So I feel like yeah, we can mention a million different ways that can work. This is why we all here. But he has the most effective way because it reduces a lot of the risks that come with sex that and the responsibility that people don't
He
want.
doesn't have the most effective way, Lucky, because it's easy for dudes who got a lot of ass to say don't get a lot of ass. Because we've
No,
demystified it. We pedestalized it. We it's not nothing new or nothing amazing to us. We don't sit there and hold it up like some kind of thing we need to worship. You
Yeah,
know,
but the point is, all the ass
you
that you
missing
probably
it, man.
got, majority of those women probably wanted a real relationship. You didn't, so that's what makes it selfish. Meanwhile, you're doing the thing where you getting your nut off, but you're ruining her outlook on how she feels about relationship and fucking up her timeline. That's the point of the
and
conversation.
we're not saying just go ahead and sell wolf tickets and lie to chicks. We're just saying
Mhm.
if you are in a situation where you don't want a relationship and you want to experience a bunch of women, you need to keep it 100 and then let it be known and
Absolutely.
align yourself with women who are of the same value set where they are not looking to marry you and they're just enjoying themselves. And you do that. And then when you're thinking, okay, I'm done with all that shit, I want somebody, you kind of got to separate yourself and then be a lot more discerning of who you spend your time with and who you sleep with and have those
And be
conversations prior
disciplined,
to
right?
dating. You said what?
Right? Because if you're the type of man that got a lot of pussy, how easy is it for you to turn it off for this one woman? How likely
Hold
is
on.
that going to
You don't
happen?
turn it off for one woman. You turn it off for
So,
yourself.
so,
When I stopped being wild, I knew I needed to stop being wild. I didn't meet the woman who was like, "Oh my God, now that's the one pussy I'm gonna have." I separated myself and I grew to where I didn't need that anymore, or I didn't see the value in that. Because, like I said in my tweet, a lot of times it was just easy access, and I was using that to move up the male hierarchy in my group. Like, oh yeah, the dude who smashed most chick must be the dude, you know. So I got away from that because I wanted something significant. And that usually happens later on in life, 27, 28. You start to think, oh, I want a family. I want to start putting the things in motion in order to have a family, be a good husband and all that stuff.
I
You
guess what
know,
I'm only highlighting, not saying I don't want to sound like I disagree. I guess the only part I'm highlighting is the behavior became your second nature. So now you have to change the behavior. And if you're
yeah.
used to multiple women and used to be able to get it this easy, or I can just go get another one, I have to question, is that behavior going to change the same way if a bitch is used to being a hoe and she fucking different niggas on the first night and different things before she got to you? What makes you think you so special?
Well, all I'm saying, like I said, it ain't about. It would never be about the person. It'd be about the other person. It'd be about yourself. Like, and you can tell if somebody, like, I've had this conversation before on panels where we're like, well, would you date a chick who like the whole high body count thing? If she had high body count and blah blah blah. And I was like, you know, it ain't about what she did. It's about what she's doing. If I was out there just slinging dick left and right, but it's been 5 years since you've seen me in the club. It's been I haven't had like a roster of women for years. You look at my social media, it ain't a bunch of big booty chicks that I'm liking a bunch of pages and I'm not DMing chick or I don't hang with cats for the most part. That's only about that. You can see the progression there if you really look at. You know, you change the mindset. You see him focused on other stuff, business, family, all that kind of stuff. You can see he don't have time to just be out there slinging dick left and right. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about a woman. You meet a woman and she's like, oh my God, you know, now I don't want 8 different pussies. You know, now I just want Joe pussy. The dude have already established, I only want one pussy, but I want it to be some bomb ass pussy with a bomb ass brain on top of that.
Yep. Lauren, I want to get you in there and get your thoughts. I know we said a lot since you last spoke on anything, your opinion on any of it.
Oh, well, I just wanted to clarify, like, Lucky, are you saying you think that men should consider what they're doing to women when they're being sexually active with multiple partners.
Absolutely.
And I think what it sounded like with Damien, he's saying a man should just be focusing on the betterment of himself, not worried about how it impacts women.
No. Whoa, I
Okay.
definitely didn't say that. It was like what I'm
Okay.
saying is like I'm saying if you're looking to just like sleep around, align yourself with somebody whose values and morals are aligned with that type of lifestyle. Don't sit there. The chick who was like, oh my God, I'm looking to settle down and have a baby and blah blah blah, and be like, oh yeah, I am too, and then just smash and dump her. Don't do that. But there's women in the world who are cool with, you know, just having the casual situation, the fun or whatever like that. Keep yourself aligned with those women if that's where you are. But just be realistic and know that those aren't the women who you're probably going to end up settle down with, and you're probably going to have to seriously divest from that in order to get the type of women that you really want to settle down with. So once you've had your fun, if that's your inclination, I'm not saying dudes, I don't want misconstrue that. I'm saying every dude needs to go out there and smash a bunch of chicks. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying, but realistically, dudes want to smash. When you're 20 years old, you want to smash a bunch of chicks. So if that's your mind state,
Gen Z boys, I mean men, sorry.
Yeah, I got 6 nephews who like they look at me and the dad and they come to us for all kinds of advice about stuff like this and what have you, because you know they don't want. They're scared out there. They're thinking that women out to play them and all this kind of shit like that. So they hearing all the shit that people are saying, and they got advice on how to get got, how not to get got. You know,
Well, being in this space has changed my viewpoint on a lot of shit. Cause niggas, a lot of niggas. So like when Matthew first came on here and he was telling Sean, you know, the frat niggas ain't the only ones that get pussy. I agree. But at the same time, when DJ Hemp is saying that by the time niggas hit 35, they've only had 8 women, somebody ain't getting some pussy.
Yeah.
So there's somewhere in there that somebody ain't smashing, and every nigga ain't lover boys out here like we portray to our homeboys. Because if you can come with a stat that say the majority of men at 35 body count is 8, I mean that's let's say if you start at 18, right? We talking almost 20 years. What you talking? One every other year?
Yeah.
I don't believe that.
Because the majority of women are smashing the same dudes
I
over
don't
and
know
over
how long
again.
you've been in this space, Matthew, but
Yeah.
But when they all say that, I don't believe it. It's like I'm just not the type to sit there and argue with. I'd rather just drop somebody that said it if I can.
No. What I'm telling you
Yeah.
is the longer you're in this space, the more it lends to you believing that stat.
Oh, so you believe it
Because
now?
see, here's the problem: is like somebody like me probably wouldn't have hung out with niggas that fit in that stat.
Yeah.
So in my head, they don't even exist to me. So when I hear that type of a stat, it fucks me up because I'm like, so where are these type of niggas at? Because I tell people all the time, fat, skinny, niggas that was in the Dragon Ball Z, etc., niggas was getting around. So somewhere in the world, there's niggas that wasn't. And so
Yeah.
when I'm in
But
there and I hear some of these niggas talk, they're telling you they wasn't. And a lot of them don't even have to tell you they wasn't. I can hear their conversation and tell they wasn't.
hey,
So
do you think it's possible like the niggas that first started saying this that was big YouTubers? You think they possibly was skating how they get these stats? Like let's say they asked a bunch of fat office white men this stat. I mean, this asked them this question, and then it jaded how they was able to present it to their audience.
Most of these stats when it comes to like dating comes from like sites like, you know, OkCupid, Match.com. They survey the people on their like Tinder. They survey the people on it to kind of get an idea of what's going on in the dating market so they can improve their system to make sure that they can get the most matches possible. So yeah, these are people who are out actively dating, who are saying this information, and it's anonymous, so people aren't scared to necessarily be honest about it. If a dude ain't got pussy in 2 years and they just clicking on the thing and they think by clicking this thing it might help this algorithm get me some bitches, then they may click. They may be honest with it because they want the result.
Well,
Yeah,
this is what makes me
I guess
believe it. Is we're talking about men. Men usually overinflate. They don't deflate their number. So again, it's a group of men out there that thought 8 at 35 was a solid number to go with. So I'm more inclined to think that that number is probably
Oh,
lower
yeah,
because
I
you
ain't think
don't
about
really
that.
see
Yeah,
niggas.
yeah,
You get what I'm saying?
yeah, that
So
makes sense too.
yeah.
Yeah.
So again, like I said, if that's
Yeah.
if you haven't really because one of the things I came to a conclusion to, even like in this space, is well, fuck. A lot of these motherfuckers I talk to in this space, in the real world, our paths would have never crossed.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it's not like a negative thing. It's just the way that niggas move and shit like that. Like our paths probably would have never crossed.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm now. So I liken it like when I went to the military. Right before I went to the military, only thing I knew was Oakland. That was it. When I went to the military, I got outside of Oakland. I'm like, oh shit is different here.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of expanded your world. So me being in this space, it expanded to, oh, there's different type of niggas out here.
Facts.
So like my first 2 years, like being around this space, I literally niggas used to laugh because my whole thing was like, you niggas is weird. What are you talking about? You niggas is weird. I don't go through
Absolutely.
this. What are you talking about?
Yep.
But it's real life shit this niggas is going through. It's just these are the niggas in high school that you just walk straight past and you never paid no attention to.
And Tommy, not to cut you off, but that's been my experience here too. The thing I realize is that guys like us that speak in a certain way, I think a lot of times we all know the popular guy or girl in high school or college, and we may not have been that person. But me coming to YouTube, nigga, I've always been one of them niggas. Always. Nigga, always, even to this day. I'm always one of them niggas. And it's weird when they're around one of them niggas, they've never been around one of them niggas. It's like they don't even believe you. My nigga. Nigga, I'm one of them niggas. I'm not, I tell y'all who I am. I'm an alpha from Grambling. It's not hard to find anything out about me once you know that information. So go, my code is in code check. Go pull that shit and go find out anything you need to find out. Sometimes you don't realize that the motherfuckers that, like Tommy said, that was at the cool kids table are right in front of you. And it sounds weird. The shit sounds unbelievable because you can't believe the shit because it never happened to you, nigga, but it's believable. You know what I'm saying?
Bruh, a nigga told me I had pretty privilege. I was done. I was done.
Have they seen you?
So look, I wanted to ask y'all something, man. I had some thoughts. Do y'all think, or to what degree do y'all feel like, and I want to start with the ladies too. To what degree do y'all feel like social media, including YouTube, has shaped our perception of dating, love, and marriage? First off, do you think it has?
Yeah, I'll let the ladies go, but I got a
Yeah, I was
strong
gonna say,
opinion
yeah.
on this. I'll let the ladies go because you want the ladies to go first.
For those that use social media, yes, it has shaped the way they think about it. Like what the expectations are financially. Like when they had that Gen Z conversation and they were talking about paying bills and stuff like that. I don't recall expecting that in college,
Mm-hmm.
but they're expecting that at 21 and 22. So
That's cool.
I do think that because we can see certain things like what I would say rich people and what they do, then we're starting to expect that from average people, and it's just not the case. So I think it's to our detriment, but I also think it does inspire some people to work their way up.
That makes sense. Lucky, you got something on that?
No.
Okay. Fellas.
All right. Let me just say this. The thing is, what social media has done, it's perverted the idea of what women should look like and what men should have. And that's the thing that in order to get somebody. And do you remember, I'm a little bit older. I'm in my late 40s. I remember 20 years ago, you saw a pretty woman, you was like astounded. It made the room stop. It was like, oh, look, she's beautiful, pretty. Everybody paid attention, and it was a big deal to see her like a real pretty. You saw cute girls, you saw, here and there, but you saw pretty women. It's a real pretty woman. You were like, oh my God. Now a dude can pull up his phone and pull up 200 beautiful women. So now they think there's an overabundance of beautiful women out there. So they expect every woman they have access to be as hot as the women they can pull up in their phone on IG or what have you. So they don't feel like, oh, I could just get another. I could just email or DM this chick. I have access to 200 beautiful women where I only had it back in the day where you may have had access to 2 or 3 really beautiful women. So it perverts a man's mind to think, you know what? I don't need to. I can treat them a certain way because there's plenty. There's one after the other, one after another. You don't appreciate it, and you don't develop the skills to actually even talk to those women because you realize you feel like, oh, I can just keep trying online. I can keep sending DMs or whatever like that. I think it's really screwed up a man's mind on how they need to treat women that they're attracted to, how they need to approach women that they're attracted to. They need to develop some game, some confidence, be funny in order to get women. I think it's made that hunter mentality like that all of us had that hunter muscle. I made it atrophy to where dudes don't even know how to use it no more. And I think social media and on transverse, I think with women, I think it's made the expectation of what a dude should have in order to be viable to get at you has changed. Because you got a dude, you could be a chick from Wisconsin, you know, who used to would have probably just like posted, just seen the dudes in your area hollering at you. But now you post a picture in a bikini and you got a German millionaire saying he gonna fly you out to the islands. So it's perverted of what men should have and perverted of what women should be in the dating market.
I don't like to deal with extremes, so I get what you're saying, but I think the possibility of what you just said is true. I just think that's an overwhelming minority, as far as this millionaire hopping in your inbox. Another part that I kind of agree with you, but I'm kind of off is when you said as far as with the men, like their expectations, because and the only reason why I can say that is because I got a homegirl that's a trucker. And my girl probably all of like 5'5", 280, and is beating niggas off with a stick. Put up a bikini picture that, no offense to her, makes me damn near want to puke. And niggas is under there with the hard eyes and going hard.
That illustrates my point. Like, cause she wouldn't have got any place in her regular circle of that she's in. She wouldn't have got that attention. But there's a dude in the world that think that's the shit. So he gonna hit her up. So she gonna think I'm the shit.
But my point with saying that was, she's still going up against those beautiful women on Instagram and still getting action. So it's not to say that just the only ones that these niggas is popping at is the cream of the crop. I think one of the things that fucked up social media is that inbox. And it's like, not to offend the women, but it's turned a chick that's a 4 or a 5 to thinking that she's an 8 or a 9. And so a lot of times, especially like when they're in relationships, they'll let that get to their head. And then it gets to a point to where that relationship ends, and then you have to go into the real world. And what a lot of people don't understand is the life of an 8, 9, or 10 is a lot different than the life of a 4, 5, 6.
For real.
And that's what they face when they get in the real world. Because in the real world, it ain't no inbox. In the real world, it ain't no filters. In the real world, it ain't no right angle. In the real world, it ain't no neck up shots. So they'll get pumped up, forgetting that you don't have a full body shot on here, baby. Every picture on here has a filter. Every picture on here, you're only at literally one angle. You don't take a picture at no other angle but that one angle. That
with that leg up and the ass sticking out.
I'm just saying, you got to remember, this nigga got to see you from every angle, not that one angle.
Yeah, no, you're right.
When you get to the real world,
can be true.
Them other angles better be matching, or you gonna get treated like what you really are. And that's just nature. And so I think that's a big problem is a lot of the thirsty niggas is in these inboxes and they're pumping women up. Because one thing I have to constantly explain to women, especially like I got cousins and all kind of shit. Stop celebrating being able to get dick. You're supposed to be able to. There's always a nigga out here trying to do that. Like, no, like women will literally tell you like, oh, they still want to fuck though. No shit, Sherlock. Like, what are you talking about? And it's a lot of women that will stand on that. And it's like, especially like with me being in the military, I can 100% understand any woman can get a dick. I promise you. I done seen some of the worst of the worst have niggas waiting in line for it.
Yeah.
That shit is wild, my nigga. Like, wait, that? So
the first time they get out of BDUs,
bro, I mean,
civvies.
And it's no offense to the women, but it shocked me because I'm like, God damn, like you getting that type of action? The shit threw me. But so now I also say to the men and Damien, you kind of like stole my thunder because I was gonna say that exactly. Like it's that muscle atrophy. When we grew up, I ain't gonna say that like we practiced, but like, you know, we was in the field. You know, y'all know we of a certain age where you didn't walk outside without a pen and a pad. Period. Like that you did not walk outside that door if you didn't have a piece of paper, a receipt or something, and a pencil. And so when we hit them malls or we hit that gas station or wherever we was going, we was active. And so what that made you do is face that rejection that you naturally have that fear of. It's no different than like I tell people fighting. You hear niggas that ain't never had a fight in their life talking about, oh, I was gonna knock that nigga out. How you know? You've never faced that fear before of somebody punching back. So with us,
the
80s, we ain't that old.
Yeah, Sean, it was nice having their time to drop it.
To the mall.
The 80s.
Lauren, nobody you ever had to get your number with like pen and paper, Lauren?
No.
Yeah.
Sean, this girl's like 12.
She think you got like she got like 60-year-olds up here.
Y'all don't see the Similac around her mouth?
You like 46 or something?
Y'all pulled out your scrolls and you little
all right, what is it? That feather in that ink?
Wait, so Lauren, nobody had to wait until the end of the year to get you to sign that yearbook to get your phone number?
No.
What?
Nigga, they got Instagram.
Yeah.
But hey, that's funny you said that, Sean. Swear to God, I can go get my yearbook right now. And it's fucking phone numbers and that shit. I swear to God.
And this is a sidebar now. Like the best shit when we were young, like you go to the bathroom or go to lunch, and we call it grammar school. I don't know what y'all call it, elementary school. And you come back, it's a note in your desk. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, mamas, yep.
Yeah, real talk.
Yeah. But that's how you got that yearbook is how you got your summer cracking. Like, that's how you knew what you was doing that summer. Like, oh, she on it. Oh, okay, I'm going to the Doves. You feel me?
And put her phone number. Boy, man, you couldn't wait. And it's like you try not to be too thirsty and call too soon. But it was just like, man, that's why I'm like, man, a lot of these discussions about how black men hate black women and things like that, y'all don't even know how much our lives have revolved around y'all for decades. I mean, for decades. It's like just we will go places just in hopes of bumping into you. Maybe not so much. You know what I'm saying? We do everything we can to dress up, to look good, just in hopes that Lauren will see me and be like, damn, he look kind of cute today, or he kind of funny today.
Let's go take the airbrush pictures.
Yeah. There you go.
The airbrush background.
But that's why like I had to push back. I remember I was watching them on Black Man panel and they was talking about like, it doesn't make no sense. These women want you to have this type of car. I said, nigga, when has that not been? My daddy was getting candy paint on his car. It wasn't for the niggas.
The game.
The game is the fuck and so I think that's the biggest part of this generation that I kind of get frustrated with, and just hearing some of these dudes on the panel is y'all niggas mad at the game. But the game is the game, my nigga. You just gotta play it. It is what it is. And so for me, it takes everything in me not to like insult niggas, because it comes off to me is like weak as fuck. It's like you mad that the game is on all Madden. We just figure out how to play it. That's it, nigga. Like, we don't cry about it. We don't turn the, try to turn the difficulty down, nigga. We just figure it out. Y'all niggas got to the point where, like, some of the issues that they're mad about. I'm like, so do you want a nigga? This is basic shit that I grew up with. Going, this is what you're gonna deal with a chick. It is what it is. Like,
Matthew,
I'll be asking that same question. I'm like, y'all don't like pussy? What's wrong with y'all?
yeah, it's like,
Matthew,
if you deal with these people, this like it's like having a dog going, I can't believe this dog shed it. Well, you probably should have got a skinless cat then, nigga. Like, what are we talking about?
Hey y'all.
What's up, Venus?
Hey, Venus.
Hey, I wanted to touch on that social media topic. I don't know how far y'all got, but I heard like a few minutes ago about like how it's problematic to dating, right?
Yeah.
I think one of the perspectives you guys didn't speak on, or at least I didn't hear it, was how it affects people's self-esteem also, and how that translates into dating.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of assumptions being made, right? So a lot of people are talking themselves out of opportunity because they're automatically assuming. Because I have these conversations all the time, right? Aaron O told me the other day, women only want the top performing men. Like, so it starts to translate as if you really think unless you're that top tier man, women are not an option for you, or right, or vice versa. You start to think you can. If you don't look like the Instagram baddie, nobody will want you. And so it's also, I just wanted to bring attention to how it's actually affecting people's self-esteem, self-confidence, not wanting to approach each other because you're kind of already telling yourself no because you think everybody's expecting perfection, and some of that could be in your head. But yeah, that was that.
I hear a lot of that with the BBL thing. I've tried to explain to women, like, niggas like Ferraris. We know we ain't gonna get one day, but we still like them. So that's essentially the BBL thing. Like, yeah, niggas like fat ass, fat titties. But 9 times out of 10, you probably gonna have to pick one or the other or none. It just and we know this. So when we have these conversations with women, they're like, "Oh no, you gotta have a BBL." It's like, nah, not really. Like, again, niggas like looking at Ferraris. Niggas like looking at Maybachs. No, more than likely ain't gonna ever own one. But I'm still like the picture of it.
Nah, that's y'all make some good ass points. I want to see what Matthew got to say on this.
Man, I already forgot your question, man. What was the question?
Oh shit! We were talking about the social media in any way shape or influence your perception of love, dating, relationships, or anything like that.
No, man, because I still go to bars. You know what I'm saying?
Not just
I
you, I'm
stopped.
sorry, not just you. Do you think it affects people in general? Not just you. I'm sorry, not just you.
People in general. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it definitely affects them. But I think it helps, man. It helps people have more confidence and get an opportunity to chop it up with somebody they never would have chopped it up with before, and then it leads to how can you put it? Opportunity. Now, don't get me wrong. It's not a good thing if you don't like people curve you, but it'd be no different than if you was outside getting curved by people because they just not interested. So I look at it, you know what I'm saying? Let's say somebody, like I live in Georgia.
Mhm.
Let's say if I was single and I wanted to chop it up with somebody, and I seen they was at a spot that I know about, like the U Bar or something. I don't know, back in the day.
Mhm.
Then I'd be like, oh, I may like on her story, I might be like, hey, what's good? And then she might curve me. But then it'll start leading me to other stuff where I do the same thing because of the algorithm. But then I keep shooting my shot. Eventually somebody gonna be interested and be like, oh, okay, what's up with you? Then we get to chopping it up, no different than if I was at a club and she like, I'm trying to chop. She keeps curving. Then finally somebody be like, what's good? You kind of cute. And you keep it moving from there. So I think it helped people that necessarily didn't have the confidence to go chop it up.
I think that makes perfect sense. I think a lot of the friction has been taken away. To Damien's point, a lot of the friction has been taken away because of social media, and
Yeah,
so
but
Okay,
that kind of lowers the difficulty though, because like he said, the rejection isn't the same. In-person rejection is far worse than goddamn Instagram. If you get rejected on Instagram, you just keep scrolling. You get rejected in real life, you have to walk away from that person.
Yeah,
And those
yeah.
motherfuckers looking at you and lightweight in their
Yep.
head like, this nigga got me fucked up. And like, that's a whole different thing.
It takes a
And
lot
on top
more
of that,
to come back from that. You're right, Tommy. Because
the
Instagram, you sending out, you get rejected by one, you got like 5 other women, 10 other women you can send the same message to.
I was gonna say, niggas copy and paste. Literally.
Yeah.
Niggas will copy and paste and just send. And the
Because y'all are
conversation that you had.
manipulative and y'all don't know how to love us, period.
And I wanted to ask something too with that. The downside with that, what y'all are saying, it seems cute, but what's the probability? Because what happens is, another negative from the social media is most of these people do not know how to have a conversation in real life.
That's what I was just about to say.
When you're in front of their face, they cannot maintain your attention. They cannot stimulate any real thought. They don't know anything past, hey, how you doing? They're awkward as fuck because all they do is talk to people through keyboards. Like, so yeah, that's another like bad thing about too much of that.
I literally just said people come to YouTube like, where the function at? Like, get your weird ass the fuck off the internet. The fuck, go find you a friend.
Like I think what a lot of the people that didn't go through what we went through don't understand is it's a lot of subtle cues within the conversation face to face that you pick up and you notice and you kind of and you move the conversation that way that you don't get through a keyboard. And so that's why when they come face to face, they dry the pussy up. Cause like, what the fuck is this nigga talking about? And so you got this generation of niggas that's frustrated because they don't get why the conversation was great on Instagram. And then when we got face to face, you know, when I brought up Jack and Bra Z, she was like, what the fuck? It's like, yeah, nigga, that ain't it. You feel me? Like, so it's like the internet.
It's like Dragon Ball Z. So I don't know.
It's like the internet. It's a gift and a curse in some ways. Like, you know, the information, the internet, they gave us a whole bunch of good shit information.
So since y'all brought it up, do you lovely men know what other ways y'all dry up pussy?
It's a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Tell us, Sean. Tell us.
What are the ways? I want to hear this.
So it all depends on the woman. Like a woman feeling like you're not taking care of her in a way that she wants to be taken care of, whether that's emotionally, whether that's financially, things like that. A man not.
That was the only way I was looking for. All them other ways, I don't give a fuck. Yep, that's it right there.
Oh, damn. I guess
no, keep going.
There's more. Women hate dudes. Women hate dudes that don't have a plan, don't have action. Dudes that aren't about action, getting things done, handling things. If they gotta ask where you want to go, what you want to do, or what have you know.
Yes.
Women hate that shit. And
I was trying to talk to you.
It's an old trick that my OG taught me long time ago when I was out in the streets and I was out the bars. He was like, you kind of mastered this hollering at women thing if you can meet a woman and set up a date without asking a single question.
Right. What the fuck?
Like,
that
don't sit there and be like, and let me say, it seems it's harder. It's not as hard as people think. Like, say, for example, you want to ask somebody out, you have a conversation with her. You know, you just say, you know what? This was a great conversation. I was thinking about something. You know, every Wednesday I go to this place called Hillstone. They got this great Hawaiian ribeye. I think you would enjoy it. You should join me. I usually go on Wednesday at 8:00, you know, and then they'll be like, oh, I can't make it. Well, maybe I can switch it to Friday, but I really think you would enjoy it to come to go to Hillstone with me. And it's like, just try to, don't be forceful. Just don't ask the question, because I don't know why, like, if you ask a bunch of questions, it seems like you asking for permission. It kind of, and I feel like it puts you in the
submissive.
Yeah, the submissive way where
you like a bitch category, because I will say what it also does is it makes it seem like you need my help to impress me.
Yeah, you need to be a plan.
Impress me. Yeah.
Don't have a plan. That'll dry a vagina up quick.
It speaks
don't have a plan.
Lack of direction and lack of confidence, right? Like when you have to keep checking in with me for you to make a plan, no, it's not a good thing. And a lot of men do that. A lot of men do that. They're like, well, where do you want to go? Well, what do you want to do? Like everything's a fucking question. And you're looking at him like, okay, so when does your brain work and you just take initiative and make something happen? Like when does that happen?
Let me add a caveat to that though. The caveat to that is you motherfuckers are indecisive.
Nigga.
That's
Look,
why
this
you
ain't
should
no women.
Hey,
You
son, I
put
was
the
about to
plan
say that
together.
move,
Look, dig
That's
this,
why
right?
what
nigga.
Damien said makes sense. That's why you don't leave room for indecision. Hey,
Nah,
I go to such and such on Fridays. Want to join me? The end.
no, not even that. Not even that, right? So say for instance, right? Me and Lauren both in Dallas. If I be like, damn, you know what? I wanna go to Ocean Prime. Let's go to Ocean Prime. If What if she don't feel like seafood that day? One of the hardest things a man faces throughout the course of a day is asking a woman, what do you want to eat? Because
Nigga.
y'all know what y'all don't want to eat. Y'all may not know what the fuck you want to eat. So I would say, okay, you want to do Mexican, you want to do Italian, you want to do seafood, whatever. You got to give a few choices because I don't know what women y'all been dating, but the women that I've been dating, motherfuckers don't be knowing what the fuck they. My
Hey,
own
John, you
child
give that list,
is
say no to all of it, and then look at you like, what are you
yeah,
frustrated about?
literally.
Nigga, it ain't much left to eat. What, we gonna eat
This is what
grass?
you do to avoid that. And
Well,
this
you
is
got to
what
start naming things so they can be like, no, not that. No, not that. No, not that. I don't know what y'all experience has been, but that's
So
my experience.
you're mixing two different situations, right? You're talking about you're dating someone. You want to know what she wants to eat that day.
yeah.
We're talking about how to solidify a date with someone without coming across like you need them to lead you.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is like, it's not like, hey, I want to do something for you. You're saying, I'm like, I'm doing this already. It's good to have your company to something I'm already doing. I'm not planning everything about what you want to do. This is my world. I'm bringing you into my world so you can see how I get down. And if she's like, oh, whatever, you can, you don't believe that, Matthew? You don't believe that'll work? It's worked. I promise you. That's how I got my wife.
Now
A
wait a minute,
large
man.
body of water has never failed.
Why you keep thinking I got something against what you saying, nigga? I ain't got no
Because
problem with you.
I'm not saying you were talking. I
No,
saw your
I'm on
mouth
mute.
moving.
I ain't talking. I'm on mute,
Oh,
bro.
okay, my bad.
Look, I'm gonna say this. I'm about to slide. Lauren, you gotta help me in the chat with them niggas that have channel. We're gonna troll these niggas. But good show, Sean. I'm gonna keep
I got you.
These
moderating and
niggas
shit.
planning the troll.
Yeah, hey man, cause like I said, I agree with what y'all talking about mainly today. I don't really be on all that women bashing. Vinny seem like she about to start arguing. So I'm a slide, nigga. I'm cool.
Hold on, nigga, you not about to trigger
Wait, hold
Venus
on.
Van Bam.
Who
Yeah,
the
it's
fuck
like
is
throw the
this nigga?
grenade and leave.
No, wait, hold on. Who is this nigga? Like, why are you talking about me?
That's
You see
it.
what I mean? He gonna
Throw the
trigger Van
grenade
Bam.
and leave.
That's some
She did
bullshit.
drop a bomb and then laugh on you.
No, these be like these groupie ass niggas who be obsessed. I have no idea who that is. Like, why are you saying
Venus,
that?
Woosah, refocus.
Yeah.
Nah.
And I'm gonna
No,
tell
it
you
just
Don't
be
prove that.
annoying
Don't
because
prove it might be.
these be like the preschool games these grown ass men be playing. Like, I don't really get it. Like, nigga, if you want my attention, say that with your married ass. But anyway,
I think what Cats ain't doing, and I think they should be doing, is just like, I think if they're gonna really be out in these streets dating, they need to prep it like a test. They need to like do the work, the pre-work. Go outside, talk to people, go to like a bar, talk to people, get to know people, what have you, and then you take her to like one person like told me, it was like, if you move to a city, you don't know nobody. Go into like your neighbor bar, a cool little bar, and becoming like a regular. See the people, tip well so they recognize your face. You know, get to know the bartenders or the waitresses' names. So then you can, on a date, you can bring them there. They'd be like, "Oh, what's up?" They'd be like, "Hey, what's up, Dame? What's up?" Blah blah blah. And then you already have established yourself as some type of dude who has some type of status or what have you. And that's impressive. And then if you have a plan throughout the rest of the day, you do, but you got to get off them keyboards. You got to get outside. You got to go to restaurants and see what they food, so you can really know if there's an option. If she don't eat meat, oh yeah, that restaurant got an option for a vegetarian option. Oh, that restaurant got this or that and other. You really got to get out there and put yourself out there before you start in a date. A lot of dudes don't sit. They sit at their house all day and then want to be like, where you want to go on a date. You know, you need to know what's cracking in your city so you can lead the experience, not wait to her to create it, because she's gonna look at you as not a leader, and then you've already lost the battle.
Yeah,
I'm gonna just say, if y'all ever come out here to Lakeside at the Wynn, don't eat the dumplings.
Okay.
that's so fucking specific. hey, maybe we can get you get the shrimp fried rice. I heard that's successful.
damn.
Motherfucker,
Oh man.
these streets. Oh Lord. What if I want the woman to plan a date for me? Am I sassy? Is that sassy?
No.
You
Man,
saying it? Like you're telling her, I want you to plan it?
Yeah.
Like you pick and I'll pay kind of shit.
I'm not gonna call this a hypothesis. I'm gonna call this a theory because I think it's kind of proven. You motherfuckers will plan everything and move every mountain for the right nigga. Y'all will plan the first day. Y'all will pay for the first day. Y'all will do everything. I'm gonna keep going back to this. Lucky just interviewed Melly Monaco. If y'all didn't see it, go to her channel and watch it. And she picked Gilbert Arenas up. She paid for the first date. Whether he reimbursed her or not, it don't fucking matter. Not saying her, but a lot of women would have never done that for a regular nigga. But this nigga is a millionaire. And so it was deemed that it made sense to do that. Now, if that was a regular nigga, her friends would have been like, girl, you better not do that to girl. Hell no. I would never. But if the situation is advantageous to women, which y'all disagree, that you motherfuckers know when you better act different.
that's why niggas got to make themselves a catch, and
And
that's what these
remember,
niggas are arguing against and
Melly
fighting
European though too. She an American chick.
So
Hey, they do it here too. They do it here too.
I've never dated a man that was romantic, so I've always kind of planned dates.
You been dating sexist niggas? They've been mostly
Yeah.
I heard these niggas are corny. I don't know.
no, it don't surprise me because I've literally heard a lot of women in their 30s that ain't ever got flowers before, and I was like, nigga, what?
That's crazy.
Like all the flowers I post on I bought those. I didn't.
Nigga, we was in high school at the bar station and literally would buy 2 or 3 of the single roses and go to school and pass them.
Hey,
like,
Tommy,
the fuck?
You go to Pier 39, they got women selling flowers on. We be on dates at Pier 39 in high school, snatching up flowers from the
Pier
vendor.
39 is a pure cheat code. If niggas can't date in the Bay Area, you're a fucking bozo. All this water out here, you niggas.
Lauren, I'm interested, right? Based on what you said. So any in terms of what you would like to share with us, what do you feel like is your most memorable, like romantic type date? Like, based on whatever you're comfortable sharing.
I mean, I planned it.
Oh, you planned it. Okay. Damn.
Yeah, it was for my birthday.
But the guy,
Jesus Christ.
Like no guys, they just don't plan like romantic dates. So in your head, right? What would qualify as a romantic date for you? How would that look?
That might be what it is, but I don't know what I would expect from a dude. So I don't know. Like what I would think is romantic.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm shocked even if they know what type of flower I like.
That's literally a question asked during the dating like what what the fuck is going on in this world?
You know
like
what?
They can see the flowers on my post and still say it's a daisy or something. I'm like,
I gotta be honest. I don't ask that question anymore, Tommy. You just made me think about that. And Lauren, I looked at your profile and I didn't even notice flowers were on there. Like, damn, that's crazy.
I post them like almost every.
I would be completely unaware.
I put them on my story though. I don't post anymore. I just put them on my story.
Wow.
Damn.
And that's why you got to have that conversation before the date so you can kind of see, you're on IG, I post flowers and blah, blah, blah. It should spark some kind of like, okay, let me go on IG, check out what kind of flowers you like and say, if you're going to go that route.
I thought that's what people use social media for, is you can kind of investigate a little before.
That's what the good ones use it for.
People use social media to meet people and have sex. Not to pay attention to the details, if we being honest.
Wow.
It's
God, dudes is out here game goofy like crazy.
Then a motherfucker.
You could tell what type of music I'm into based on my posts. Like it's so much stuff you can see on somebody's social media, and they'll still try to play some like you play rap all day, and then they try to play jazz in the car.
Yo, hey,
I've been slapping some Mary J. Blige.
Like this made me think about something you said before. That's funny as shit.
I know
Look,
you and Tommy better shut up.
yo, that's
Up
funny
here.
as shit, son. Look,
Don't say nothing.
I just got
What I
caught.
do? What I do?
And I be fucking up my
I'm a
bag.
good listener, so I remember shit. Look, do any of y'all think that social media makes it harder to be faithful, or at any point? I
No,
ain't-
No,
not for you,
I think that's an
for people,
excuse.
for people.
no, yeah, no.
They
People
wasn't faithful way before
exactly.
social media.
So
They was messaging bitches in the bottle.
this like so.
This was
God
back
damn.
in that time.
Ah, God
Like you
damn.
said, they were
They was
setting up
sending
smoke
pigeons.
signals.
Damn.
Nah,
Pigeons and shit.
I think it's a like when you get to that, I think it's I don't want to say maturity thing, but I think it's like just kind of like a where you at in your life type of thing. Because like what you were saying about like what you would say to the younger you, that's a hard one for me to say because I think a lot of the experience I went through, like now when I look back on it, a lot of that shit was based on like traumas I went through that I didn't even identify as traumas because it was just everyday shit. So it's like when I tell niggas, like niggas was hanging up Superman posters on their wall and I was hanging up obituaries, like that was a real fucking life. Like one of my best friends, shit, I think I was what 13 or whatever. Nigga stole a car, smashed that motherfucker. We see this nigga dead in the driver's seat. And then we at school the next day. So when we was moving at that age, this future that people be talking about, we wasn't realistically looking towards. So I tell people all the time, like, now that I think about it, it's crazy, but back then I didn't. I ain't never took an SAT. Ever. Never seen that test in my life. I took the ACT only because it got me out of class, and I never even went back to look at the results. Because college, nigga, we out here thugging. Fuck you like college. It was literally day to day. I explain to people all the time when they be like, why do niggas that sell drugs spend their money like that? It's because niggas ain't planning for a future. Niggas ain't putting in no 401k, nigga, because I might get smoked tomorrow. So that translates into how you deal with women too, because it's like, I'm not dealing with this woman and I know in a way of like, oh, marriage or this, that, or the other, when I know that shit, tomorrow I might not be here. I just seen my homeboy, he was here yesterday, he gone. So I think I think it's that plus I think at that young of an age, like you said, Sean, when you have that access, like that's why I laugh at these niggas that be talking about, we need to tell the young guys to have this dick discipline. A young nigga with dick discipline is a nigga with no options. Period, point blank.
I disagree.
Well, okay, so
Because I think that's coming from a street mentality of people. When you're going to, like, that's the
no,
person that
okay.
was just up here that
Hold
said
on,
what he's
Lucky.
going to tell his son.
Lucky, go to a college and I'll show you what the white boys is doing. It ain't
I'm
just
not talking
niggas out
about,
here slanging dick.
but listen to the person that came up here with a perspective that people that worked for him, right? If you don't introduce the pussy to know what it even feels like and you're intentional in the first place, I understand peer pressure might win, but my point is the reason being is because you're introduced to it in the first place. So now you want it all the time. You wake up hard. If and you probably come from an environment where when you was young and you was a teenager, oh, he look good, he gonna have women, it depends on the environment. There are some people who can be attractive that are also in college that can have the options, but they're not fucking different women because they maybe want a wife. I think that
Well,
the
Tim
opinion of the
Tebow.
person that came up here that said what he was gonna share his son, this is the reason why I think it's more effective. Because once you start having different experiences, now you have a lot of shit to go off of, whereas too many experiences can also be a problem for you to now be disciplined to meet something or to actually be intentional. Now you don't want to wait. You see what I'm
But
saying?
you kind of got to, but you got to consider where he at, like where he's at, his
Well,
values set at. Because if he's a dude who's like, 20, was like, I see what Cats is doing. I really want to get married. How do I navigate the dating thing in order to get that? That's a different conversation. And you got a dude who's like, hey, I want to be a club promoter. My boys, and you got women come out of, I love this life, or what have you. you got to have two different conversations and be like, okay, you can do this, but if long term, if you're looking for somebody to settle down with, here's what some of the repercussions that may happen because you were in that life before. You can't change person's motivation and values. All you can do is say you got to give advice in line with where they are and let them know if you stay there, it might be tough to get out of there.
Yeah, but we can't also think that because a man is choosing not to be a whore, that he don't have the options or the ability to become one.
No, I'm not saying that. Tim Tebow had plenty of options. He chose to abstain. Tim Tebow's a football player, decent looking white dude, had pussy thrown at him. He decided not to. That was literally based upon super strong Christian values. The nigga was a missionary. So what I'm saying is that's a minority. The majority, and what I'm saying is it's not a black issue. It's an American issue. Everything is over-sexualized in this country. So at 18, it's no different than at 18. If you give a nigga a Prius, they probably ain't gonna speed so much. You get that same 18-year-old nigga a Ferrari, he gonna be out of here. If you give an 18-year-old nigga these options, 9 times out of 10, not saying that's impossible, but 9 times out of 10, a nigga gonna exercise them.
Yeah, and male like chastity and virginity ain't looked at as favorable as female, even by women. Women look at dudes like who has slept with at least a couple of women, funny looking. They don't take them serious and think something wrong with them.
That comes from men.
Nah, that comes from women.
No, because hold on, I can tell you why they don't.
We're not gonna do that
because women want the niggas that's wanted by other women.
Sean just said earlier, y'all get validation from other men. So that means that men are shaming other men if he ain't got no pussy.
But women want the nigga that's wanted by other niggas.
How will women know if he fucked or not? How will we know if he's a virgin or not? How will we know?
Yeah, come on now.
He's probably no. He's probably going to announce that.
No. We're not talking about elevate from your normal environment. How would a woman know whether or not this man is a virgin? Because you have men who aren't virgins who still can't fuck. So tell me, how would she know?
Well, no. All I'm saying is like a dude who has luck and been there's a certain confidence and a certain kind of air about a dude who's had success with women or has access to women pretty effortlessly. You know that you can recognize the dude
access just because he's a virgin.
No. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying that, but the dudes who've done it, it's different. It's like, which is you're talking about something that's like the unicorn, this handsome virgin who's chosen to be. Handsome. Oh well, there's a different world.
Perfect example, bro.
The way that I'm just saying the way that y'all word stuff is just to assume, getting dick twins, people ain't getting no pussy.
If you give
why are we? I don't know.
If you give most 18-year-olds $1 million, they're gonna blow it. You're gonna have a couple of them that might do well with it. But 9.9 out of 10 of them are gonna blow it. That's just what they do because you're young and you're an idiot. We're not gonna focus on that 0.1 that, oh no, but this guy over here, he had the same thing. Like, yes, there is a possibility. Absolutely. It's not assumed. Like I said, that's why I brought up Tim Tebow. He was a high-profile football captain of the football team, a star. He chose not to have sex. It's not an impossibility that you can be a catch and still be a virgin. What I'm saying is that's the extreme minority, and it's because this country is hypersexualized. It's not just our community; it's in general. It's in the movies, it's in the music videos, it's not just the rap ones, rock ones, all of them. It's in our culture. That's I was in elementary school.
I think it's the peer pressure men give as well.
I'm serious.
Okay, hold on.
Male virginity is seen as a novelty in society. It's not seen as something that's looked on favorably.
Men.
Again, I'm going to repeat. It's in movies. It's in TV shows. It's in music. It's literally in every aspect of our life, and that's even when we was growing up. It's sex.
I remember.
The thing that they say is sex sells.
Yeah. That's my little brother was 21, and little brother didn't have sex. He was 21. I used to be in the clubs. I was doing my promotion thing. When I told, I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna bring my brother out on his 21st birthday or whatever." And the girls was like, "Does he look like you?" I was like, "Well, he a virgin." Blah blah blah. They was like, "Oh, you need to bring him. You need to bring him." These chicks was on his ass, and I'm not talking about playful. These chicks would have put it on him. If he was of that mind state. So it was like women saw his virginity the same way men saw it, something to conquer. Oh, this dude gonna remember me. I'm gonna put it on him. He gonna never forget me. Women think that same way, depending on the environment. They wait. They were salivating, waiting for me to bring my little brother to the spot.
7th grade,
so
Antoinette Cannon had me trapped in the bathroom because she was trying to get some on my mama.
Because
I locked
she already
myself
knew
in
you
the
were a
bathroom.
whore. That's the point.
No, I wasn't fucking in 7th grade. I was a virgin.
I'm sorry. I thought you said.
Yes, he was.
I thought you.
No, I definitely wasn't.
I was running from women
I
then
thought you
too.
said something else.
I was running
But
from
no,
girls then.
what I'm saying is the peer pressure that men put on other men has a lot to do with why y'all think it's okay to be hypersexuals, because you want to go back to your homies and say, hey, I got that one.
Mm-hmm.
It's not women. We've been dreaming and planning our wedding from day one. We've always wanted to be with a woman. Yes, when you're in order to make this argument to say it's the same with women, is I would have to understand how often.
Wait,
and
you
I
say
go
what?
talk
Y'all
to
always want
different
to be with
women.
what?
She
Do we
definitely said
really
with a
be-
woman.
I heard what you said. I heard it too.
Okay. We all heard the same thing. Okay.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, if you
You
are
said you always
actually
want to be with a woman.
huh?
You said y'all always wanted to be with a woman.
Did you mean to say that?
You said
I mean,
women
did
always
y'all-
want to
did
be
you-
with a woman.
Oh, I meant to say a man. Sorry.
Freudian
But
slip.
no, but I get what y'all the joke now. No, but what I'm saying is the way that men and women have looked at relationships is from a different aspect. Maybe it's just my environment or the people that I know. I don't remember in high school a whole bunch of women teaming up around other women or other girls, pressuring them like, girl, did you fuck him tonight? Girl, you better do. That wasn't where the peer pressure came from. You get what I'm saying? So
But
the girls that I knew that were having sex in high school, it was because they was in love with him. They was holding hands. They was doing all of this. The dude in high school get a lot of browning points from other men from knocking down a whole bunch of other girls. Even going into college, where that behavior from them same type of men perpetuates in college. You see what I'm saying? So to make it the same, to say it's women, no, it's other men that are going to shame other men if they're virgins versus women, because we really don't know.
so let me give you the point of view from the men, because so this is kind of like how when you guys are with men, you guys see a side that we don't see because them niggas come back and lie to us. That story I just told you in 7th grade happened in 8th grade with another chick. The chick I lost my virginity to, that bitch pushed the issue on me. Now again, maybe I'm a fucking unicorn or some shit out here, but that's literally my experience.
I'm
And
not saying I don't want you to. I get what you. I'm not. I don't. I get the point you're making, but that wasn't. I'm not saying women don't want to have sex with men who are virgins. That actually goes with what I'm saying when you say the discipline part. The only part that I'm trying to get y'all to highlight and acknowledge was the point that Sean introduced earlier. Y'all do these things for validation from other men, not women. And because by the time those women are already sexually active, stuff like that, yeah, of course there are a lot of women who like the men who is already getting this. Or yeah, I want a virgin, or whatever the case may be. I'm sure at a 40 years old, I don't think a woman would want a virgin no more, right? But what I'm saying, by and large, the things that perpetuate y'all behavior is because y'all get validation from other men. It's nothing about women.
But
Hold on.
what I was saying, what that had nothing to do with me being a virgin. What I'm saying is they push that issue, and what I'm saying is they damn sure ain't pushing that issue to go holler at niggas and say, "Girl, I fuck that nigga." I mean, to say, "Hey, nigga, I fuck that nigga." They're going back to homegirls and relaying their information. They ain't coming back to the niggas and going, "Oh yeah, I just knocked your homeboy down."
Yeah, it's. I get what you're saying, Lucky. Two things can be true at the same time. Yes, a byproduct of having sex with a lot of women is male validation, where you could possibly move yourself up the social hierarchy in with your friends and stuff like that. Yes, I get that. But it also, the reason is not just because it's validated. That shit feels good as fuck. I mean, they want to do it because it feels good, and and a lot of times it feels like they're enjoying themselves. If having sex sucked, there would be no validation from men. It's because it feels good, and they know that historically the women have the power in that dynamic, and they feel like if you get a lot of women, you've shifted the power dynamic on who has access to sex. But
I
it's
ain't gonna
I
lie
guess
to you.
maybe
A
because
lot of them niggas lied. Because when my partners was putting on it, them niggas.
we can't hear you. What
what are you
well,
saying?
till he come back. What I was just saying was just the only I wasn't ignoring y'all. I guess I was just on one side of the point. I don't remember, just for me and my friend circle, I'm not gonna high five no bitch because she got fucked by a nigga. I literally was that friend. I'm the friend that people cannot tell that much of the truth to because of my response, because of how I hold myself accountable in my real life. You get what I'm saying?
Because
So
every dude's been wanting to fuck you since you was young. Since soon as you developed, every dude has been wanting to have sex with you in one form or other. Or so there's no achievement there. You don't have to do anything in order to get it in most cases. Don't get me wrong. If she fucked, Michael B. Jordan, some chicks will be giving some high five because then that's an achievement. But men to get it, especially at a young age, and get it consistently to other men, yes, it's an achievement in those dynamics to where dudes get accolades for it.
And I think that's the part that I think was getting lost too. Is that's why I said when you have options, more than likely you're going like 18-year-olds aren't typically disciplined. Period. At 18, you're usually a fucking idiot. You can go to colleges and 18 to 21-year-olds, you ain't looking at disciplined people. So that was my point of if you're actually having these options, again, that's my experience of having options where the shit was I was literally rejecting it like not, and it was still being thrown. At 18, 17, 16, that's some shit that you ain't built to be quote unquote disciplined about, because if you add on there, like you said, Lucky, with your homeboys pressure you, and then like I said, just society in general, where when we grew up, we had what we call Skinamax. We had Showtime, HBO, Real Sex. Like,
You don't
I
you
don't
don't
think people go ahead, Jeff.
you don't think 18-year-olds can be disciplined in that way?
Okay, listen to what I'm explaining to you.
Mhm.
Yes, they can.
Mhm.
Typically, they don't. A car
Mainly
can float, but
and
most of the
that's
time, it ain't.
and that's because mainly their bad behavior is validated by people telling them, "Oh, you're young, enjoy your life." You're not
No, it's
Yeah, it
because you're
is.
not developed yet. Again,
So you
if
don't
what you
think their
said,
bad behavior is excused when they're young?
It can be both. It can be excused, and it can be that they're not developed yet. Think about it
True,
too.
but
You got
You
it.
just said it.
You got it, Jay.
true. I acknowledge that, but it's
Mhm.
I'm saying that's because of the fact that they're not fully developed. People assume they're not fully developed because they're young. Then they kind of excuse their bad behavior because of that. That's what I'm saying. They're both kind of, you know.
I mean, you got to think about it. At 18, when I got a job, I didn't give a fuck about benefits. What are you paying me? Why? Because I was a child in the brain. I didn't give a fuck about a 401k. I didn't give a fuck about no medical, dental. What is you paying me? What is going in my pocket? That's
Yeah.
because I'm young and I'm dumb and etc. etc. So this is why I have so much of an issue when people look at like these athletes and they go, "Oh my God, why are they acting like that?" And it's like the nigga's 22 with $1 million. What the fuck do you expect? I can literally give you story after story after story of motherfuckers in the military that you don't know about that have done far worse than these niggas in the NFL.
You know what, Tommy, and Lucky brought something up that made me think about what Matthew said. Matthew was basically saying his approach was, waiting for a year with his wife. But what Matthew also said after that is he moved. I believe he said
From Cincinnati.
he moved from Cleveland. I think he said
Cleveland, because
he
he was
moved from
wilding out.
Yes, exactly. So, which the thing is, when I'm talking about talking to the younger me, I'm talking about high school and college. You know what I'm saying? You in your teens and in your 20s. All that shit, nobody ain't thinking that deeply about none of this shit. And nobody, let me say marriage. Motherfuckers wasn't thinking about marriage. You thinking about fun. And I said this last night I think I was on Venus' show last night. I said this. I'm in a frat party in college, and you in line and you strolling, women are grabbing your dick. I can't say it no other way. You know what I'm saying? Like the cues are coming through. They sweaty with big ass muscles. The women are rubbing all on them, and women are going home with you at the end of the night. Period. At the end of that frat party, women are lined up, ready to go home with you. And I'm not exaggerating, not one bit. The star athlete in high school and college, women are going back to the dorm or the shitty apartment with them. It's just a thing. It is what it is. And there's no deep thought to it. It ain't nothing about marriage. And even when women, we hear y'all talk about y'all whole phase, they talk about a whole phase happening when they were in college, which means you're in your early 20s. All this deep shit that we acting like was happening then, it wasn't fucking happening then. Nobody, everybody's just
my bad.
Everybody's having fun at that point. So we, yes, us
Do you
now.
think it's happening with Gen Z now?
That's one thing. Say that again.
Do you think that's happening with Gen Z now, though?
More so now than ever.
Majority of like my nieces and nephews, when I talk to them, I mean, they're a bit shy talking about relationships, but I don't get a vibe they care about dating or anything. Like, they cool with people. Like, my niece is 21 and she lives with her boyfriend. But if you go over there, it seems like they're roommates. Like, they're not really in love, I guess you would say.
Do you think it's like sex happening in that roommate relationship?
I don't know, because they smoke a lot, so I don't know.
Hey, I don't know many men that's gonna be roommates with a girl, especially if she's pretty and it's not some sex.
I don't know. It's just that like their
Especially
vibe
at
is
that
just me
age.
friends. They seem like best
Lorraine,
friends.
come on, don't delude yourself now.
But
I'm
Sean,
serious.
You just don't want to see it because you see her when she was 3 years old with pigtails. That's what it is.
I've said this with, I see some cats that like come from the hood and they'll go, oh, I came from the same neighborhood and I didn't sell dope. And like, one of my things is it goes back to options. Some of you niggas that had an option to. It's not because you was morally over something. It's not because, oh, you abstained or you had this. No, nigga, you ain't had an option. You wasn't plugged in. You was scared. Whatever the fucking thing was, It ain't because, a motherfucker came to you with a half ounce and you was like, no, I'm not gonna do that. No, it's
I'ma
like,
just
nigga,
say
you
this:
wasn't
you come
plugged
to me
in.
right now, I'm about to be selling drugs. I don't give a fuck with this economy.
Say we cooking up.
Listen to this thug.
But Lauren, at your niece's age, is she talking about marriage? Right. So one of the favorite words that women have been using in the last few years is projection. Older women will project that onto her because men ain't doing that. You know what I'm saying? Mostly. You know what I'm saying? And they'll be like, oh, when you gonna get married? Have you found a husband yet? And this and that. And you know what I'm saying? She ain't thinking about that. She's enjoying life. She got a little boyfriend and they doing what they doing. They smoking, they chilling, they living life.
Yeah,
So
my daddy
they
did.
enjoy working and they're just trying to graduate. Like they don't even think about
Yeah, they
the future
focus.
like
That's
that.
what's up.
exactly. So that's when a bunch of fucking be happening. Not saying
Yeah,
yes,
it's like
it's fucking.
exactly.
Just,
Don't let it fool you.
well, yeah,
What's
but
happening in the house.
at that point, everybody's still young,
Angel.
good, bodies intact. You know what I'm saying, and everything. And you get to that college campus. That's why the high school boyfriend and girlfriend gets dumped all the time, damn near. Because you get to that college campus and you see real grown men with real muscles. You know what I'm saying?
Wait,
You see
hold
real grown women with nice bodies, and that shit is different.
Question.
And you get to fuck your professor.
Yeah.
Damn, that's specific, son.
Hey, Professor Ogilvy.
Wait, I have a question, Sean, because don't most of the married people who are college educated meet in college?
I don't know how to quantify that.
I think I read a stat like that.
I don't know.
So here's what I'm
And
getting
that's
at.
a talking point, Venus, to help you out. That's a talking point.
Wait, hold on. Here's what I'm getting at too, because like I was gonna say it's a cultural thing, honestly. And African Americans, they're not thinking about it. But something I seen just being in the South was that I meet so many young married people. I mean 22, 24, 20, like that. So I don't know if that's a American thing as much as it's like an African Americans aren't prioritizing marriage as much, in my opinion. Everybody I met here, I have neighbors who just got married. They're 23. The dude that I see at Starbucks every day, 26, was just bragging about popping a question. So these are white people. So again, I don't know if this is true, but it just seems like Black people are the least concerned about marriage. So I can't really say it's an age thing more than it's a culture thing.
can
It's
see.
black men. Black men.
Damn.
No, them black women was fucking, and they wasn't thinking.
No, that's because they knew. That's because they knew
Shit, the
that's what
white
they
women
get out
was
of it.
too.
Exactly.
They'll get married though. Like that's the crazy shit. They
my
will go out
gosh.
in school and then somebody will still marry their ass at the
Wait,
end.
Lauren, you from Texas, right?
Mhm.
How do you consider North Carolina the South?
Yeah,
You do?
yeah.
I guess I stand corrected. Fuck.
That shit like a tweener.
Why are you speaking
Like-
on the South as if you're from here? You're
Like
like
when I
me.
was in
You're not from
Virginia.
here.
Virginia is the most tweener. I don't know if Virginia is the East Coast or the South. Them niggas, they wear Timbs and some gold teeth. It's like, what are you niggas? But what Venus said, I experienced that in the military. Like when I came in the military, I turned 21 in boot camp, and I'm looking at niggas that's like 19 that was married. I'm going, what the like, huh?
It's black people who ain't shit and ain't never gonna be shit. Okay.
Shout out to Lux.
Black men.
I mean, I got married at 21. So
See?
You say you did?
Okay, wait. Okay,
Hey, hold on.
hold on. We gotta unpack this.
Right.
Yeah.
You've
You
been
always wanna
married and the
unpack
nigga's
something.
never been romantic. What the?
no, I think it's just the type of guys I've been with. They're not that type.
Wait, so if
Fucking
you
with them
don't
thugs.
mind, if you don't mind answering, then so what made you marry this person? Like, what was it about the
I got
person?
real religious.
Okay, I
Real
understand.
religious.
Oh. Would you do that differently in retrospect?
Not be religious.
I mean, no, getting
Not
married.
marry them.
Married young.
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't recommend it.
He had them 84s, huh?
Can I ask you a question?
He was broke.
Is it that you
Yeah,
wouldn't
I got you.
recommend it because your situation didn't work out?
And Venus, that's for you.
I don't know too many people who have a set foundation at 21. So that's why I don't know if
It's because
they
you're
will be
black.
strong enough.
Only reason why I asked because I have a friend that I've been friends with since we were 12. She got married at 18. I thought she was crazy, right? She's still married to him and they got 6 kids. But look at me. I was engaged to nigga. I can't stand and we got a baby together. You see what I'm saying? So it's like I think it's more so if people want to be together, they want to be together. We act like because you is too young according to what? Because we see motherfuckers that's a certain age on here, they still can't figure this shit out.
Okay.
They got all the experience.
That's my thing though.
47.
That's why I
all the
don't like
excuses.
giving advice. Like I want to be able to have like a full opinion about something, but it's like just because I had a bad experience, I don't know if I would tell my nieces like don't do it. If she decided she wanted to marry her boyfriend, I'll be like, go for it. But would I do it again? Like if I had another chance, I don't know if I would do it.
But
you want
all
to
you
be
can really
married
do is like if you
ever?
see common things happening in her situation
I don't
happening in
know. I'm
yours, you
waiting
can
for
tell her to
somebody
just
to
be
have a
like,
real reason to get married. Like I need to.
Okay.
What's the real
Like-
reason? I just want to know.
to get married.
A benefit.
Yeah, I'm sure
For her,
everybody
for her.
up here. What's the real reason?
Wait, like for her though, what will be a real reason? Because she said she needs to be like convinced to do it again. So what would a man do to make you be like, okay, I want to get married again?
Shit, buy her some flowers at this point. Goddamn.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Let's
Cook a
start
dinner
there.
for her.
Let's
You
start
I'll tell
there.
y'all nothing.
I was right, my nigga.
Y'all
Yeah.
so
I
trash.
don't know. The only thing I see that's a benefit is it's easier to get your name changed if you get married. Like if you wanted to have the same name.
Goddamn.
What you call it? Marriage
What
ain't for everybody. Like
what
realistically, and this
man?
is the way I look at it, and it's gonna be a little egotistical, but I don't give a fuck. Is like marriage, 50% of them fail, and another 20% are in marriages that should be over because the motherfuckers don't like each other. They're just going through the motions, whatever. So about 70% of marriages ain't working. There's 30% of marriages that's doing what they're supposed to be doing, running eye. And I feel like if you in that 30%, you are the relationship Green Berets. You the Navy SEALs of the relationship. You putting in the work. You getting past the hard times. You stood the test of time, and you guys have the same end goal in mind, and y'all working your ass off to it. That's what I feel like,
So,
and I feel like
Damien,
what's up? But
I was gonna say because listen what you saying. So what did they do? What did those couples do where they've been married for 20, 30, 40 some years and they're still married? Because we ain't gonna say cheating is not a new thing. Bitches being overweight is not a new thing. Her doing, you know what I'm saying? All this stuff is not new. It just seemed like the way that people handle it, or I'm gonna say the like I think Venus kind of hinted on it when bringing up the social media. It's the inflation of thinking you have all these quote unquote options, when really options are people that will really be with you because they fuck with you, right? So I'm trying to think, what did they do then that these people can't do now? What would you think?
Like I said, they kept they number one, they met with somebody whose values were in line, so they had the end game was the same. Like, we want to be at this place at a certain place. This is the kind of situation we want to end up in. We want to end our life to get in this situation. We want kids, we want a house, we want to be comfortable, we want to, so they have the same values in line. Like, they lay down those values up front. Like, what are the things that's the death penalty to our relationship? It's probably, what are the things that are the death penalty to our relationship? Cheating. Like, me and my wife, we got death penalty crimes that could be committed in our relationship that know it's going to be in. Anybody cheat, it's over. Anybody get on drugs, is over. Anybody start abusing the kids, is over. You consistently lying or whatever, keeping stuff from them, it could possibly be over. You know, there's other little things that are preferences that it can be, that's malleable, but there's some foundations that are just what it is. And then I find you go ahead. What you gonna say, Venus?
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead and finish.
Yeah, I find value in her to where it motivates me to not do all of these things that I know we've established are the end of our relationship. You know, you go ahead, sis. I know you want to say something. Just go ahead.
Oh no, I was looking at Poppy Blanco's comment. And
yeah.
I was gonna say, this is my point though. When I talk about Black men, they do not value marriage at all, and that's why the culture is the way it is. It's shit like this. But
the reason,
like
I saw my parents married. I came from a married couple. Well, my stepdad, my mom got a divorce and she met my stepdad, and they've been married almost 50 years. And he raised me, and his thing was, if you got he instilled in me that the reason why he was able to like make it through some of the hard times, because he had his struggles, like he had a struggle with drinking, he had, you know, and all this kind of stuff, and he made it through all that stuff, is because the love that my mom gave her. And that's what he said that kind of helped him through shit and kind of supported him, the support that he got help him make. And he's always kind of put in me, man, when you find you a wife, that can be the best or the worst thing. So choose wisely, because if you find a wife, you're going to make more money, you're going to live longer, you're going to be healthier than you ever lived. You could have possibly been by yourself. And I believe that. So I was open to the fact when I divested myself from like the wild shit, I was open to the fact of finding a wife and, like, you know, really seeing what he was saying was 100, you know. And it's you know, the like I said, this is my second marriage. My first one, I was in the military. Tommy, you know, the military the military pushed marriage on everybody like crazy. So we got married because of the military, and then didn't work out. They was only married a year, and I've been with my wife for 17 years. And it's just
now,
like,
I think what's interesting in what you're saying, Venus, is I kind of see, I think Black men value it when another Black man is in it. And what's crazy is I think it'd be the opposite with the women. And I say that because I say, like, and it's anecdotal, but like between when I was in the military and at the crib, even we was single and wild, we made sure our married niggas, hey, go chill out. Hey, we about to do this. Hey, go chill out. Hey, we about to go. On the contrary, you know what I see the women do? Girl, come out. Girl, come on. Like, or even in the advice category. Like, when I chop it up with my married niggas, I'm giving them advice to stick that shit the fuck out. We will often, the single niggas will often even tell the married niggas, like, oh yeah, nigga, we trying to get to where you at. Like that type of shit. Literally see the opposite with the single Black women with their married friends. Now again, I'm not. No, I'm saying with the advice and stuff.
Look at the thought. I just want to be like, I'm not trying to come at nobody, but I have to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just look at the mentality of the people. Read this. Like, even the way they just talk about women in general, they don't
Venus,
even.
I don't take YouTube serious. That's why I talk real life shit. I don't.
Let me tell you. Let me answer the men.
Wait, can I finish, please?
Go ahead.
You don't have to take YouTube serious when you could look at real life and look at the marriage rates, look at the single mother rates. The behavior in real life is reflective of this type of thinking.
Yeah. What's called there is a certain element. People who that's like not knowing that there's the platinum package if you buying something. What a woman is willing to do for you and how far she's willing to go is greatly elevated when you marry her. You know why? Because you've elevated her over every other woman on this planet. Like say you go into something, it's like, who you bringing? Or I'm bringing my girlfriend. People are like, all right, whatever. If you say I'm bringing my wife, that she automatically has status in their eyes, in society eyes. That's what it is. It's like if you men have no clue. Women are willing to, you think, oh my, I'm already fucking her. She's already cooking for me. She's already sucking my dick like I wanted to do. You don't have no idea how all that shit is get taken to the next level when you actually marry a woman. And you've made a promise out loud in front of everybody you love. I'm promised to provide and protect and do this for this woman until I die. You don't know how much more you get from a woman when you do that. Dudes just don't. I don't think that because maybe they ain't seen it, whatever. But you have no clue how that shit gets taken up to the 10th level if you really marry. If you really devote yourself and tell the world you devoted yourself to this woman.
So we got Lux up here, but Tommy and Lux, y'all just had Lux, you said married men in the military cheat like hell, and Tommy said people. Lux, I want to hear your case, and I want to hear what Tommy has to say about that.
Okay, so I just came up to say, based on my 11 years in the military, I saw men cheating left and right. So, in my opinion, I feel like they used to always tell us the top 1% of the American population serves in the military. I feel like the top shittiest 1% of American people serve in the military. Them men be dogging women out. And people in general do cheat, but I saw it more so coming from the men than the women.
Tommy,
So
you
that's
gonna
what
tell
I
her? Or
have
you
to
want me to
say.
tell her?
You can
Yeah,
say
she full
whatever,
of shit.
but
No
I did
offense,
my
but
11 years.
hold
So I'm
on.
just telling you what I saw.
When we went on deployment,
I was
Tell
deployed
her.
too.
niggas saw wedding band shadows. When we went on deployment, it was a whole lot of wives that turned into girlfriends. When we went on
Exactly.
Oh yeah,
deployment,
everybody had deployment
hold
booties.
on. When we went on deployment in Norfolk, Virginia, them motherfucking Marine wives would literally be walking through the mall saying they need a nigga for the year. Go talk to a lot of these Marines that are supposed to
So
come
are
back
we
with
gonna act like
$35,000 in
people
their
that
bank account and came back with 1,000 because she spent it on the next nigga.
that's his fault? He should have vetted better and chose a better wife.
Damn.
So, but like I said, when I and he said exactly what I was gonna say. I've been on these TDYs
But are we?
and
Hold on, Damien.
smashing
Are we gonna
married
act? But we're gonna
women.
act like men aren't cheating too in the
No,
military.
we're not saying that. We're not saying
Okay,
that. But
that's
No,
you,
the
no, no,
only
no.
reason I
You would.
came up here because I
That's
wanted
my
to make sure
problem.
that y'all
You
covered
would never hear
everything.
a man say
men don't
the
cheat.
women are crazy in the military because we know the niggas
Everybody
is too.
is. Married
But
people
Yeah.
left and right cheat, but the fact that you strictly said initially that the women would tell the women, "Oh, let's go out," the men did too. I was the friend with all of the friends that the niggas were trying to cheat with. I've been there. That's why I came up here.
Look, y'all got an interesting thing. So what we came to is that everybody in the military that's married is susceptible to cheating. Not saying everybody does, but men and women both do it. No
I'm gonna
different.
say 95%.
Right. So look, this is the
yeah,
question. Lux, I'm glad you're here because I need women's opinions on this. Is marriage a fairy tale or a nightmare?
Damn, it ain't no in between.
Yeah.
Yeah. Damn, Shaw. Damn.
I don't know. So it
You want the
depends.
knife or the gun?
well, I
So
think to
We're gonna
go
start with
ahead.
Lux.
No, you
Lux.
can go ahead.
No. I want to start with the women
Um,
first. I want to start with the women first. Lux,
it's
you
like
knew.
certain circumstances or situations, like who you pick. Depending on if you end up with the right person, it could be a fairy tale. But if you end up with the wrong person and people do change, it's a nightmare. That's why I said, is there a gray area or anything in between? So it just depends.
Maybe so, maybe not. Lucky, what you think?
Oh, I was muted. I think the type of marriage that I would admire is a fairy tale, but reality, it sounds like it's a nightmare.
Phoenix, what's your opinion on it?
Oh, what's the question?
Do you think marriage just seems like it's more of a nightmare or a fairy tale?
At this point, it seems like a nightmare. Like the thought process of a lot of these people, I feel like it would be like misery for women. Like I actually feel bad. I think it would be a nightmare.
Lauren, what's your? I know it's based on experience and all that too, but what do you overall think about marriage?
It can be a fairy tale. Based on the talking points that people use in this space, I would think it's a nightmare based on what the expectations are, and there seems to be no wiggle room, no gray area. Just you're just set in stone to do this job for the rest of your life. And in my experience, it's not like that at all. That's why I can say it's in between for me.
Mhm.
It can be a fairy tale. It's just you got to really be committed.
Fellas, what y'all got, Damien, Tommy?
I mean, like I said, it's in between. It's not either one. It's not a no relationship with two people involved is going more than one person is going to be a fairy tale, but it damn sure ain't a nightmare. It's something you need to work at. It's like a good paying job. You still got to work at it, and if you got the right job, you got great benefits, and you're getting paid, you're getting compensated nicely for it. You know, it's not a nightmare or a dream.
Tommy, what you think, bro?
I'm about to kick some game. If you expect a fairy tale, you're going to receive a nightmare.
Damn.
I think the problem with a lot of people, men and women, is you go into marriage and you expect what Kevin Samuels says, the Disney shit. And the problem is the real part of marriage is the under the hood shit. The Ferrari looks good, but what makes it go is that dirty ass engine. And the problem is when people got to get to that part, that's when the shit starts getting real. And I think everything is cute, you know, when you hugged up and it's the honeymoon phase and yada yada yada. But it gets ugly when you can't stand this motherfucker. It gets ugly when, you know, she's on the other side of the bed, damn near falling off with her shoulder up on you.
Yeah.
And those are the days that make your marriage. Because everybody's there for the good days.
Yeah.
It's the bad days is what makes your marriage.
Mm-hmm.
And so
Tommy,
that's why
shut the fuck up.
Damn, Debo.
Just
Yeah,
bang banging on the nigga.
pass.
Good.
Damn. Even Michelle Obama was talking to like Kelly Rowland and a bunch of them. She said, "I've been with Barack for 30 years, and 10 years of that I didn't like him."
So, can I say something? I think we as people have unrealistic expectations for everything, and that's a big part of our downfall with everything. Like, sometimes people aren't always put together. We all have bad days. Are we going to continuously do the work to make the marriage or the relationship or the job work? So sometimes it's a lot of compromise and sacrifice. But if you're not willing to do any of that, of course it's gonna be a nightmare. And for me, like I watch the different panels and stuff, but some of this stuff for like the people I know off camera, sometimes to me it gives bullshit. Because I'm like, I know you in real life, so I know you're not like that unless you're just getting up there saying something just to target a specific audience to make money. So I don't think people are real. People have to use discernment. Stop trying to take somebody that's up here not practicing what they're preaching to you to use as real life situations. It's not real life. And that's all I got.
Whew, man, y'all making me think. To be honest, man, Tommy, what you said was man, that was deep. My real opinion is a mixture of what all y'all said. I think we need to temper our expectations as it relates to marriage. Shout out to my boy Tyree, Hale Street in the building, Wild Hunnits. Y'all know me. I think we need to temper our expectations because at the end of the day, we're talking about two fucking humans coming together, coexisting in the same space. And it's an amalgamation of imperfections. and it's not always going to be harmonious. It's just not. Some days Lauren is going to get on my fucking nerves. Lucky is going to annoy me. Venus is going, you know what I'm saying? Like it just is what it is.
You love me.
We're going to get together and you're going to realize that Sean is annoying sometimes, that I may not be thoughtful all the time, that Lauren may leave her shit laying around the house all the fucking time. And it's like, fuck, got to clean up after you. But at the end of the day, that's why it's so important. That's why when people say marriage is a business, I disagree. When people say that they strictly get married for love, I disagree that you should do either. I think it should be a mixture of all the above, because when you're with that person at night, and it's year 3, and you're trying to get to year 4 somehow, and you can't even see a way forward. To me, if you don't have that baseline built, which is a friendship, a relationship, to where you really fuck with the person, where even when I'm mad at you, I'm still gonna ask you what your ass want to eat. I may say it with a frown, but I still want to bring you some home to eat and some yellow flowers and shit, because I know that's what you like. You know what I'm saying?
You want some flowers.
No, but this is the reason why I had to say that on his point, because, and if you would have made the point, I would have said the same thing to you, Sean, but we know that point, it's a good point, but it's the fact of, we know men have a hard time when women express their feelings about something they're doing. You guys in general are not good communicators. We can even tell on these panels. You hear one thing that's either makes your ego fragile, a point where you're not perfect, or something where you have to change something or compromise something. That's a real relationship. What you just spoke to is the commitment. How committed are you? Because the building process is not the good stage. What makes the good is the fact that we can be ugly with each other and come back to being good. Now we're even closer because this person just saw the ugliest part of me, and I was able to be vulnerable. If the person you lay down with, you don't feel comfortable to be vulnerable, you're full of shit if you're saying you want anything as far as commitment. Because for those relationships where they're together for 50 something years, them people know every ins and out of that person, to the point where I know what happened when you lying. I know what your pussy do when it do this. I know when you do this. You know what I'm saying? Those people know those people. And when we hear men say, oh, it's because of women, or women say, no, it's because when it gets time to get tough, now you really got to have these conversations where I got to make a decision to be truthful, to get the results I want. And if you can't trust the person you're with to be there when you're truthful, to take care and provide a safety net, that takes away the whole relationship. Anybody can do something good, but who give a fuck about you enough to be committed when you're not even likable? They gotta wait till you become likable. When you stubborn a whole season where you don't want to talk, not just for a couple hours. You may have this funky ass attitude bitch walking around this room for weeks, months, in a long ass time. Now we gotta go to counseling. Who gonna endure this with you? But people are so stuck on, I can get back out here to the streets. But we see on the streets, got you out here for years still finding something when that last person had maybe qualities or certain, you know what I'm saying? So it sounds good, but when we really talking, I can say I'm sure when it comes to men and seeing how they communicate in these conversations, they can't even hear something that highlight an imperfection in their behavior generally. Yep. So we can already tell on a personal setting. This is why after posting
they would get nowhere in a conversation with a woman in their day to day, because if
there's more women willing to marry y'all. I'm gonna let you finish, but I'm saying there's highly more women that are willing to be in relationships. Like, for example, Lauren, I'm just use you. She had a bad experience. You can't tell me that Lauren would say no to a man that showed her something different, that wanted to marry her. Because all women generally want to be with men. It's men that keep opening a pool that leave women more in a mindset of like, fuck this shit. Because if this is what I got to go through and I can't express how I feel, fuck these niggas. You get what I'm saying? It takes away the commitment that they say that they want from women, or that they're not getting, because men have a problem with acknowledging and self-reflecting by and large.
And I wanted to ask something. I want to ask something, and I want to ask a question. Okay. I think a part of why, if we're just speaking about men and women, right? We could say both. People having a hard time like self-reflecting, like acknowledging, being able to be told you're wrong without getting defensive, and being open to like receiving criticism, of course, with somebody you feel safe with, right? But this is your wife or your husband. But people don't feel safe, even with their wife or their husband. They get defensive, they get offended, they get closed off, they don't want to hear shit. So there's no room for any like improvement, right? So my question was gonna be, do you think people the reason for this is because most people aren't like religious? Because one thing I notice about religious people, like truly religious people, if nothing else, they default back to, I'm gonna just speak on Christians, they'll default back to the Bible, right? And so by defaulting back to God's word, there is some level of standard that we both have to meet. So when we're clashing and we don't know what to do, we could look at this thing over here and it says we should both be doing such and such and such and such. I just think the lack of like having any kind of spiritual compass, any moral compass, just having people all out here not having anything that like spiritually or morally convicts them, you just get a whole bunch of fucked up people. And I just think that if I look at like most of the religious countries, like you could talk about, you know, the oppression of women and all that stuff, but there is like I notice religion being a like a core thing. And I just think our culture, like just collectively don't really have anything they agree on.
Yeah, my view on that is like, you know, I'm all for people finding whatever center they need in order to like help them become better people and relate to other people and make it through the day. But I find in relationships when people just like they say, okay, let's pray on it or see what the Bible says. I think my personal feeling is that's kind of like a crutch. And you a lot of times you don't actually address the issue at hand. You kind of just let's kind of ignore it or try to put it off on something else.
Are
You
you
know,
are
so
you are you familiar with like are you Christian or
I am not. My mother's very Christian, so I went to church 3 times a week growing up, and she to
so
this day like everything is my mother is super religious. I'm
I'm
not at
sorry to hear
all.
that.
no,
Like
but
Um,
I'm
no, but
damn.
wait, I wanted to say something to him because I just don't. It's not a crutch. Like if you actually understand, like there are people who want to just say, let's pray about it. That's just not really putting any effort forth. But people who actually like understand the word and connect on that and like figure out how to apply and implement these principles into our character, that is not a crutch. And on the other hand, one could say, well, clearly a lot of people need a crutch.
yeah, and like I said, if it's helping you, I'm all for it. If it's helping you have a better long term and in a relationship but it's fulfilling, do what you got to do because a relationship is two people. So whatever you guys got to come to personally, that's not for me because you asked my opinion on it, and I'm just giving you my specific opinion on my situation, not how it should be in the world.
I got
I
you.
think
Are you
I
religious?
think
I'm sorry, Tommy. One last thing. I'm just curious. Are you or your wife religious at all? Or
My wife is more than me. I'm not religious at all. In fact, I'm an atheist.
okay. Sorry,
Tommy,
Tommy. Go ahead, Tommy.
while we're waiting on Tommy, I got a couple of
my
videos
bad.
I want your opinion on too.
He's
Um,
there. He came back.
No,
okay.
I was gonna say, I think you took crutch the wrong way, Venus, because if you think about what a crutch does, like it helps you get right pretty much. And I think that's kind of where he was coming with. And some people need it, some people don't. And so I've always looked at religion like that too. Like some people need it to stay right or get right, and I don't knock them for it, but some people don't. So that's why, like you see, a lot of people when they go to jail, they go towards the religious thing, and those that stick to it and are solid with it, that's their crutch to stay on a straight and narrow. So I don't think crutch was necessarily like a negative thing. I think that's actually a good thing.
It's actually a good point. Well, can I ask the men
Mhm.
something since you brought it up? So, what is you guys' moral compass? What's the
Right.
foundation that you build off of that tells you that this is something that's yes or no? Because we could take God out of it, that eliminates every moral that most of humanity goes by, right? So, what is the
Yeah.
what gives you a moral compass on how to treat that woman or lead? You know what I'm saying, or guide her, or you know what I'm saying, the compassion to do so. Just
E-
Right.
curious.
e-
Especially an
I got
atheist. He said
I
no.
got because like I said, I had something that a lot of cats don't have. Unfortunately, I had a strong male role model. My dad, he's not super religious, but he let my mom kind of like lead that as far as the household. So whatever she said with that related to us was what was up. But he pushed. He's like, you know, you got to be a man. You got to be resilient. You got to be disciplined. You got to be focused. You got to cherish your woman. Find the right woman that you can cherish. That's going to be a helpmate. These are the kind of things that you got to be disciplined. These are the kind of things that he kind of instilled in me that I didn't really listen to until I decided I wanted to like get married and have a family and stuff like that. Then and the stuff he said like really started, and I saw through his example of him getting up work every day. If shit didn't go right, he didn't complain about it. He found a way to make shit right. He treated my mother with respect. To this day, he'll smack my mother on the butt, you know, because he loves his wife. He loved my mom, you know. So it's just one of those things where that was where I kind of got the foundation. I got to see it. And I'm hopefully like, you know, if more men model that for the next generation, then it'll become what young men aspire to do and what women expect from their husbands.
Wait, can I ask you a question, please?
Yeah.
So when you and your wife have a conflict, right? And we don't have to say what it is, but let's just say it's something that you two are just not seeing eye to eye. Like you're just not, no matter what. How do y'all deal with that?
Well, she's the way we have it set up is like I'm the leader of my household, so she will default. Ultimately, the decision will be if we come to and we just really can't get a decision, will ultimately be mine to make in the final decision will come down to what I want to do.
Oh, Sean, can I please share something real quick when they're finished? It's like a 30-second video.
Okay. Yeah.
Can I go next? I actually gotta go. My stomach's in my back.
Yeah. Absolutely.
The problem I have with the religion thing is I think I follow the Bible. Like I follow the scripture and the word, but I don't know if I would call myself a Christian per se, because I don't necessarily like go to a certain church or anything like that. And that's one of the things I've been trying to figure out is like how to define it, like having a moral compass or what are your values or standards or principles when there's no word for it, if that makes sense. Like if I was to have kids and
you could believe in God and not be a religious person. I think
I believe in God or I'm spiritual.
A lot of times Christianity make you feel like you gotta subscribe to this in the way. And if you look at it, no, Christianity is very demonic in nature. So if the Bible and the word of God, like, yeah, it's something that's constructed, but it says seek him. Greater is he that's in you. So that means that truth is going to reveal. That means before the Bible, God spoke in truth, God spoke in nature, and what's always consistent. So before the Bible, God spoke to us through a conscience, right? That means that the religion is man-made, which is of the world. So that shit can be changed as many times. You believe in God because you believe in God. The religion doesn't change that. It just gives you a place to slot you.
Yeah. And that's why I was trying to figure out how you would define it. Like if you were teaching your kids about it, like they're gonna still hear, you know, Catholic and Christian and Protestant and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, well, how would she or he define what they believe in? Or is it just I believe in God?
I don't think there's anything.
So that's
wrong
what I've
with
been trying to
saying,
figure it out as far as trying to figure out a foundation for it.
I believe in God.
I'm a Christian, and I don't think there's anything wrong with saying I believe in God. If that's what you believe in, that's what you believe in. Damn, Damien left. I wanted to show him this because this was like a better example of what I was talking about. I just be wanting to know if men have the ability to do this right here. I can share it, Sean?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and go though. Y'all have a great show. I'll be in the clouds.
Lauren, we appreciate you.
Bye, Lauren. Maybe you can come on my show one day. I'll be needing girls.
Lauren,
she left.
She looked like she fit.
Okay, so look, you stupid. So look, this is real quick, but I want y'all to see it.
Taking 40 couples to Gateway Church for EXO Marriage Conference. Me and Nat was fighting the whole conference. They did the little vow ceremony at the end. My wife wouldn't even look at me. I'm looking at her, girl, you better look at me because these church people already don't believe I should be their pastor. So you at least better. I text you in the middle of the thing. We got the 15 passenger vans outside, headed back on a Saturday because I got to preach on Sunday. And at that moment, you said, Michael, Transformation Church is his bride, but this is yours. And tomorrow they'll be happy because he's going to take care of his bride. The question is, are you going to take care of yours?
That's exactly right. Yeah.
Soggy, ashy hands and all. I started doing the dishes.
So that last part is kind of what I was trying to lean toward. Like, what do you have to step in when you and your eye, like, luckily for him, right? There's like some type of spiritual leader he looks up to who could step in and tell him, like, okay, why are you not taking care of your wife? And he'll respect it because of who that man is in his life. So that's what I was kind of just asking, like, okay, because if he would have defaulted to what Damien said, which is I'm the leader, clearly the way he was leading wasn't working. It took another authority figure to step in and tell him, no, you're wrong. You need to go take care of your wife. So when men don't have that, and then it's always defaulted back to, well, at the end of the day, it falls back on me because I'm the leader. You could be leading and be wrong, but there's nothing to check you. So that's what I'm asking.
Building resentment too, Venus.
Right. So that's what I'm asking. Like, okay, so for the men who just don't believe in shit, where's your spiritual anchor or moral anchor? Because in your house, you're just the final authority. I just be wondering, because you could be wrong and the final authority. Like, he's the final authority, but again, there was someone he respects and his spiritual walk who was able to check him, and then he goes back like, you know what? No, let me go wash these dishes. Let me go take care of my wife. So for men who don't have that, I just be wondering, how do those relationships go?
And you know what, to your question, do they use the Bible when they get married?
So yeah, I want to piggyback off of that. If marriage is supposed to be a union before God, how are you being married and God isn't in your relationship, or you don't follow God? So I know for me, like when I do get married, whoever I marry does have to have that relationship with God. Because why am I following you blindly and you're not following something or following God? Like that just doesn't make sense to me.
So
Yeah, I was
look,
listening to his language. He was saying, help me. And I'm in my head like, yo, this is insanity.
those are, but I want to look. So
Hmm.
I think I asked the women on this panel. Well, no, it's probably like a self love, but it just in a way of how could you determine if a man is following God? What does he have to do?
So church, like your actions, how you present and whatnot. I'm not saying you have to be perfect because we all sin. Like I go
Right.
to church and whatnot. So for me, just someone with the same beliefs that I have. We don't have to have the same upbringing, same career, none of that. But I would like somebody with similar beliefs and thoughts for me.
And for me, like, are you applying God's word to your life? Like,
Yeah.
it'll show up in your principles and your values and your standards and your morals. What do you default to when you have a challenge? Like, what do you spend your time doing? Like, I have people in my life who literally sit on the phone and read the Bible with me. And then we try to figure out how to make this make sense to real life, right? And then just paying attention to how they operate and how they treat people. Like, nobody's perfect. I'm not perfect, but I think a man who has God heavily in his life, you'll know because he'll talk about God.
Hmm.
The reason why I asked is because it was somebody last year I was talking to, and it was telling me about a woman that did not go on a date or some shit. Just in conversation, and so they were upset. Like, oh, she told we went on a date and everything was cool, but she said she didn't want to date me no more because I don't follow the Bible. And so I was just thinking how many women pass up men because they don't go to church or they don't do the steps that y'all said. You know what I'm saying? Like up all night. Because we said the word of God, are we determining that based on what the Bible is saying? Because you know what I'm saying? Because it's like I would assume
Something.
that.
If he's Muslim, then it needs to be the Quran. My point is, I just would
Oh, okay,
prefer
I
to
get what
be
you're
with
saying.
somebody who has
I'm
some
looking at you.
spiritual authority, like
So,
somewhere.
so I know for me,
Grounds, yeah,
like I
got
said,
you.
I would prefer somebody that is a Christian. Like I am, I'm not deep in the weeds of being a Christian because it's stuff that I have questions about, or stuff that I'm still learning, or that I don't understand. So I get the side eye for a lot of stuff, but just somebody that has similar values and beliefs, and we can grow from there.
But Lucky, I think Lux is right to do that because you see how you said women are passing up on men because of religion. Well, we were
Hmm.
watching like this study yesterday, and the guy was saying like the reason a lot of marriages fail is because people aren't prioritizing similar morals and values more.
Hmm.
So like that should be a heavy concern.
No, I don't disagree either. What well, I was thinking more of a religious standpoint because to me, to follow God is based on your actions. Because a nigga could read the Bible, be up there on the pulpit, and still fucking every bitch on the congregation, and he's the pastor that
This
we
is
listening
true.
to. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
sometimes I think it's all on your actions, on how you reverence with God, how you speak, how often do you pray, how often do you spend time with yourself, the words that you speak over your life, the things that the patience you have with me. Because love is also by definition, if we going off women who say, oh, I only would marry a man that follows God. And this ain't no shot at none of us, because I'm sure we have done it, but it's like we fuck niggas who didn't follow God. You get what I'm
Oh
saying?
yeah.
So it's
So
like we get to the
Yeah,
point
that's
where it's
why
like,
you don't want to marry them because you know what they're like. Yeah, exactly.
right. So
and
I'm
I'm
saying
not.
if you get to the point where it's like, okay, he has to follow God. I was trying to kind of figure it out even for me and help me out. Maybe y'all said something where based on his actions, whether he say God every 5 minutes, what on his actions would tell me whether or not he was spiritually led as his foundation or if he was carnal minded more as his final. You get what I'm saying?
No, no, that's what I
Without
said
mentioning the
earlier.
word.
You would pay attention to the behavior. That's all you can do at the
Mhm.
end of the day.
You
If he's a man of certain principle, you'll see that in how he treats you, how he
other
treats
people.
others.
Hmm.
Yeah, like you just have to watch.
So discernment is a must. Just like with us watching all these YouTube shows, like it's bits and pieces and whatnot. But I don't know. So I know, like for me, what I'm looking for, you don't have to have 100% of everything. Some things are flexible, and I could work with you on. Because I'm not perfect either by a long shot.
Nobody is.
So yeah, but I'm honest in like my stuff, and I try to own it. And if you want to rock with me, we're rocking. If not, we're not. But I feel like some of that stuff can be addressed early on and either corrected, and we can work and grow through it, or it just doesn't work because you don't want to end up with somebody like y'all are so different, and then on down the line it's like, oh well, we should have never got married or we should have never dated because you don't follow God. And it's a lot of people that will tell you up front that they don't believe in God. So for me, like, if a guy tells me they don't believe in God, I check out because
Me
I'm like,
too. I don't
that's a
even want
waste
to be.
of
I don't want
time.
to be friends with them at all.
Yeah.
But
So
let me tell you why it's a good thing, right? A person like me, right? I'm like nowhere near perfect, right? It may be some conflicts, but you know what will ground me the fastest? If my husband, like if I was just out of line, right? And I'm just wrong and
hold on,
strong.
Venus. Poppy Blanco, can you come up here?
Uh, but
Can
yeah,
Poppy come up here? I'm sorry, Venus.
That's,
Okay.
Poppy know he always welcome.
that's the
But the point I was trying to make was why in my mind I would prefer to deal with a man like that who's really like uh at least is respects God, right? Because
Hmm.
I could be wrong and strong and all this stuff, right? And this is something my brother even does when I'm just not trying to hear shit. I'm just all the way in my like ego or attitude or whatever. He will quote something in the Bible, right? And for some reason, this is like the authority in my mind. So when he says a scripture or something that directly relates to what I'm doing, because of my belief in God, it forces me to like, okay, I have to reconsider. Like that's probably one of the only ways, and that's why I like personally people who are believers because there is something like there's something above them that you can point to and that they'll respect. But it's like if I'm just saying it, nobody like, and you're just saying it, we could just argue with each other. But if you're a real believer and somebody says, "Oh, you're disrespecting God," you feel convicted. Like, hold on, am I? And you may want to like consider changing your behavior as opposed to somebody just saying it to you. I don't know if I'm explaining that right, but that's why for me, I prefer somebody who's like rooted in scripture, believes in God, because at least I know there is something that I can go to that can like anchor in me.
So I'm wondering, right? I'm wondering, is there and Lux? I know you said something. I know you said that you think. Well, not you think. You said that the man needs to have a relationship with God. Essentially, what if? What if? What if you just being in His life and your relationship with God can transfer to Him eventually?
So I'm open to that. Because, like I told you, I'm still working on my relationship with God, too. It's just, I would prefer similar beliefs or if you are open. But, like I said, in initial conversations, one of the first things out your mouth is like, oh, I don't believe in God. And I meet a lot of men, which is crazy, like a lot of
Yes.
black men that say that. And that blows
Oh
my
my
mind.
God. Mm-hmm.
So, for me, like I said, I'm not always in church or anything. I'm still working on my relationship, but I would like similar beliefs, similar. It don't necessarily have to be similar backgrounds, similar careers or anything, because
Hmm.
I'm flexible on that. But like the relationship with God, or you're trying to build one, it matters, and that's why I wanted Poppy to come up here because I see him talking shit in the chat. So I wanted to make sure
Is it God?
it's no
Okay,
issues.
I just wanted to kind of add understanding
Hmm.
to this because I'm not a Christian.
Yeah.
Um, is it when we say God? Because I understand Christians don't really have one answer of what God is. Are
Hmm.
you saying they don't believe in Jesus Christ, or they don't believe that there was a creator at all?
Creator at all.
Yeah, creator. Like people being so quick. Lux is right. Before, like we keep saying this, but before YouTube, I didn't know it was like this. I never heard so many godless people, and I never heard so many people proud to denounce God and just like quick to tell you, I don't believe in that, and Sky Daddy and mocking God, and like I just don't even. I would never want to be even friends, honestly, with somebody who
Yeah.
like would disrespect God like that. I just don't like that. Speaks to a huge character flaw, right? Because if when you're quick to say I don't believe in God, in my mind it's like, okay, so there's nothing that convicts you, then you'll do anything.
Right. I just wanted to make 2 points. One, a little bit in defense of niggas who say they don't believe in God, is that I believe in God personally, but men can have a moral understanding and character and all these things without a belief in God in particular. Just because they're not saying I believe in God doesn't mean I don't believe in. Just because they're saying I don't believe in God doesn't mean that they're truly like godless in the sense that religious people look at it. But on
Hmm.
the other hand, what I want to say is I did disagree with the characterization of religion as a crutch. I would say it's more like a grease. And to make the conversation more practical, I would say that when you if you compare the way social media, for example, has opened up the way that people can gravitate towards attention from all over the place, there's a like they're relating on a bunch of material things and certain principles, but none of it's really beneficial for a relationship. But religion, because it has a set structure for what a relationship is, even if you are coming into contact with someone from like LA and you're in Philly or Miami or whatever, you have that religious understanding as a foundation to say that you guys have things in common that you believe in naturally that will sustain a relationship going into the future.
Thank you.
You can go from country to country, and because they have the same religion or similar beliefs and principles, the culture is going to match up a lot better. You feel me? Like
Exactly.
I grew up in a Haitian household, but I have a certain respect for soul food because of there's a million ways in which it's different, but I get to appreciate it because I understand at the religious center of it that it's built from this with the same love that I know my mom make her food, your mom make her food, and there's certain things about that aren't teachable with just the advent of technology and the advent of science. Like all those things are going to become powerful in their own right, but it's not going to necessarily make things better between men and women. The only thing that can make things better between men and women is if they actually do believe the same things and they have the same objectives, which you can never really guarantee over the course of time without having something to refer back to that's solid and consistent.
Thank you. You understand me.
Do
Okay.
I
white people
agree.
cook with love?
Yeah, don't try me,
Hold
Tommy.
on, Prophet's
Dead.
family, they do.
That's
I'm
why
just
they running
asking
around
because
here with no dick discipline because they
I
ain't
ain't
got no
never had no
job.
white people food that
my
match soul
You
food
gotta
and
go to
everything.
my religion will
Louisiana.
take me so far. I won't eat my potato salad with cranberries and raisins in it, but I
That's what
won't
I'm saying. That's
disrespect
not
them in
love.
their
That's hate.
space because of it. Yo.
That's made
That
with
gay
hate and
man would
confusion.
die if you talk about
Okay, so
that.
all right, you know what? Let's just keep this to strictly for niggas then. My bad, Tommy. You're right. I can't. I'm not gonna make no argument to save white people in this. We're gonna need someone white to come on the panel and make that distinction. My example was between soul food and Haitian food. So you got it, Tommy. You got it. I ain't gonna
But you
fight
know,
you
to
on it.
your point though, white people created the Christianity. But we gonna get this.
Don't
Blatant.
don't.
Yeah. They monopolized it. I wouldn't say they created it. Like as above, so
Yeah,
below. There's
I don't
nothing
want to
new
get
under the sun.
that
There
deep,
is
but the
nothing
girl do
original
not.
that's white. There is nothing original that's white. So I don't like you say that they created it. Nah, they monopolized it. They capitalized it. I don't think they created it.
Wait, they created
So who
what?
created it?
Wait,
Christianity.
Niggas create everything.
wait, hold on. I hate
No.
to have to
The
keep
black
saying
black
this.
woman is God. What
Wait,
podcast
This
you
ain't
say?
his topic. I don't want to go
wait,
off on his
hold
Go ahead,
on.
I
go ahead. My bad, my
I
bad.
know what
I,
I'm talking about.
I
That's all
want to
I'm
I'm on
saying.
mute.
answer. So if you know what you're talking about, how come Asia and Africa are the only two continents ever mentioned in the Bible? How come?
Are we going off the Bible?
Yeah, that's what the Christians read.
Okay, but so to answer that, we first have to understand why it was created and what was the gear point for creating the book in the first place, and what were the people that created it. Also we have to go back to the what is it called, Sean? The Vicar of Christ, what the Pope is, meaning that every religious person in the world has to kiss this nigga ring, including your Christian pastor, whoever leads in your Christianity, because that
Hell
means that you
no.
cannot
No,
be
hold
considered.
on. Now you're
That means
all
that
right.
what
But
I'm trying to go off of is the fact that
created. You asked about creation. So I'm asking you why wouldn't the
that's why I said
creators
it's a more context answer, because you're talking
it's
about
not.
why did these people put specific things in the Bible, because
Yeah.
the Bible was created to manipulate people in the first place.
So they just decided to not give themselves any credit for something they created on purpose and make
So if
Jesus
I want to,
wait, hold
so
on,
if,
and describe Jesus as something that does not look like them on purpose to later change the image back. That doesn't really make sense.
it's not gonna make sense, because you'd have to read beyond the Bible to know what I'm saying. That ain't even a shot. Because what I'm saying is, for me to be Satan, for Lucifer to hide in plain sight, I got to do what? I can't hide if I'm telling you I'm this. Hiding means I have to give a perception and show you something else and point to other directions and camouflage it and do this and use and do all these other things to now get to 2024, where we're taking that as saying that that's God's word. You get
So
what I'm saying?
again, okay, so let me ask you.
Venus. Hold on a second.
I
Me
didn't
and
want to go
you
down this
on this
rabbit hole.
side.
That's all I
But
said.
that's what I don't want to go down the rabbit hole neither. But we're not here to argue if whether or not religion was corrupted. So
Yeah,
we're
she's
just talking
right.
about its influence on relationships. So she want to say if her point is that religion's been corrupted, and I'm looking at it like, well, if niggas
No,
made it
she
first and
said
then white people made it something
created.
different,
She
she
said
can have it.
created by white
Well,
people. That's where she threw me. But yeah, I
that's
mean,
why we're gonna get.
it's fine.
Constantine was a
That's why it's gonna become a
European.
rabbit hole. We don't want to go down rabbit holes in this
Constantine was a
conversation.
European.
Yeah,
So
but the
Can
Constantine,
I
Ethiopians weren't Constantine. So
can
that's
I
I know
like
that.
can I
Jesus
say something?
was black.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. What you
Um, so like I said earlier, it's stuff that I question in the Bible. So I do, and y'all are gonna stone me for this, but it's times I do when I read certain stuff feel like white people did write the Bible and give us Christianity. And I also feel like, for instance, if we go to Palestine and Israel, when did Israel get created? Like, it just doesn't make sense from like
1940 son.
1940s, and this is who y'all are saying was God's chosen people. Like, it's stuff I have questions about, and that's like no shade to people from Israel or people to Palestine, but some stuff just doesn't make sense to me. And me and my dad, we discuss a lot of stuff. Like, we got into it today over Fannie Willis, but that's not the Bible because but I just question a lot of stuff. I guess because I'm curious by nature, but I don't. It's a lot of stuff in the Bible. Like I said, even though I'm Christian, I try to go to church. I try to follow the word that I still don't understand. So I just wanted to put that out there.
I
And I do
don't want
think
the
white
conversation
people
to turn
are religion.
outside of the relationship standpoint, because I only wanted the conversation to be on that kind of point where how it helped relationships and what and where the most consistent relationships have been because
Yeah.
of religion's influence. If y'all want to say religion is bad, that's your opinion, and I think that on a lot of things you're going to be right. I think Lucky's going to be right on a lot of things about why religion is bad. Lux, I think that when this comes to the Israel-Palestine stuff, and when you start trying to actually fact check stuff, yeah, you're probably going to be right about why you should doubt the influence. But they did, but for all the stuff where it was corrupted, I don't think it was necessarily corrupted in how it's helped relationships and how the lack of religion has helped create the relationships that are more superficial and less long term.
Right.
No, I agree with that. I think I only kind of threw that out there because I think that's why there's an influx of a lot more men who left the church, or just a lot more people being more vocal going
Oh,
against
okay.
it. Because
I
when
see
you
what you're
really,
saying.
when you start to, first of all, when you start to be by yourself, not in a relationship, and you start to study yourself and seek God for yourself, that means I'm studying history outside of the Bible. What was here before this? What were they doing? What was called the Knight Templar? How come everywhere that they go, when they were there to protect the pilgrims, everywhere that they landed, there took their identity. They also wore a cross. Why was there a quote unquote cross in the dying of the lamb and all this stuff way before they created the visual of Jesus Christ? You just start going into it and you start to study and look at things and even start to learn that certain material I can't even have access to because they took it in the Vatican and they've changed a lot of things and said it influenced too much of self knowledge, which by entailing they put out certain types of Bibles to manipulate you in a sense of, if it makes you think too much on your own, I'm going to reword it and now you can't get this version. I'm saying that I think that we are in an age of people being more woke and more aware of asking more questions. And now you have people, if they're stuck on the standpoint of religion has to be this way, this person has to follow. I'm just saying they have to follow the Bible this way for it to be considered that. I think that means that doesn't mean that people don't believe in God, or I think that people are just seeking and they don't believe in religion because it has been proven so many times. Or even if you just do yourself a disservice to really truly seek God and for who he is before the Bible, you will realize a lot of things will be revealed to you and it will start to make sense even when you go back to read the Bible. I think it's
Okay,
a good
so
reference.
let me ask a question because you going somewhere else. Okay, so we gonna go to
I'm
relationships,
answering his
right?
question.
All right. So in terms of relationships, if we can't use religion, can you point us to anything that has been as successful as religion in terms of maintaining marriages? What would that be?
No, because if we understand what marriage was built off of, it was off of using that
No, the
book. That's why
answer
I
is
brought it up
no.
in the first. Well,
The
because the
answer is
people
you
that
can't point to
created the
anything
world,
else.
but to say that
That's the
because they
point.
created the world and they created something to be designed around one thing, that because the people who are against that same thing, that they can't find a way for them to have a prosperous relationship, maybe it's fucked up because we have people still stuck on these same religious principles saying that, oh, it worked there, and then people are like, no, I don't really subscribe
Wait,
to
Lucky,
that.
you gotta let somebody get a word in. So your answer was no,
I'm
right?
responding, girl. Bye.
Your answer was no. So you don't have any alternative that
It
comes
don't. It
anywhere
really don't
close.
make sense to go back and forth on this because you're gonna believe what you
Wait,
believe and I'm gonna believe what I
Oh
believe.
my
So
God. Why
can
don't
I
you
say
let
Her
somebody
something?
question wasn't about
finish?
belief. Her question was
Right.
about
Like she
what's
like
worked longer. What has worked? Is
So
there
can I
something
say
like
else that's
something?
worked?
this is a common thing when people can't fucking stand on their point. Like stop filibustering. I'm trying to have a
I'm
conversation. That's
standing
it.
on my.
So
Wait.
you
I'm
said
not
no,
doing this
right?
again.
So I have a follow-up question. What is all this other shit? Like, why can't I finish?
Finish, Venus. But what we not about to do is act like me giving multiple context to the conversation. That means I can't stand on my damn point. That's getting annoying.
Your answer was no,
Okay,
right?
well finish
So
the
look,
conversation. I'm sorry.
I got a really good solution, right? The really good solution is I got a video for us to watch. So that's a really good solution. So look, do y'all think this is valid?
I truly believe you can't date or you should not really date if you're not financially stable. Anytime you go into something and you're not good on your own, whether it's even emotionally, but financially, it's like a girl. You get into a relationship with a guy, he moves in with you, you're not financially stable enough to leave him now because you need him to live with you so you can afford your rent. And then you're fucked, you know? You wouldn't have that problem if you were already settled on your own.
Yeah.
And then on the other hand, dating a guy who's not financially stable, suddenly you can't go out. Like, don't get in a relationship if you can't afford to do basic activities. Because now what? We're both supposed to stay home because you can't afford it? Because everything we're gonna do is gonna be an issue, it's gonna be a fight. And if you can't afford it and then I wanna pay and then that's an issue, and then I'm gonna do it without you because you can't afford it, and then that's a fucking issue.
Oops.
Sounds like nitpicking to me.
I think it's valid to an extent.
What extent?
So I feel like as women, we should be self-sufficient, self-efficient when it comes to being able to take care of ourselves. And for me, like if me and you are trying to build or whatever or be together, we should both be able to be alone and take care of ourselves alone before it goes to the next level. And I have seen issues where men did have issues with the girl being able to pay because they didn't have money. So, like a lot of stuff that's discussed here, I have seen in person, like women dating down, men dating down, but it's always an issue. Like, oh, she ain't never got no money. I got to pay for everything, vice versa. It gets old, honestly.
It really does, and I appreciate that you said it that way because, in particular, like to me, when she's venting about all that stuff, it's like you could have solved the problem yourself by moving different in your own. Instead, you're making it seem like you're making it a continuing problem by making it something you're going to keep bouncing off of him, which now creates a problem for y'all. Which is that the point of y'all relationship is to keep having problems like this? Because you can, like, the same way that that argument had. Let's say it's a valid argument. There's 1,000 arguments you could have like that, where if you have a higher objective, or if the relationship is less about you and more and how you and him have these little problems, and it's more about what you two are trying to achieve, more good stuff comes from it that way. These things end up being molehills that never become mountains. Like, who's paying for what? If y'all both was doing what y'all was supposed to do, it's not really that big of an issue. But now you're looking at it as, oh, he's broke, he's this, he's that, and now you're think your security is at risk, and it's like, you could have handled this differently beforehand, and there's something you could have did. Like, that accountability is always great when it's you telling someone else to be accountable, but it's never really that good when when you're supposed to be holding yourself accountable.
Correct. I agree.
I think there could be a middle ground for that. Like, I think if a man is in that position financially, then he needs to find maybe like a low maintenance woman. And the problem sometimes is they don't be wanting those women, but there are women who are just okay with having a man and like the bare minimum because that's how they live in anyway. Typically they go for women who require a lot more, and that's where the problem usually comes in. So if you know your only earning potential is only this much and you don't plan on increasing it, then maybe you need to find somebody who's okay with that.
I understand that. Maybe I was just listening to this too shallow myself in particular, because to me it sounded like the type of problem that she's just having out right now because she's on the camera, but that's still the same nigga she's gonna go back to if some bullshit happened. You know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes a girl go off and start complaining about a dude, and you be like, you should leave him, or he should leave you, and they just go back and be together, and you be like, why are they still going through it? It seemed like that kind of argument because it didn't seem to really, it didn't seem like there was a real actual issue. It's not like he was broke and they was stuck in Istanbul or some shit or whatever. They had some major issue because of him being broke. They talking about their everyday life, and it's like, oh no, there's such an issue. Like, nah, people end up forcing their own toxicity by complaining about a problem that they're not going to put an effort forth to fix.
And another issue was because she was saying like we're not going to be able to do things. I think this could start a whole nother can of worms, but I think sometimes people value material a little bit too much over actual people. So that's why it starts to feel like the end of the world because you can't take 6 trips this year. Oh, I can't do this because I wanted to. Like, when do people become more important than the other stuff?
So, what makes a woman high maintenance?
Oh, go ahead. My bad.
No,
You
I'm
ask-
just asking.
you asking me?
Anybody that wants to answer it. What determines that a woman is high maintenance?
Well, I could answer because I'm one, right? I like my nails done, my lashes done, my eyebrows done, my feet done, my hair done.
But does that
Like,
make you high maintenance because
yes, it
you
does,
like to
Lux.
take care of yourself?
Just admit it. It does because
Because
listen,
I
Lux.
think it's bigger than that. Because I know, like, okay, for me, like the guy I talk to, I have to carry like a really heavy backpack or like computer back to work. So as soon as I see him when I get off work, I'm like, "Hey, can you carry my bag for me?" So it's always like something like that, or whatever the case may be. Or like I like to go eat out from time to time. Like if I have to go to the city to work, I'm gonna stay in the
Right.
city late and go eat. So to
All of
me,
that.
that's like, yeah,
I like expensive pocketbooks. I like it. Just it depends on the woman, but if it takes a lot to maintain you, you're high maintenance.
But
Because there are other women who don't require all of that. They may not care about designer bags. They don't like all that, the nails and all that extra stuff. There are women who are not into that. So there is a difference between like high maintenance women and women who are not. And I think in those
So
cases, those men can maybe go for those type of women.
what you just described was not high maintenance Lux. That's general man shit.
okay.
High maintenance for me, I would say, is what is important to a woman, and usually high maintenance would be material type shit. So
Yeah.
not what you want, what's important to you. Meaning, if your birthday come, if you don't get a Louis bag, it's a problem. That's high maintenance. Now, if you want one and say, "Yeah, I ain't got the bread to get it," and you not tripping, that's not a high maintenance trip. But and I'm not saying that to shame the chicks that that's what's important to them. Do you? But if that's what's important to you, that's what makes it high maintenance, because that will cause a strain in relationships with those type of women because that's what they expect.
Yeah, if you asking for way more than you're willing to give, you high maintenance.
Hmm.
That just seemed like a loser to me. Asking for more than you, high maintenance, I don't think necessarily you got to be a loser for. Like, I agree more with what Tommy was saying, because if you're just asking for more than what you're willing to give, you're just a manipulator. You're trying to take advantage. You're not necessarily high maintenance. Anybody could do that, from a child level to an adult level to an old person. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, asking more than what you're willing to give is always going to be like, I don't know. That just seemed too generic for me. It seemed too
'Cause
simple.
let's change that word. It's not actually expecting,
Expecting, that's a better word for
because you
expecting
can
more than you're willing
ask,
to give.
and if you don't get it, if it doesn't cause a rift, there's no problem there. But when you expect it and you don't get it, then there's a rift coming with that.
Yeah, that's the perfect way to
That make a
reframe it.
lot more sense. No, I feel
and,
you. I
and
agree
this
with
is
that.
the thing too. Like we're adults. We're grown as fuck. Like all that stuff about the nails and hair, like that's on you. Like you was doing that shit before you met me. I'm not your father. I'm not taking that shit up. Like
Yes,
how
you are.
shit. Shit.
But
All
see,
right.
but see,
'Cause
Sean, like, look, like I'll tell you, I like nails done, so
Mhm.
I'll take care of that shit.
I ain't
Cause
doing
I
that.
don't want you to
Period.
slack on it. Ain't
Yeah.
no slacking on that shit, nigga. When I look at them nails, they need to be done.
Bro, I'm not doing that shit. For niggas, right? Niggas, y'all got hair. Well, some of y'all got hair. Like haircuts are $50 now. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't expect her to take care of me getting my beard done. You know what I'm saying? I do
I'll
it
pay
myself.
for a haircut if you gonna pay for my nails.
But I do it myself. So I don't need
That is not a fair
right,
exchange. Look,
right, right. I do it myself, so it don't
What's
really matter.
up?
But
you see how slick they be?
but look, here's the thing. When I think of high maintenance, I think of a needy motherfucker. I think of a person who you always have to give validation to. A person
that's
who
it.
always needs reassurance. A person who may be dealing with some insecurities. That's what I think of when I think of high maintenance. Also the chicks that say they want to what do they call it? What's the new hot term? It's called what's that word? It's a generous man. You're looking for a generous man.
Ambitious.
No, they say generous man, meaning a nigga that's gonna trick, like which to me is tantamount to selling pussy, right? But
Yeah, that's out.
yeah, if you're looking for a generous man, then get you a generous man that's gonna trick. You
We
know what I'm
like
saying?
generous men.
Yeah, nah, fuck all that. At the end of the day, I think we as humans think we're more special than we are. Like, why would I be generous when I could just replace you with somebody who is lower maintenance? It don't even make sense to me in my brain. But at the end of the day, those are the things I look at as high maintenance.
Because if you're a man who, like some men, that's why I said, like, just depends on the person. I don't think you're wrong either way. Like, if that's not what you're willing to do, that's fine. But then it'll be men like Tommy who like, oh, I don't mind. It's not like a. It just depends. Like however you want to.
No, that's why I don't knock the females. Like, if that's what you want and you can find that, do you. And then, like what Sean said, like it's people like me who don't mind doing the nails, but there's some people that they stand on it, they ain't gonna fuck with it. But I think the high maintenance part comes in with, like, I don't know. Look, I'm a regular nigga because I know on YouTube, $2,000 ain't shit to these niggas. We got to be really locked in for me to be going into four figures for your ass. I ain't gonna lie to you, and I'm doing pretty good. But you know, a Louis purse is 1,500. Man, I better like the fuck out of your ass. Like, that ain't just no little arbitrary purchase to me. And I don't think that's a norm, but I'll just say on social media, that's starting to look like they trying to make that shit a norm.
It's
And
not normal.
Yeah,
Most girls don't have
I
those
mean,
bags.
yeah, and if they do, most of them fake or whatever. It's just one of those things. Like you got to question why they feel they need to do that just to stun on other people. Because I mean, like, I know chicks. I be seeing pictures. Like I said, they might be fake. I be seeing chicks on social media that have like Louis bags, but they got cloth interior. Does that like that shit doesn't even go together?
Damien, how about you got a Louis bag and bitch, you stay in an apartment?
Yeah, it's just like
in
you
the
don't have
hood.
a house. You didn't even, it's just it's just weird when somebody is so caught up on that stuff. You got to wonder who they're trying to impress. You're on mute, Sean.
I said, my bad. You niggas got quiet. I'm like, damn, did this shit go?
I thought you did too.
I'm like, oh shit. I'm trying to upload this video that I think is
I wanted to say one last thing about that. Can I, Sean?
yeah, you got it.
So to give the men some I don't know, like some understanding, even because you said earlier, like the nails and stuff, that's a you thing, right? Which it could be, but some people are gonna think like, damn, if I get with you, then I'm paying attention to your spending habits too. And so even though you pay for those things, it could be like, oh, this is money being wasted that we might need in the house, but your priority is material. So that could be a problem. I don't know. I've heard people say things like that.
Yeah, you're right, but it's like, yeah, you're right. That's why you have to really vet, because look at this, right?
Now, I personally only date generous men or men that are inspired to take care of me because I naturally am a nurturer. I'm going to take care of you. Whatever I see you need, I'm going to do. If your dishes aren't organized, I am going to organize them. If I feel like you need something business-wise and I can help, I am going to, or I'm going to find a way to help you. I feel like if I am in your life, I'm going to add value. Intentionally, I'm going to pay attention to where you don't even have to ask. If you need something, I got you. So I am only dating people who feel the same way. If you are not inspired to take care of me or to make sure that my life is easier by being.
So look, I hate this shit. I'm gonna say this 10 million times. I hate this shit. That's looking for a sponsor. You know what I'm saying? And that mindset is more prevalent than we'd like to think. A generous man is a nigga like, okay, let me get this straight. So I'm being generous. I'm taking care of you. I'm taking care of all your bills. I'm probably assuming your debt. You probably got kids, so I'm probably footing the bill for that. And you gonna organize my dishes and shit? What? I could pay a maid. I could pay a non-English speaking maid service every fucking week to do that if I didn't do it myself. How's that add value to me? And if you're gonna help me with my business, first off, nothing says that you bring any value to my business just because we're dating. Number one. Number two, if I'm in business already, and I got motion. I don't need you for that shit. If so, we would have a strategic partnership, or we would be business partners, period. We wouldn't be fucking. How does that add value? Nothing she communicated added value to anything that I would need her for.
Yeah, and she's put herself in a situation where she can't say no. She's in a situation where, like, okay, you need to make sure that you are whatever I need, you are willing to satisfy, because I can't say no to paying your rent. I can't say no to doing this stuff. Those things have to happen consistently. So you're agreeing to never have the ability to say no to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm your father at this point.
I've been trying to understand since I've been in this space, like what the anti-energy towards quote unquote pick me behavior was. And when you described this lady just now, I'm starting to kind of see it, is that just because she's saying what she thinks is all the right things, if it feels more like an advertisement than a show of character, then it starts to feel like you're not really in it for the right reasons. You start to feel like you're not really there to for me, and all the things that you're doing are because you itemize them that way are all things that I can outsource. I can get a maid. I can find a business partner. I'm already skilled in these things. So if this is what you're telling me, it just sounds like you're trying to get chose more so than you're trying to be someone valuable to me, if that makes sense.
I want to hear what the women got to say too. Like, y'all a little silent on this one.
So I'm not necessarily silent. I do think if you're looking for somebody with money because you don't have it and that's all you're offering, some people do want that trade-off though. Like, hey, if you do this, I'll pay everything. And it works for them, but you just got to decide what works best for you. If you don't like women that's on that, don't go for them. And some of that was a little pick me-ish, but it's up to you, like Sean said, to vet properly. So.
Yeah, but they got to know that there's a lot of times there's a shot clock on that type of dynamic, because she could find a dude that has more money, willing to do more, a lot more generous, quote unquote, or he could find a chick who doesn't need as much generosity and decide and get the same thing from her. So if that's going to be the foundation of your relationship, it's not going to last very long.
Exactly. That's why I say people overestimate their value. Like your value over replacement is not that high. It's not as high as you'd like to think. And my last point is that the term hobosexual, HOBO sexual, is unisex. That shit is bisexual. It's a bunch of hobosexual ass women out here who are looking for niggas to take care of them. It ain't just niggas that's hobosexual. There's women too.
I wanted to ask Lux a question.
Until you do that, let me see if Venus, hold on, Zoe. Let me see if Venus has something to say on that real quick. Then you got next.
Not really, because I understand her perspective, but I don't feel like arguing, so leave that alone.
All right. I'll ask both. Whoever want to answer can answer. Lux or Venus can answer. Do you feel, primarily from Lux's point of view, because she actually explained, like, what do you feel like there's something that you could do to convey the same thing she was trying to convey without sounding like you was trying to sell yourself? If like we understand like whatever the pick me part of that was, like, is there a way to say what she was saying without being a pick me? I guess is what I'm trying to ask. Because she was trying to say something. She was trying to say something positive. She was trying to sell herself, but it wasn't hitting.
I understand where she was coming from, but I think where she messed up at was when she put generous man initially. So if she wouldn't have said that, if she just would have been like, hey, I'm looking for somebody to take care of me like I take care of them, and then she would have talked about like what she's doing, because I don't want to be going to nobody's house washing dishes and stuff like that. Like, I got my own house to wash dishes at, but it has to be something that we are both adding to one another. So it's a lot of stuff. Like I said, I have to work on. I'm probably not the best person to ask this question because I do describe myself as what you guys may call a modern woman. So my beliefs are different on certain topics.
I mean, being a modern woman is what would make you a better person to ask, because of the fact that it's not going to sound, whatever it was that you could relate to that she was trying to say is going to sound different coming from you. That's kind of what made me ask. You know what I'm saying? It would be more appropriate
for me
for
when
modern
I'm
times.
dating and dealing with men. Like, I do watch everything, so I could tell, like, okay, this man, you need this, or he may need this coming from me, but that still may come off as pick me-ish. So, like, I know, like I said, who I talk to now, it's certain conversations that we can't have and that we've had issues on, because I feel like after we've talked about it multiple times and you're still talking about it, like, it becomes complaining, because it's like, what are you going to do about it? Are you just going to keep complaining about it, or are you trying to change your surroundings? And me, I'm solutions based when it comes to a lot. So my thing is, okay, we've talked about it enough. How do we fix it? Like, what you need me to do to help you fix it? So that's why I'm saying I might not be the best person to ask that.
I think I have it. I think I have it. Okay, so what's the I think generous was the correct word, because what's the opposite of generous?
Stingy.
Exactly.
Wait, she could have used switch generous for traditional. She'll get a lot for her.
Well,
further.
no, I
Mm.
think
Let
the
Venus finish.
I mean, okay, I forgot my point, but yeah, go ahead.
Stingy versus generous. Like you were saying, I think you were. I'm not sure if this is the point you was making. You were saying instead of saying I want a generous man, saying something maybe along the lines of I don't want a stingy nigga. I don't know if
No,
that's the point you was
no,
trying to
I
make or
was
something similar to that. That's just why I was trying to follow you.
no. One of you said she shouldn't have said generous, and when I thought about the word generous and what the alternative is, I was saying no, that was absolutely the correct word
Oh,
because
okay. Go
you
ahead.
don't want the opposite. You don't want a selfish man. So I think generous is the right word, and generous doesn't necessarily mean with money. When people call people selfish in relationships, it's not even usually about money. You're just inconsiderate. You don't think about others. You're just all about yourself. Like um selfish or stingy could be applied to many different parts of a person. So I think generous was the right word. And that was what I was saying.
But you got to be
Yo,
careful
Chan,
because there's certain words.
can you play
Hold on a
that
second.
video
Hold on a
one
second,
more time
Poppy.
for me?
Let me get to. There's certain words that kind of like trigger people and set people off in the dating scene. It's generous for men and submissive for women. Those are the type of terms that usually have some kind of pushback on it. Like there's other terms that you can say to mean the same thing, but it just has less of a self-serving connotation when you're talking to somebody of the opposite sex.
That's a good point.
And I feel like, nah, I mean, I hear you, but I don't mind saying generous because I'm also a generous person. So I think it's fair for me to say I like a generous man because I'm a generous person.
But I think the reason why
A
it
nigga
set
will
men
give it
off
up,
is
bro.
because it implies that you're doing extra shit. I think we want to believe that we're naturally generous. And I say that because that's essentially what you normally have to do to get a woman. And not saying like tricking or nothing like that, but you usually show generosity. And I mean, if you approach a woman stingy, typically she ain't gonna fuck with you for the most part. You get what I'm saying? So, like you said, the opposite of that would be generous. So I think even if you go back to grade school, Valentine's Day, the little boys are generous. They give the girls that they like
Mm-hmm.
Valentine's cards and shit like that. So that's generally a man's position is to be generous. So when
Well,
you
see,
highlight generous man, I think for a man it triggers, oh, you want me to be over the top with it.
but let me explain why. We are in a climate now where people complain about taking you on a date without sex. Oh, I'm only taking them to coffee. Like sometimes when you hear these women
Mm,
speak, you got to understand what they're responding to. When you got men complaining about spending $40 on them.
That's why you don't take them
that
out.
that that's the minority of niggas, man. Most niggas ain't got no problem taking a bitch out, man. Like let's be real.
Yeah, I was gonna
Let's
say,
be
yeah,
real.
I agree with
Like
that.
come on, bro. Don't
Yeah.
paint the picture for 3 or 4 niggas then 95 niggas would do. Like come on, that's not even correct. Can you play that
So
video one
so
more time,
so
Sean?
this is when I just want to say to Poppy, this is when like y'all kind of move the goalposts in conversations and then we miss the point, right? So it's not about the percentage of who's doing what. Like it's just about the type of man she wants and what we think she was referring to, I think.
Yeah, she was
Can
Well,
you
I
referring
play
to
that
think
video one more time,
financially.
Sean?
the reason why I brought up the what kids do in elementary is because that's kind of our nature. So if that's our nature, and I think this is what Poppy was getting at, the overwhelming majority of guys, that's going to be their nature. So in essence, when you say generous men, if you just mean just a regular generous man, then it's almost like you're highlighting the minority of these stingy niggas.
Facts. Most niggas will go broke just to impress a bitch, bro.
Yeah, you guys are right. Because, like, for example, say you were dating a girl and you went to go see her at work. She's like, "Oh man, I forgot my lunch at what's called." He gonna be like, "Oh, let me go get you something. Let me go buy you lunch, or let's take you to lunch." You're not gonna be like, "Damn, we all feel bad for you. You ain't gonna eat nothing. I'm gonna go
Facts.
eat." It's like, dudes, we want to be generous if we find that without, but it's just when we both know what she was talking about. She was saying financially generous. And
I
I
wanna
think we
watch
play
the
these
video again,
games that
man.
she ain't saying what she's saying. She is saying, I want to do to break me off bread. That's what it is. Pay for this, pay for that, pay for that. She didn't say generous with time or generous with emotion or generous with feeling. She was like, if you're taking care of me, which means financially, in most cases, in her case, definitely, you know what she wants, she'll take care of you.
I kind of disagree with that. I do see where you're going with it, Damien.
Can you
Oh,
let
that's
this man play the video so I can watch it, bro?
no, that's the whole point of the video. It's the whole point of the video is the financially. That's the whole point of the video. Like,
No, I understand that.
Sean,
I'm trying to address the like the plausible deniability aspect of it. That's what makes the word generous so like apprehensive for niggas. Like, when I know I can be generous, but if someone calls me generous, I always have a second thought in my mind, like, what? Why do they think I'm generous? When they think it should be getting treated like this on the regular. But like when they use the word generous, it's so that they can have the leeway to complain at a certain point when they say, "Oh, well, really, what I meant was this." So it's like, I don't like it. Like, you can look at it and be like, "Well, it's financially directly," but the word itself makes it vague enough that you can get away with saying it's for whatever else.
So when you watch these videos on there, you see a lot of them, and they try to word it a little differently. Like I got that from TikTok. They try to say like how to get a high value man, or some of them say how to land a rich husband. Some say how to get a man to provide and take care of you. That's the soft, that's the soft language. This is the harder language. Like, just to be fair, just to let y'all know, I ain't picking on black women. These snow bunnies out here doing it too. Look.
If you want a man who's going to pay for your bills, take care of you, and provide for your future children, you need to put in some bloody effort. Go on 100 dates until you find him. Make yourself look fucking desirable. Go to the gym. Perfect your emotional intelligence. Be the ultimate desirable queen he wants to be with. I'm sorry, ladies, half of you are on here saying, "Oh, it's so easy for you, blah, blah, blah." Well, I put in a shitload of effort to myself. I'm not over here.
She has a lot of videos that talks about the generous man, but that one she packaged it up well. I'm only gonna play a few seconds of this next one because it's like 2 minutes long, but you'll kind of get the gist in the beginning.
Class is in session. You want that man to spend on you. This is what you're gonna do. Now listen. Last week I went shopping with this guy that I'm seeing. We were in the mall for probably 2 hours and he dropped 3 bands, so I know what I'm talking about. I was prompted to make this video by a follower of mine.
It's 2 minutes long, so I'm
okay.
All the things are the same.
Oh, I love this bitch, man. I love her.
One thing she does say, she says, be real up front. She says, be clear about what your intentions are. Now, I think that's fair. Now, if she's being clear and she coming out like, nigga, you got to spend bread to fuck with me, then let the tricks fight for her. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I think
But Sham,
if
let
you
me
walking
say this.
around,
Hold on one second,
waiting
Tommy.
on-
Let me say this real quick, bro. Bro, listen. I don't got no problem with what you're saying, bro. I got zero problems, right? If you are hunting these niggas, all these niggas with money, I got no problem with you, baby. However, it's another side to that coin. Don't be mad when the nigga look at you just as pussy either. You see what I'm saying? I like to keep it. I like to keep it even, bro. If you look at the nigga as a walking ATM, he got all the right in the world to look at you as just a piece of pussy. It's that simple.
So, can I say something?
Of course.
A lot of men that I meet do walk around leading with their wallet. So maybe y'all messages should be directed at those men not to present themselves like that. Because if you come at me like, "Oh, I make this much money, show me bank accounts," okay, clearly you're trying to smash. So run me some money. I'm not saying I'm fucking for that money, but if you're leading with your wallet, that expectation is that you are going to be buying me stuff and take me on all of these lavish trips and restaurant outings, because that's how you're presenting yourself as a lick. So
You think these men are doing that and they're not smashing? Like, they're doing it repeatedly and not smashing? They gotta have some kind of
dudes
success
that
rate.
are doing that, maybe that's the end goal, but I don't like it. So like, if you come at me like that and I'm expecting that, that's just what it is.
Let
So
them
And
I
that's
don't know
fine
what else to tell you.
as long as you reciprocate the favor. Like, they give you some bread, you give them some of that pussy, man. Even exchange, like, call it a night. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
I think what Poppy trying to say though, Venus, is even with those men, once they identify that you're only with them for that, then that's probably what they're gonna look at you as. But my thing with women like that, and this goes back to what you were saying with social media, Sean, is they'll make a video like that, and then you'll get some young girl that'll try to take that advice. And if you walking around waiting for the
An
first
ugly one
nigga
at that.
if you walk around waiting for the first nigga to drop $3,000 on you at a mall, you about to be doing a lot of walking, because that's just not the fucking norm. And I think that's what's happening is these broads are trying to act as if this shit is like, you got motherfuckers
There you
really
go.
thinking that niggas is just hitting cash apps for no reason. You got us fucked up. Is there
Yeah.
guys out there that do that? Absolutely. But what they need to do is
But
be identifying to these chicks. That's the extreme minority. It ain't the fucking majority. And that's the part that
exactly.
they not telling these chicks. They acting like that's the norm.
And most of
And
them
so,
are getting down and getting
Look,
pissed on and shat on to get
oh
that.
yeah, they leaving that part out too.
Yeah.
look at how pretty that woman was. That's a good looking woman right there. She can get that off. You see what I'm saying? But the thing is, bro, this shit is comedy, man. That's what I like the internet. I should have been in the internet a long time ago, bro. In one hand, a lot of these hoes say all these niggas is broke, right? Cool, no problem. You got it. Everybody broke. But then turn around, you got other bros saying, "Oh, I got niggas taking me to the mall and spending 3 bands on me." So which one it is? Niggas
So
is broke or
Poppy,
niggas got a couple of dollars?
Poppy, you're not being realistic right now. So
How come?
depending on where you live and the type of people that you have access to and vice versa, that makes the difference. So like if I'm somewhere, like I'm
Every city
originally
got.
from Louisiana, I would never
Oh
go
God.
to Louisiana expecting for a nigga to take me on a $300 or
Mm-mm.
$3,000 shopping spree. It's just not happening.
No.
But
But
look, every
in
every city
DC,
gonna have
in
every city
DC
gonna
is
have a bunch
happening.
of every city gonna have people that gonna have a couple dollars. You can go to
Not where
Mississippi,
I'm
Alabama,
from.
Louisiana. What part of Louisiana?
I'm from a podunk place like in between Shreveport and Monroe.
Yeah,
So I know
Baton
where I'm
Rouge.
from.
and you
Nah,
can't ball in
I'm not
pecan
nowhere
land mall.
near there.
You can't ball out in
Yeah,
pecan land
Baton
mall.
Rouge is poor.
Exactly. So I'm even farther than Baton Rouge, poor, where I'm originally from. So I wouldn't expect for nobody where I'm from to do that because they can't.
But
And that's
look,
what I'm
hear
saying
me
with
out.
people being realistic.
No, but okay, you said being realistic, cool. This is what realistic means, yo.
Hmm.
When you like a man, you don't give a damn. Like I mean, I don't know how old you are. I'm gonna assume you like in your 20s, late 20s,
No,
something
I'm
like that.
old.
Okay. Your old
Yeah.
ass. When your
Yeah.
old ass like a man,
Uh-huh.
most likely, if the nigga his package ain't correct, I mean, at least, as long as he got enough money to like give you a good time, you're gonna be okay with that. Because yo, in real life, money conversations do not come up if two people like each other, yo. Only on the internet, women got all these wild ass standards that they don't even live themselves, yo.
Hmm. But
Some
that's what
way,
I'm saying.
somehow on the internet, niggas is making 100,000 every week, and women is getting these niggas left and right. Like, nah, son, only a few niggas getting bread around here, man. Like, let's
So,
keep it funky.
but that's what I was saying. You have to be realistic. You just said it in a longer, more roundabout way. But you're saying people are not being realistic. Same thing.
No,
It's
but
people that will.
what I'm saying is, girl, is like if you like a guy, man, you're gonna make it work. That's all I'm saying. If you if that's your him, you're gonna make it work. He might not make 100,000, but if he made 50, you'll be like, well, my baby's working hard on it. But if you don't like him, you're gonna call him broke. That's just what it is, man.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That makes sense. So look, this is another one, right? That I found this to be interesting.
Who do you think settles more in a relationship? Men or woman? Women. Really? Yes. Okay, why?
Because women have a biological clock.
Okay.
So I feel like when they start getting in their late 20s, they just want that security. So I feel like they would settle a little bit more. Whereas men only get better with age, better looking, more money.
Don't have a time clock.
Don't have a time clock. They know that women like them better when they're older anyways.
I agree with all the points that you just brought up, but I will say that I think women have a lot more options than men do. So that's why I feel like men tend
That's
to
exactly
settle.
why they settle more. Sometimes when you have more options, it's worse.
But I think
So a few thoughts, and I want to start with the women, of course. So Do y'all think that women settle more? Also, her reasoning was because if so, she said it's because of the biological clock. And then she said that women have more options. Y'all can start wherever y'all want to start. Lux, you off mute. So what's your
Okay.
thoughts?
Okay. So, um, I do feel like we as women do settle more. Um, why you say
Oh, I make random sounds. I'm sorry.
Okay. So I do feel like we do settle more. Like it's more to compromise with from women than it is with men. Because I know like most of y'all just look at like, oh, she cute with a fat ass. I like her. And that's it. But for us, we have to look at a bigger picture. Like, is this person stable? Am I gonna feel secure? Um, what's his plan or whatever the case may be. So it's more than me just being present and like looking a certain way for y'all. Uh the biological clock thing, I guess that matters if you are somebody that wants to have kids, but I know if you take care of yourself as a woman, you can keep yourself up. So it depends on what you and that person want, like with kids and stuff. And yeah, it is complications, but I feel like nobody talks about the issues with men having kids later in life as well. So because it's complications that come from y'all also, and we, like I said, we definitely do settle. So I'm out.
Venus, what you got? Venus must have stepped away. Fellas, what y'all got? Zoe, Damien, Poppy.
Yeah, I think women are the only one who look at it as settling. It's like men don't look at it as like, okay, I'm a little bit older, not in the shape I was, or whatever you feel like have been when you weren't in your physical prime, but you're probably in your financial prime. So you don't look at it as settling. You look at it as level setting to where you're in setting your right expectations for what you can attain for where you are in life. Like a lot of women think, okay, because they could have dated somebody that was like a baller in their 20s, they get in their mid 30s, 40s, and they're thinking, okay, I'm gonna settle for this. No, you're not selling. That's what you can get. You can't settle for the only thing that you can probably get and paying. So I think women view it as settling, settle more because they view only being able to not to be able to attain the same level of guy that they used to as settling.
So I'm not speaking for all women, but I feel like with me,
Yes, you
I've
are.
gotten better. No, I'm not. I'm speaking for me. I feel like I have gotten better with age, and I still have access to what I had when I was younger. So I don't know. And that's why I'm saying it's not a one size fits all because it differs from person to person. That's why I also get up here and when I do talk, I say I'm not speaking on behalf of all women. I'm just speaking for me
I
because
don't
different stuff
necessarily.
applies to different people.
Public service
I
announcement. Lutz is speaking for all you bros out here in America, man.
No,
Like
I'm not,
yes,
Poppy.
you are. Yes, you are.
I'm not.
Don't
I don't
don't
believe
don't don't,
people
don't try to revoke
necessarily
your light skin privilege now. Stop it.
Oh
over light
God.
skin.
But
Nah, I don't agree that people necessarily so much get better as they get older, men or women. I think that people get more stable as they get older. And a more stable man is more attractive to a woman than a more stable woman is attractive to a man. Like me
so,
looking at us, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'll go after you. My bad.
That was just the point I was making. I could add more to
No,
it, but that,
so
that was really it.
my issue, so like I said, I stay near DC, right? So a lot of stuff that some men that I meet, like I said, I meet a lot of well off men, and then I'm meeting men that are still trying to, I guess, come into their own, right? So I'm fine with that if you don't have it all together, but when it comes just down to strictly financial, like a lot of that stuff that's being done by the men that are older that aren't there yet, because I know like a lot of people just have the goal of like, oh, I just want to make 100K. Okay, been there, done that. So what's next? Like you have to be willing to work with that person, like if you like that person, like what Poppy said earlier. And I have those conversations with men where they're like, oh, how much you make, what you do. And to me that baffles me because I'm like, why are we even discussing that? Like, eventually we can discuss that, but like first date, you don't have to know what I make or
Yeah,
like
that's
what
no
I
good.
do.
Yeah, a man that's making more than you ain't gonna ask you how much you make. What do you do? He may
Yeah,
ask you what you
exactly.
do, but she ain't gonna be concerned with how much you make.
Yeah.
Even
These,
better,
these,
Damien. Yo, like
these broke
Damien.
dudes.
Even when you dating a girl, this is how you know you're dating a girl that is winning, like she getting good money. Those conversations never comes up, bro. Oh, that's bro bitch talk right there, fam. When she start telling you about her goddamn bills, my nigga, bitch, yeah, I'm just gonna fuck you, send you on your way, man, and block your ass, man, because this ain't going
Bobby
like
come with the real.
like for real.
Oh,
Yo,
they,
no bullshit. Like, yo, Chang, have you been out with a girl that you like? Obviously, you know what you do. You might not know how much money she got, but she got a good ass job. Do money tops comes up? Yes or no?
Never.
Exactly, bro. I know what I be talking about. That's why I don't fuck with hood rats no more, bro. I'm done with that game.
She in DC, that stuff comes up all the time. I promise
I mean, I
you.
know it's speaking 100% for the most part. I'm always gonna
Yeah.
choose the majority. Might not.
But then you shouldn't
Obviously,
be
nothing's
rocking with cats like
100%.
that because he shouldn't be checking your bag at
Of
all.
course not. Like I
but
told you, it's
Yo,
certain stuff.
but to answer the question,
hold on one
right?
second. I think she was almost done. You got
No,
next.
I was just gonna say it's certain stuff like I just listen and absorb. Like I try not to talk a whole lot. I let that person do all of the talking, and then from that point, I decide like, okay, yeah, I want to go on another date, or no, I don't. So, and like I said, to me, money is not everything. Does it help? Yes, but if me and you aren't compatible, we can't build that friendship, companionship. I don't see the point.
Yeah, but Sean, but I believe from the question that you asked, bro, there is no question about that. Man is the one that settled the most, bro. Yo, men settle so much that they are willing to play stepdaddy to kids to kids that are not his fucking biological kids. That right there, that right there alone killed the whole thing, right? The only thing that a man wants from a woman is someone to treat them nice. That's it. You can see a nigga with a fat ass bitch at Walmart. Most likely that fat ass bitch is fucking treating that nigga nice, right? So obviously the man's the one that settled the most, bro.
I want to address that whole. You said men are selling for women and because they're willing to be a stepdaddies. Like a lot of these
And
cats.
everything. That's just one of the samples.
Yeah. But a lot of these cats, like in that, just for that example, are getting badder women they could have gotten if that woman didn't have a kid. And a lot of cats and a lot of dudes are happy with that. Like I'm gonna use my personal anecdotal experience. Like my dad, if he met my mom had 3 kids already, my stepdad, and he was like every day he was like he's like, man, your mama the best looking woman I ever got in my life. I'm so lucky to get her. He was like he's lucky he's feeling good. He got to be able to like parade around and walk around with my mom and like show her off and go to like the company picnic with my mom and all that kind of stuff like that. So he was just like he was happy about it. Some dudes are really happy because they got a better chick than they what. So they didn't necessarily settle because they don't see it as a settlement. It is what you call it. If the priority is to get a bad chick,
Poppy is projecting. That's not it might be a settlement to you if your priority is a woman with no kids, but to another man, she might
he
be
just
the
want a
best
bad
woman.
chick. And if a
Right.
bad
It's
chick come
not
with
a
a kid,
settlement. Right.
But listen to me, Damon.
Believe it
He
or
was
not, every
willing.
man don't think like y'all. Like some men do not mind children. They already have children. They're cool with it. Some men like children. Some men, it's not a big deal. They care more about, okay, she looks the way I want her to look and she treats me the way I want her to treat me. So y'all love putting that shit on every man when we could look up and see men every day dealing with women who have kids, and a lot of them aren't settling. Like having a kid doesn't make the woman just a trash woman. That's not how that goes.
No, nobody was saying absolutely nothing about that. I would just use it as an example. To a stepdad is like the best. Like it's a honorable thing to do. I was never speaking against it. All I was saying is a man is willing to do. A man that would be settling, bro, because that means that woman was your mom was looking so good that the nigga overlooked the fact that she got 3
Hold
kids. Like,
on.
fuck it, I'm here.
That's settling to you based on what you want. He wasn't settling to him.
Yeah,
That's not what he's comparing it. He's comparing it to like what men and women do. So men in
Are
general
willing to
are
do.
willing to settle versus what women are willing to settle for. If a woman is settling, she's not just settling.
So
She's
let's go
settling and
kid to
complaining about
kid.
it. What
Okay,
Poppy
let me
also
use it.
is
Let me
saying
use it in
men
reverse. Let me
settle
use it in
and
reverse.
can be
Yeah,
happy
So,
let's
with
go.
settling for a
so
longer
let me
period
use
of
it in
time.
reverse so
Go
people
ahead.
can
Calling it
understand.
a settlement though.
Go
You're
ahead.
still
We
Let me
calling it.
use it in
understand,
reverse.
but y'all are acting
Okay,
like men don't have kids too. That's how it's
yeah.
coming across to
If
me.
you
Y'all got
that's
kids
fine,
just
and that's
like
what I'm about to
women have
say.
kids. Okay.
That's what I'm about to say. Let me use it in reverse. Let's say, who can I use an example? Fucking Future. A woman get with goddamn Future. That nigga got like 8 baby mamas, whatever. How many? I don't know. I don't care. Would you call that settling too?
well, if they don't look at it because they're gonna get a bag. They're looking at it getting a bag.
I told
That's
her
a good
me.
point.
That's a millionaire. That's a different
But what
situation.
I'm saying is, a woman is willing to go to that point to be the stepmama of 8, 9 kids just to be
He's
with
not
you. You
gonna
see what
have
I'm saying?
No,
That's the
no,
point.
no.
He's
Them
not
baby
gonna have
mamas ain't
Exactly.
hanging together. You don't have them kids.
Poppy, that's a bad
So
example. You know why?
yeah.
Because
Go ahead.
when she said men have kids too, you immediately were supposed to correct that. You know why? Because they can't argue that we ain't in our kids' life and then at the same time say we have kids too. There's a
Mm.
difference. We don't possess the kids. They don't live with us. They're not financially responsible for those kids when they deal with us. You understand?
Okay.
That's the difference,
That
It
makes
right?
depends. It depends. Cause I,
the
from my
majority, the
personal
majority,
experience, I've been that to
the
somebody with a
majority of
kid.
men, the majority of the kids gonna be with the mom because my kids be with me for the most part, but I know the majority. I'm the minority, so I'm not gonna use myself as an example.
What was you saying, Lux?
No, I was just saying for Beans, little podcast, whatever, to get up here and say that I don't agree. I've never said I don't see black men not in their kids' lives because I do see that, but
Me
it
too.
varies. And I've also been a person that dated a single father where the kid lived with him 100% of the time. Now, he didn't take care of that little girl like I felt like he should have, and that ended up being like that was my child because he didn't do nothing.
Yeah.
So I think that's fucking crazy, and y'all need to stop putting a blanket over everything because it does not apply to every fucking body.
Yours was an outlier. Beans is correct. The majority of the time, if a woman get with a dude that has kids, has no financial responsibility toward them kids. If a
Facts.
dude get with a woman with kids, he has financial responsibility to them kids. That's just a fact.
Is that because the woman is perceived to be the lower income person, or because of what?
Because when you like if say you moving with a woman or a woman with kids moving with you, you can't just be like, oh, I'm gonna buy food for just you and my woman. You got to
Right.
buy it for the kids. You like if you want to
Uh-huh.
go somewhere, you got to consider the kids. You got to do all this stuff.
But
That's
Damien,
not the same.
the
Wait,
biggest
have
reason is
any
because
of y'all dated with a kid?
the biggest reason is because
I'm
the
dating with a
majority of the
kid.
No,
time,
the men.
Lux,
Oh,
the
okay.
biggest reason is because the majority of the time women are custodial parents. That's the
Right.
difference. That's why you're more 99% of the time a woman is not going to be financially responsible for a man's kids because he's not even a custodial parent. He doesn't. The kids don't live that way.
He come over there for like Friday to Sunday, if 2 weekends out of the month, like 9 or 10.
Mhm.
That's the average. 9 or 10 days out of the month.
So back to like the point about just because you think being with a woman with a child is settling, every man doesn't think that. That was is the bottom line.
Does that make it not true? If a woman is with a man that's kicking her ass, does that mean and she doesn't think it's abuse? Does that make it not abuse?
How the hell? I'm not doing a false equivalency. Like that
Okay,
is
cool.
what?
Okay,
What?
cool. I'm sorry. Lux,
Yeah.
if a woman is with a man that's kicking her ass and she doesn't think it's abuse, does that make it not abuse? Just because she doesn't think it is?
It's still abuse.
Okay, so just because a man might not think it's settling doesn't mean that it's not settling, right? To Damien's point, when he
That's
said
not, those are two different topics that you're conflating though.
Like
topics don't
what?
matter.
So,
Oh
Once
yeah,
my
you
when you
can't
get
do
god.
older,
that.
you'll realize that. When you get older, you'll realize the topics don't matter. I don't want to argue, Venus. I'm not trying to.
No, I am older. So that's why I'm
I don't want to
saying,
disrupt the
no,
show,
you
Venus.
can't do that.
I don't want to disrupt the show, Venus. I just want to have a
Okay.
conversation like everybody
No,
else.
it's Lux.
So, oh, okay,
So, but
Lux. I'm
no,
sorry, Lux. I don't want to argue. I just want to have a conversation like
Can,
I'm
everybody
can,
else.
not
can we get a
arguing.
Damien,
can
hold
we
on,
get a clear
hold
definition what
So
settling will be?
so
on. So
so
that's what I'm trying to
Damien
say, Poppy.
sat
Hold on.
here and told you as his stepfather, as a man who
Right.
did get with a woman who had kids, and he didn't view his woman
Right.
as a settlement. She was
Right.
an upgrade to him.
Right.
Who are you to come in and tell him no, she's not. You're settling because this is not what I would want. So I'm going to project that on you. Who are you to do that?
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
That's
So
exactly what you're doing.
no, I'm not. I'm pushing back and I'm challenging the idea that just because a person doesn't view something as something mean that it's not that. That's what I'm doing. And I don't want
People
to.
create their own definitions.
Yeah, their own
Well,
reality is
I
the
think,
reality.
I think,
So hold
well,
on, real quick, Tom. So Damien, when you said this, because this is the question that what you said is the reason why I wanted to come up, because I
Okay.
want to ask you this. So if the man doesn't believe that it's settling, right? Because you're saying by your example, he's getting a woman that he would have otherwise not been able to get. Does
Yep.
that mean she's settling? Because
Yes.
she's getting a man. See, that's exactly why I think that's bullshit. See, that's what I'm saying. That's
Well, hold on,
exactly
hold
why
on,
I
hold on,
think.
hold
Wait,
on, hold
yeah,
on.
Wait.
elaborate,
Just
please.
so you, just
I
so you
will.
understand.
Let me give some color to it.
Wait. I just want to make sure you understand what I'm saying. Just that's why I'm saying the idea of just because you don't think it's settling has to be false, and that's
No,
why. Go ahead.
the person who's thinking that there that came like my stepdad, he thought he's going through life thinking he came up.
Right.
My mom, like if you look at my dad and stuff like that, they look vastly different. You know, my dad is a good, solid, hardworking dude who taught me a lot about life, but he's not the most handsome motherfucker on the planet. I'm just gonna keep it a buck. You know, he's short, he's awkward looking, but he put in the work to like show that to my mom that I'm gonna take care of you and these kids for the rest of your life. And that was important to her but she was hoping to get the same from somebody like my dad, who she was more physically attracted to off jump. Because my stepdad pursued my mom for 2 years before she even went
Jesus
out on a date
Christ.
with him. So
So
it was just like,
so this is what I'm saying, because you're a very smart person. I think I probably only have to say this one time to you, right? So think about it. She couldn't have been settling because by her own metric, she thought she could get something better. But in that position, what she was bringing to the table, she got what she qualified for. That's exactly what happened.
yeah,
That's a sad
like I said,
situation.
I don't know, because I don't know. I can't 100% say that. That makes it, you're making a very solid point, but I don't know if she was just tired of the whole dating dudes who was fronting like they were going to be somebody, and this dude, like my dad came in,
Exactly.
you know,
You made my
like,
point, Damien. You
so,
made
but
my
I'm saying,
point
like I
because
said, then maybe I did, but maybe it was she was level set into where she could go. But I don't know. I don't know if she would have
well,
waited
ain't
with a
nothing
dude.
wrong with. I'm not saying like
No.
in a negative
Yeah,
way.
no,
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 don't
no.
we
get
were
it
just talking
twisted.
about it. Yeah, we just talking
What I'm saying was very simple. Like that nigga settled because to him,
His mama settled too, because
No,
if he didn't look like what she is used to dating, she also
she
settled. If
upgraded
he didn't
actually.
settle,
there is
no, she settled too,
She
okay.
because she
upgraded.
could have found somebody else.
So see, this is what
If
I
No.
his
said.
mom is
This is what
that
I'm
What she
saying.
could
pretty,
what she did in there.
because if I have somebody that's right here running me down for 2 years, probably paying bills, buying me and my kids stuff,
That means
why am
the
I
other
gonna pass him
option
up?
wasn't clicking.
No, the other options could
Oh
have been
my
clicking,
God.
but she settled for him as well.
So
yeah.
you telling me a
Wait, hold
man
on, Poppy, hold
this
on. Lux,
go-
Lux.
I don't care. She settled for
Do you
that man, and that
are
man
you
was not
listening to yourself
attractive.
as you saying what you saying?
Nope, I said what I said. So
Wait, Sean, do you hear what she's saying?
What's
Think about what she said.
because
First of
y'all
all,
act like money is the
hold
end
on,
all be all. It's
no.
not.
So here's the thing, Sean. Look, the first thing she said was she settled too. There is no such thing as both of them settling, right?
Yes, it
for real?
is.
No,
No, it
that's not
ain't.
possible. If they
Both of
both
y'all can
Somebody gonna
settle,
win,
settle.
somebody gonna
they
lose.
qualify for.
Yeah.
Only one person can settle.
I agree with you,
I
Beans. I do
disagree.
believe that
Okay.
she did in fact settle, but I just
No,
think
she
my
upgraded,
dad's
fam.
reality, he doesn't view it as settling because he feels like he got something that he never could get, and
Yeah, no doubt.
Exactly.
yeah.
No doubt. We're not arguing. We're not arguing what his belief is. We're arguing what reality is, right?
Yeah.
And so what I'm saying is, first of all, both people can't settle. Only one can settle. If they both settle
Facts.
and they both
It's
got
a
what they qualified for,
compromise.
right? So
No,
if
Lux, you're wrong,
hold
baby.
on, if they both settled, then they both get what they qualified for. That's what that was. But here's the other part. She said, if the nigga chased me for 2 years, He was probably paying
I
bills,
said what I
bathroom,
said.
all this other shit. Wait, Damien, she said if he did that for 2 years, why would I pass up on him? You passed up on him for 2 years.
That's his fault that he kept subjecting himself to that.
He wasn't
I
paying
think
bills. My
I
dad.
think
Hold on,
if
hold on,
you
hold on,
do
hold on. I
that,
want to get it straight. My dad ain't a trick. He didn't. He wasn't paying bills. He was taking us to like dinners and stuff like that as a family or whatever. But he wasn't. He wasn't that
exactly.
game
That's
goofy.
cool. That's
Do
cool.
he got kids on his own before you, Damien?
Nah, he just got. My
Bring
mom
that
had a.
nigga settled, nigga. Case closed. That's it, nigga.
He
No,
Case
probably
closed,
couldn't get
bro. What
nobody
are we
better
talking
than
about here,
Damien's
man?
mom.
What you call it? But he did have. My mom did have a son with him, so I got my little brother with. That's by him.
Okay, well, there you go.
Damon, you said who pursued who for 2 years? He pursued her, or
My
she?
dad pursued my mom for 2 years because she met through a friend of hers, and he was always like trying to be where she was, and like the friend helped the friend to tell my mom he went to holler at her and shit.
How do we know that she
No
settled?
offense, Costa's doing some tricks, my nigga. 2
Right.
years.
Right. How do we know that
Probably.
he settled versus it just took him a while to grow on her or for him to charm her?
No, I don't think he
He didn't
settled. I don't think he
settle.
settled
She
No, I'm saying
settled.
she. I said she. How do we know that she settled?
She
because
did because she. I'm gonna say it. Sorry,
okay, you
Damien.
gonna tell
Not
him
trying to
last?
take over your story, but I'm gonna tell it.
Okay.
If Damien's mom was as bad as he claims she is, she settled. She could have got anybody to
But
come in
Obviously
there.
not.
But just because she's bad
That's the
don't mean that she
point.
deserves better.
yeah, it got to a point
Because
where
go ahead. I'm
like
sorry.
yeah, if you it got to a point where she had a she refocused what she wanted in life. He's like, okay, I need a dude who's this to this, and then she removed the okay, he got to be 6 foot and light skinned because back in then that's what was all the chicks wanted back then.
Fucking qualify for it.
Still is,
Yeah,
nigga. Still is.
that's what I'm saying. No, that's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with you, Beans. Let me make the point.
I know you said it. I know
agreeing
you
with
said
you.
it. That's why I said I'm not arguing. But
Okay,
we just
yeah.
talking
So
about it. Yeah, we
she
just
realized that in order to get all these other things she wants, she'd have to like eliminate certain things
the
that
thing
probably
she
what she
didn't
wasn't gonna
qualify
get.
for no more.
Yeah, that
That's
she
the
didn't
point.
probably qualify for.
Listen, this how it goes. You want a house. You go look at this big ass $400,000 house. They look at your credit. They say, nah, you can get this $200,000 house. That's how that
Yep.
shit work, man.
Settle.
You get what you qualify for. It's not even settling. You
Yeah.
get what you qualify for. It's that simple.
And the people who call it selling are the people who fight against that reality.
Hey,
Yeah.
he made a good point, Lux. What you think about that? I think Beans made a real solid point.
I disagree.
Of course.
Oh God.
Because y'all always say, hold on,
What's the basis?
y'all always say it's not your brains or your money or none of that. It's your booty. So clearly his mama had
What?
ass. Yes, that's what Bruiser used to say.
All right, let's
It's
get off my
not in
mama
his
now.
butt.
Let's leave. All right, let's. All right,
So
my
I'm
mama's no
sorry
longer
that
the
y'all called your
example.
mama, but that's all y'all act like y'all want us to bring to the table is looks. That's it. So if his mom looked that part, she qualified. And I don't feel like y'all should be out here saying another man settled. What his priorities were or what he was looking for was something different than what you guys may focus on.
How can you argue that we shouldn't be saying another nigga settled when you clearly have no problem with saying that a woman settled?
Because if she was the prize in the situation, because he was strictly after her looks,
How the
she
fuck
didn't
is she the
settle.
prize when he
Hold
the
on.
one paying for
She
everything?
could still be the prize.
That
Clearly,
is
he felt like
crazy.
his mom was the prize.
Hold on.
That's
Hold
why
Yes,
on.
he put
yes.
in
Now
I'm
all
gonna ask
that
listen,
Beans
work
a
Lux.
to get
question.
her.
Let me
Lux.
ask. Let me
Hey,
ask.
Lux. Hold
Let
on,
me.
real quick, Damien. Lux. This what I'm going to agree with you on because
Mhm.
my argument is always that for the man, his woman should be the prize, and for the woman, her man should be the prize. Neither one of us should be looking at it like we're the prize in our own relationship. That makes
I
no
agree.
sense. You don't
So
win
it was an
yourself,
even
right? So
trade off. And that's what I'm not understanding to y'all. Like y'all were sitting up here saying his dad settled. He
no,
don't feel like
Lux,
he settled. So
you're the
why is it even
one.
talking
Wait,
to
wait, wait.
y'all?
No, Sean, she on some
I
bullshit.
started
Call
saying
her
it
out,
after
bro.
the fact.
You
Lust, you need
can't
to
say
settle,
wait,
Lust. You need
you
to settle
can't
this
say
debate.
it's an even trade off and at the same time argue that she
It
settled.
could
Like,
be
you
because
can't say
maybe his mom provided something that he felt like he wasn't getting nowhere else that was of importance to
hell
him.
yeah, light skinnedness.
Yeah.
So
Bring
that was
ice.
all he was looking for, and she fit the
Seriously.
bill, so he didn't settle. Next
I
topic.
ain't saying I
yeah,
never
get up.
argued that he did settle. I'm pushing back on the idea that just because you don't think something is something that makes it not that thing.
Yeah.
I'm tired of people not being willing to live in reality.
Well,
But
but hold on, Beans. Let me ask Beans a question real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
you know, because you don't think if his goal or his ideal woman was a woman with 3 kids, like realistically, every time I like Lux look like it's the same complexion, kind of look like my mom. You know,
yep.
What you call it? If he said I want a light skinned chick, I don't care if she got kids or whatever, and I just want a woman who know how to cook, light skin, and look good. And she met my mom. Do he think if she met the criteria, was he settling?
Yes.
But yes, it would, because this is the way I would put it to you. So the way you just framed it, I would have to answer and say no, because you said that he's saying out of his mouth, I don't care if she has kids, right? But here's the thing. Let me take your mama, splitting image, everything head to toe, your mama without the kids. Honestly, which woman do you think he's taking?
Without the kids, definitely.
Absolutely.
I don't
So
know.
that's what I'm saying. Instead of
I don't
trying to pursue the woman who has your mother's looks without the kids, right? He went for the woman with the kids, assuming that whatever it was his deficiency was, he could mask that with the things that he could do for her. That is how a lot of men move. And I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying it is what it is. Bro, me and you got the same story, Damien. My mom was the same way. Light skin, ass everywhere, all that type of shit.
Why you so dark?
So, because my daddy dark. My daddy genes were strong in the motherfucker. But my mom was the same way, right? So when she was with my younger brother dad, you know, he was the handsome firefighter guy. When that shit ended, she got with this Bill Cosby looking ass nigga. Hey, I'm not even fronting. I'm not even fronting on everything I love. If I show you, you'd be like, damn, is that Bill Cosby brother for real? This man looked just like fucking Bill Cosby. The big nose, the height, the everything, the head shape. Exactly, that shit was Bill Cosby to the T, bro. He was a mechanic ass nigga, and that's what it was.
Yeah, my dad looked like Samuel L. Jackson.
That other shit. You know what I'm saying? And then all the niggas that looked the way my mama wanted to look, they wasn't for real. They wasn't gonna commit. They wasn't finna take on no kids. They wasn't finna pay no bills. Why? Because they didn't have to. They could get women who looked as good as my mama,
That's what I said.
without the children. So once you realize that, oh my God, my baggage means that the niggas that I like ain't gonna take me seriously. I gotta not settle. Now I qualify for a different grade of men. That's it.
The problem is it's dependent upon the person. So us from the outside can see because he didn't get the maxed out deal that's settling. But if I go to the car lot and I say I want a Ferrari, I don't give a fuck if it's used or not. If I get a Ferrari, I won. Now, if I went to the car lot and said I want a brand new Ferrari, and then like you said, my credit wasn't there, so I had to get a used one, well then I had to settle. But if I go to that motherfucker and I don't give a fuck if it's new or used, I just want one, then you got what you wanted.
But Tommy, I don't know about that sample, man, because that's actually my business right there. I got a car business, right, bro. Every time you go to the car to buy a car, you always gonna lose. You always gonna lose, man. I'm gonna set the price. I'm gonna, let's say, like right now I got 5 cars, like I got 4. Let me see, 400s and
light skinned girls in the 70s
right?
were the Ferraris.
So look, I got like 6 cars for sale, right? I got 6 cars for sale. I got 6
Poppy,
cars
I
for
get what
sale,
you're
right?
saying, but the only way you're gonna win is if a nigga thirsty.
No, but hold on. Let me tell you, like, Tommy, I got 6 cars for sale. One, I got a little Honda Accord right now, 2014, for like about 7,500 right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the asking price. But my bottom price will be, I ain't gonna letting that shit go for less than 6,800 because I still need to make around 80% profit on it, right? You think you're gonna come over to me and try to negotiate some bullshit? I'm gonna, you know what I mean? Like, yo, I'm asking for my 75. I'm staying still my 75. Your ass tell me 7,000. Boom, I give it to you for 7 bands. You think you won, nigga? No, you settle for the 7,000 because I already got your ass, nigga, for 100% profit, nigga.
But hold on. But if
You
the
would be
dude,
settling.
Okay,
let's use your example.
Hold on, because you fucking it up, Poppy. Your job is to make a profit. I'm coming in to buy a car. As long as I get that car, Who gives a fuck? As long as it's within my budget, who cares about what I paid for it?
Yes. So the proper example, Poppy, would be he want that Ferrari, but we attached 2 minivans to the back of that motherfucker. That's
Hell
the proper
no.
analogy. That's what it is.
That sound like 2 free cars to
What
me.
it
The
is.
fuck? That sound like a win,
Do
nigga.
you think when you walking on Miami Beach, you look hotter as a couple with you and your fine light skinned girl, or hotter as a couple with you and your fine light skinned girl and 2 raggedy ass kids attached to the back of y'all asses, dropping ice cream all over the place, running around and shit, singing the Barney song and shit? Like, come on, we know what this shit is.
If my light skinned girl look
Move
better
the
than your
same.
mid ass bitch, then I'm still over you.
But you can't. But Tommy, you know this. You can't move the same. It's not the same. Because if you just got that woman, right, y'all can move around as much as you want to. It's no real headaches, particularly if you're in a situation where, let's just. Well, I don't want to do that. I was gonna go to the entrepreneur.
Yeah, I was gonna, well, that's getting deeper, but
To move around, but I'm just saying, like, the kids ain't there to tie you down or hold you down or do none of that other shit. It's not a whole nother expense. You're talking about more mouths to feed, more clothes, backs,
Right.
clothes on. Like, let's not pretend
but
like.
what I'm saying is, if you're walking around saying you don't care if she has kids, then you've taken that into account and you don't give a fuck.
Absolutely, because you realize what you qualify for. That's what I'm saying. The nigga
No,
that
some people just don't give a fuck, nigga.
No, but you want to change
Bro,
the
stop.
definition to your own definition.
What do you mean,
Tommy. That's the
stop,
problem.
nigga?
How many relationships you been in, Tommy? How many relationships you been in?
A bunch. I'm 41, nigga.
Okay. How
3.
many relationships were you in between the ages of 18 and 30?
75.
Shit, I don't know. Nah, nigga, I went on a
I ain't got
relationship,
no
nigga.
women
Probably
to
like
fuck.
three,
I'm talking
three or
about
four.
relationships.
Probably like 3 or 4.
Which one of them had kids?
The last one, the 29.
Yeah, when you was
Well,
the
no, I was
oldest.
27.
Okay, when you was the oldest, right? So in the beginning,
But that's kind of my point.
right? Okay, but that's what I'm saying. In the beginning, right? You didn't want no motherfucking kids and all this
Oh
other
no, I'm
shit.
sorry. No. Hold on. Let me take that back. Because Crystal did. So that was 24.
Stepdaddy ass nigga. No, I'm just playing.
I mean, shit, nigga. Hey, but you know what? But that's my point though, B. Just coming from where we come from, like it's these other niggas that look at kids as bad. Like when we came up, and mistakenly so, because I ain't gonna lie to you. If I had found this space when I was younger, I probably would have looked at women with kids totally different. I ain't never gave a fuck.
Yeah, Tommy, you know me, you know my story. Every woman
Yeah.
I've ever been in a relationship with had a kid except for my 2 baby mamas. Those were the only 2 women I ever was in a relationship with that didn't have a child. Even when I
Yeah.
was 16 years old, my girlfriend had a child. When I was 17 years old, my girlfriend had a child. Like,
So that's what I'm saying. So like niggas like us, when we move, if we got the chick that we wanted. It just so happened that we didn't care what was attached to it.
that's a
Now,
fact.
if I moved around like the guys in this space that said absolutely not, I don't want a kid. Yeah, nigga, you settling when you Donovan Sharp, you settled when you ended up with that chick that you got. That's a settle. Cause you out here preaching that you shouldn't deal with baby mamas. You get what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
you talk to an 18, 19-year-old me, man, I didn't give a fuck. Bring that little nigga on. Like, but I also went in the mindset too that I was gonna be taking care of the little nigga either. I was
Well,
on
that
some other
part,
shit.
I'm glad you said that.
Tommy, that
Another
is
thing is
settling,
this,
bro.
too, it matters when they real young too. So when they real young, if they anything between newborn and I would say like 7 at the most, that ain't that bad to be honest with you.
That's still
You
called
muted,
settling,
son.
Tommy.
Hold on. So what you trying to say, Beans? My child is 15. So what you saying?
Ain't nobody
You gotta
finna be
sleep
wrestling
outside.
with that big ass nigga. This my house. You get the
Hey,
fuck out.
podcast gonna have to put that nigga in that Jody chokehold.
Hey, I got a
Don't bring
question.
that little nigga to my house, man.
Is
You gotta
anybody
stay in the car.
is anybody up here divorced?
Yeah, I was divorced from my first wife. Yeah.
I'm
All right.
divorced spiritually.
Look, so I had a question, right? And so we gonna expand it after we ask the divorcees, but I want to start with the divorcees. How did being divorced affect you in your next relationship, or either leading up to your relationship or your mindset or something like that?
And this is gonna be crazy because it's gonna go to Bean's point. it made me never want to be a stepdaddy ever again.
Mm.
Because I had to deal with a buster ass stepdaddy, real biological daddy on the regular.
Yeah.
So I made sure that anybody I dated after that, I couldn't do the kids thing, only because their dynamic was so fucking whack that I couldn't.
Right.
I didn't have the time to deal with that shit again.
Word.
Anybody else that's divorced want to talk about that?
Yeah. I mean, so technically, I'm not divorced, but when I was separated, I've been separated for all these years now from my wife, man. The marriage really only lasted 3 months. We was 19. We didn't give a fuck. But yeah, see, what it did was it put me in this headspace where I assumed that women were unable. Like I started really thinking like women were unable to say shit and really mean it, right? And that was fucked up because I ended up meeting a couple of chicks that wasn't like that, and I kind of like took it for granted. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, why would you walk down the aisle with a motherfucker? You know what I'm saying? Just to give up. You know what I'm saying? So soon. And I'm just like, damn, if you would go all walk down the aisle, paperwork, all this other shit, and still give up, like what the fuck? But at the same time, I still worshiped women. You know what I'm saying? So even though it gave me that anxiety about being able to trust women, I still worship them, and I never stopped like really dealing with women or giving them my heart, giving them my all, being a hopeless romantic. It didn't stop me from doing that, but it absolutely added to my anxiety about being able to trust women.
I think that's really interesting. In retrospect, I know it's been some time since y'all separated. Do you feel like in any way like she was justified, or do you understand her more now?
Not really. I think if you ask me, do I think it was the right decision? My answer would probably be yes, right?
Okay.
But that's hindsight, right? In hindsight, my answer would be yes. But honestly, to me, it's still like, no, you knew what it was, right? So you should have made more of an investment in the relationship and in building things instead of looking around and feeling like, oh, I could do better. And now looking all these years later, you never did. You know what I'm saying? Like you never did better. You still just a regular ass, 40-hour a week, dollar stove, working ass. I'm not judging, but I kind of am judging because it's like you left me like you thought you was that, like you thought you was her, and then what ended up happening? You ended up being gay for a little while, like all kind of shit. Like it wasn't gonna be what you thought it was gonna be, and that's the delusional world that women live in, where they all think they settle in it, and they all think they should have more than what they actually qualify for.
Yeah, with me, what it did was it did make me take a look at myself too, because I realized my role in it was huge. I was like, I'm not a cheater, but I was putting myself in situations like that where it wasn't
Call her man, don't shit,
ideal.
man. Don't say
Was
that.
that wait? I need to know for sure. Do you think you did that based on the dynamics of the relationship, or was that just a part of your personality?
I'm sorry, say that again. My son came in the room in the office.
Do you think that you put yourself in them situations based on the dynamics in the relationship, in the marriage, or would you say that was just a part of your personality?
It was part of my personality. Like I said, I was a club promoter, and I still wanted to like do that because it was just what I knew was I was making cool money off of it, and it was just something like I didn't have to do it, but it was just some part of my life when I met her, and I just kind of didn't want to give that up. I wasn't ready to give that up for the marriage.
Damn, that's different. I wouldn't have expected him that.
Yeah, man, y'all both had some good answers. So for everybody else who, obviously, we've all been through breakups. Well, you know what? Let me be honest. Let me say for me, I think the thing for me, like during the divorce process, it is interesting to see how you can go from loving somebody and this and that, and you probably still love them, but then it's like that paperwork can get greasy sometimes.
Absolutely.
Them battles can get greasy sometimes, whether it's custody, whether it's child support, whether it's alimony, depending on, your situation. But it's just like, it will make you conflicted because it's just like, damn, this is a person that, I feel or felt this way about. And now they're on the other side of the table and I don't know how to feel about it, or I do know how to feel about it, even though I don't necessarily want to feel that way about it. And so it can make you like, if you're a person who didn't believe in prenups, it'll make you be like, shit, nigga, next time, oh yeah, nah, we getting that shit in ink. We writing that shit in blood. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm gonna protect myself next time. And also, like Damien, what you said about the kids, I get that too. I know Damien left, but I get that too. How some people like, nah, I ain't getting into that situation no more. For those of y'all who had just relationships that y'all really took heavily when y'all broke up, did y'all have relationships where y'all broke up and it really affected you? You know what I'm saying, in some way, positively or negatively?
Hell yeah. But no, I actually had the opposite effect as Damien as far as the kid situation, because me and the kid's dad was solid. We still solid to this day. But I also kind of came into that situation knowing my place in the situation and not trying to, replace him. So it was never no situation where he felt like nah, they knew who he was, they knew my position, and it was a respect there on both sides. But no,
Were y'all
I think
living
everybody.
together, bro?
Yeah, we had ended up moving. That's my my oldest
Okay.
daughter's mom, her baby dad. So we only had one incident, and then once we kind of got that understanding, everything was Gucci. You feel me? It's like one of them situations where you had to kind of show a nigga like, nah, I ain't no sucker, and then after that, it was like everything was smooth after that. But I also wouldn't recommend that situation to many people either, because that shit could have got ugly depending on where that shit panned out. So now I look back on it, I tell people like I love my baby to death, but if I went back, she probably wouldn't be here, because I would like that. That was a lot of that shit was built off of like ego. Even me just staying in that situation, because he had a name in the streets. He was, I think, shit, if I'm not mistaken, when me and her first started dating, I think he was a couple of months off of beating a body. Like he was one of them, boys or whatever. And I guess what his thing would be was like when she would date people, he would basically like come around trying to run them off. And she, me being old East Oakland ass, nigga, who you trying to run off? And so it was weird. It was then like the relationship was built off of like an ego thing. Like, nigga, I ain't about to get punked out of shit. Not to say that the me and her wasn't solid, because we were solid, but a lot of it was, if I was to look back now and like I said, like chop it up to younger me, I'd probably be like, yeah, nigga, you need to kick rocks. Like it's no reason for you to deal with this in the position I was in. But I think everybody has situations where men and women where somebody just do you a certain way and it affects you in the future, whether it's they betray you, mistrust, cheat, steal, whatever the fuck happens. I think everybody has those issues. A lot of the issues I have in a relationship, honestly, I think comes from like the traumas and shit, from just growing up and stuff. And so like I have issues with like communication, because where I come from, we don't communicate. You know what I'm saying? Like, you shut the fuck up. It's changed now. Niggas love to talk now, but you know what I'm saying? Like, we shut the fuck up. Like, shit happens, you keep it moving, and you deal with shit yourself. And that's one of the things I struggle with in relationships, is letting somebody be there for you. Because every time I went through something traumatic, I was single. So I've learned to deal with that shit alone. I've never been in a situation where I dealt with that shit with somebody. So I don't even know what that looks like. So my natural reaction when trauma happens is to retreat, because that's how I know how to deal with that shit. So yeah, I'll just say that.
Everybody want to know what Venus gonna say.
Me personally, I would say, how people say like love and hate is two sides of the same coin. I would look at that very specifically, and I think like when it comes to exiting a relationship, that I just make it simple. I hate this person more than I love them, and that's more important for me. That's more
God
important
damn,
for me
Zo.
than anything else. Well, the reality is, I don't. The most I've ever felt like I was wasting my own time was being bitter, and I never want to what would make me bitter is if I was to be like, oh, I don't love this person no more. Like I wouldn't, like I'd be lying to myself, and that's how you find yourself going back into toxic situations. Is I would tell myself like, oh, I don't love them no more, and then I'll try to make it, oh, it's the love that's not there. You lie to yourself, telling yourself you don't hate this person, but when you realize, you know what, I love this person this much, but love, there's a thin line between love and hate. And if you are willing to acknowledge that other side without sacrificing the love, it's just like it just becomes cost benefit, and now like you understand that this person's just not for you. If I just purely hated them, that'd be one thing. But it's like the love is still there. And I'm not going to sacrifice my love and my ability to love people or ability to love a woman for the fact of she might do something that make me hate her. So to make it simple for people in the future that I deal with and people I deal with now is that, you know what, this person was just what they've done. It just doesn't add up for me to, no matter how much I love them, for me to stick with them instead of trying to make it seem like, oh, nah, what they doing now is okay. Nah, what they did wasn't okay. And I don't have to accept it. And I don't got to be there. You feel me? So I look at it that way. It's a bit harsh. I understand. But once I was able to open myself up to be able to admit that I hate people, it made it easier for me to understand, like, from the other side, why I was so attached. Why it made it easier for me to keep it real with myself. Why my love was going so hard in a place where it might not have been welcome or wasn't being received the way I wanted it to. Shit like that.
You said a bit harsh? Damn, nigga. So that's your coping mechanism, basically.
You call it that. Let's call it that.
That makes sense. Now, I'm glad I got some fellas up here, pause, but I want to see what y'all niggas think about this shit. And I want to see if y'all think this is more common than women like to admit.
Would you sleep with a married man if his wife was out of town?
I actually have before. And it was my dad's best friend at the time. My dad found out. He wasn't too happy about that.
How did he find out?
Well, so his best friend, I guess, found and he reached out to me, and I thought it would be hot, so I ended up going over there while his wife was out of town. And, we did our thing. And I forget how my dad found out, but he was so mad.
So, did your dad's friend have...
So
okay, Sean. Hold on, Sean. We got to put this into context, bro.
Okay.
That bitch is sitting on a whore bus. She's a whore.
Yes.
Like she's probably got smashed after that interview on camera in that bus.
It's
so,
like
Is that a TV show, a horror bus?
It's called like Fan Bus or some shit like that. But they shoot porn in that bus.
Is that what that little nigga, the alien baby, be fucking bitches?
Yeah.
Is that the same thing?
Yep.
Now, you niggas did all the research.
Now, Tommy, you framed it properly. Now the context matters because she's somebody who has an OnlyFans, and she probably like you said has sex on that bus. She is nice looking, but do you think that more quote unquote, do y'all think that more normal women have that experience too in terms of fucking married men and shit like that?
I think it happens, but the only reason why I pointed that out because I hate to use extremes to represent the regular. You know what I'm saying? So that's the only reason why I pointed that out because I'm like, I don't want to I don't want to take a super slut and be like, yeah, that'd be all women.
Mm-hmm.
But absolutely, listen, the adage, mama's baby, daddy's maybe was made for a reason. You know what I'm saying? The notion of the mailman was made for a reason. You know what I'm saying? So it happens. It's underreported. We know that when they move, they don't get caught a lot of times.
Mm-hmm.
I said on somebody else's show, if you go to any Amazon warehouse parking lot, somebody's wife is getting smashed in the parking lot on lunchtime. It just happens.
Oh shit! Anybody else?
Tommy, I think you off a little bit, bro. I think that's more normal than what people want to make it believe, bro. I keep telling you niggas, I'm about to start charging you niggas for my services, bro. I'm sick of tired repeating myself, bro. These bitches is dropping that pussy off to anybody that's fucking whispers some nasty thing in their ears, bro. Fam, women, she way more than men, my nigga. I keep telling you that, bro, but nobody wanna believe it, fam. Yo, this bro, like, yo, I got a couple homies that are married, son. And when we go out, these hoes be throwing their pussy at these niggas, though, with the ring on. Like, yo, and you know what? They lucky because their girl, their wife be liking girls too, so they be having all kind of threesomes and shit like that. So you worked out perfect for them. The point is, bro, is that's more normal than anything else, fam. That's more normal, bro. I know what Tommy's saying, that she's a string, but yo, this happening at work with the 9 to 5 bitch. This happening this like beauty salon owner bitches. Yo, I'm telling you, fam, these bitches got no problem giving married niggas some pussy, bro, and they
No,
know that.
that's why I said the thing about the Amazon parking lot. But I will say too, Poppy, where you kicking it at? You around the sluttiest of the sluttiest hoes. Like it's not like you walking around like, and I'm not saying it don't happen there because I know it happens there, but it's not like you walking around like suburban America where life is boring and shit. Like you still in clubs and shit like that. You still going out. That's a whole nother strand of people out there. But I think Sean is more asking as far as like more of the married people that live like a more normal life. You're not going to clubs, lounges. You just kind of chilling. Those people that it would be a surprise if it happened. Because we know
No,
it
but
happens, Poppy. Like, nigga, if you've lived and you've been outside, you know it happens for sure. Like the one thing my dad told me was, you put that wedding ring on, you'll never get more pussy offered to you than when you put that ring on. So
Tommy,
go ahead.
the bitches that I fuck the most is the professional hoes, bro. Nobody's
Yeah,
freaky on
absolutely.
these
Yeah,
professional hoes, bro.
Wait,
What?
professional hoes like professional hoes, or professional hoes like
yeah.
business?
No, he's talking about
Nigga,
like professionals, like
I'm talking
lawyers and
about
doctors
bitches
and
that
that
are
type shit.
human. I'm talking about bitches that are human resource managers. I'm talking about lawyer bitches. I'm talking about doctor bitches. I'm talking about
Okay, okay.
nurses bitches. Dang hoes. Yo, listen, me and my friends, we always talk about this, bro. Before even I came in with YouTube, son. You know how we call them? I gave them the name. This is hoes with degrees, my nigga. That's all they are. They doing the same thing that the project hoes doing. The only thing these bitches actually care about their economical status. So they go a little bit, they're gonna study a little bit hard. Yo, them hoes is busting it wide open just like the project hoes, bro. I promise you that. I can take you, Tommy. Listen, man, whenever you decide to try this way, man, I take you to a spot out here, nigga, with all them hoes that got money, nigga, be hanging out with, bro. They ain't got no problem giving you something, man. And then the next day, when you wake up with the bitch, nigga, and when you get to talk to the hoe, that bitch gonna tell you, oh yeah, I work over here at AIG. I do this. I'm like, yo, these big ass titles. I'm like, yo, what the fuck? I'm telling you, fam.
Beans and Jalen, what y'all got on this?
My bad. I was getting dressed. I'm about to go grab my food real quick. But is it specifically about married people and sleeping with married people?
Yeah, sleeping with married people.
So I think a lot of times what we base our beliefs or perspectives on are what do they call them? Like sayings and different stuff like that. So what comes to my mind is always when niggas be like, yo, when I ain't had no woman, bitches wasn't thinking about me. Now I got a woman, they all on me. Right. And I think that married men increase their availability for women. But that does not necessarily mean that not all, I'm sorry, but the majority of them actually act on that availability. When I heard Poppy say that women cheat more than men, I don't necessarily think that that's true. I think more women cheat than men, but I think men cheat more than women. Because a woman would cheat every now and then, and more than likely with the same person.
We
But
get cut the
niggas,
most, beans.
but niggas will go to the lounge every weekend and smash a new chick, bro. Every weekend. You know what I'm saying? His lounges all across Chicago that be popping, bro. And sometimes they be popping during the week. You know what I'm saying? And niggas would go and, hey, shorty, what your name is, drinks. They be in cars, they be in hotel rooms. The motel rooms be cracking for a reason. You know what I'm saying? Now, some of those chicks is probably some nigga's wife. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, in general, I think men cheat more as it pertains to bodies, but I think more women actually cheat. I think there's more men who are actually practicing monogamy than there are women.
Jalen, what you think? You think married women out here busting it open?
Probably.
Straight to the point, straight like that.
Threw them under the bus.
My only retort to that, Beans, and I've kind of been saying this the last couple of days, is my problem is the access. Like, as we know, niggas lie. But I keep on going back to this because this shit shocked me when he said it. When him tells you that at 35, most niggas' body count is 8, that means niggas ain't out here doing a lot of fucking like they saying they is. And then you have to just go down to the brass tacks. If a nigga goes outside his door and 10 women walk by and he say, let's fuck, more than likely, 10 out of 10 gonna be like, you crazy, I'm cool. A woman goes out there and does the same thing, and judging on how she looks, you probably gonna get 2 to 8 of them that's gonna walk in there. The access is just different.
So
I would speak more on
women cheat more, man, by your own definition. They got more opportunities.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They are snipers. It's impossible, Vince, man. You're wrong on this one, bro. Yo, it's impossible for a man to cheat more, bro. It's literally impossible, fam.
It's not impossible.
It is impossible because
It's not
listen,
impossible.
Well, Jalen, just think this. Even a nigga that's a player that really just get chicks, his rejection rate is still gonna be higher than a normal chick if she was just throwing the pussy out like a slut nigga was throwing the dick out. That's just the way the numbers. It's always gonna be more niggas willing to smash than it is gonna be women willing to smash, based off of just how if they want to look a certain way, etc., etc. You could take the finest nigga and take a normal chick.
So I'm not sure. My bad.
No, go ahead,
the ugliest bitch, nigga, can outdo me. And I'm good getting pussy, nigga. The ugliest bitch can outdo me.
That's not the point, though. I don't think you realize something, right? Like the point, the thing that you just said to me makes the point that I'm issuing, which is that women do more rejecting. They do more rejecting and they do less approaching, right? So men may get rejected more, but they do way more approaching. We do more trying to cheat. That's the point. Men are always trying to go find somebody. They always flirting. There's always this. It's always, hey, shorty. It's always what your name is. Always something, right? I'm not saying that. I'm saying I think more women cheat, right? The number of women. So if you take 1 million men and 1 million women, I'm saying 700,000 of those women cheat, 500,000 of those men cheat. But out of those 500,000 men, I'm saying they racked up more bodies, right? They got the men cheated, but when they cheated, out of the 10 times they cheated, they probably cheated with 4 different women. Whereas when the women cheated, they probably cheated with 2 niggas. You see what I'm saying? That's how I've seen it. Like when my baby mama cheated on me, nigga, I on my mama, on my kids, nigga, I was fucking everything moving. Every bitch that bought some weed from me, every chick in my building that was single, all of them. The chick up under me, the chick on the 3rd floor that was halfway retarded with the speech impediment, she got it too.
Yo, Vince, to correct you, bro, you didn't cheat. You exercise options, my nigga.
Okay, but I'm just saying, oh, you cheated on me, bitch? Okay, let me show you how this goes. Everybody get our old landlord, everybody, nigga. Everybody getting it. Fuck that. I was and I'm saying because I'm putting myself in that position. I'm outside, I'm in the streets, you know what I'm saying? I'm doing my thing. While I was outside in the streets, my baby mama was at home. She did her cheating. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She was at home.
I agree with Beans on this one. I agree with Beans.
Foolish, what you got on these topics, bro?
I don't even know what y'all talking about right now, man. I
I'm talking
just
about
got in.
Chinese food. I'm about to go get some.
Bullshit. What's up? Deal me into the conversation.
Wait. I'm about to go get my food. I'll be right back. But Sean, can I ask y'all one quick interjection question before I leave?
Definitely.
Okay. And fuck y'all if y'all laugh. Does anybody watch these niggas start lying? Does anybody on this panel right now order shit from, I think you pronounce it Sheen? SHEIN?
Hell yeah,
Hell
nigga, my
no.
daughter be on my head.
Oh, that's this nigga then, not me.
I don't order shit from Shein.
Sheen and Temu. What's happening?
Isn't that a female store, Shane?
Nah, nigga, they got nigga shit, but I order my daughter shit from Sheen. I think I got my son some clothes from Sheen too.
It's pretty cheap. It's pretty
I
good shit.
don't get my shit
Yeah,
from
I could
Sheen
have
though,
swear I saw that store at the mall.
No, nigga, it's online. It's a China store.
Yeah.
Okay.
But no, the only reason why I don't order shit for myself is because the material is like hella thin.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't trust it, to be honest with you.
So
How you spell it?
SHEIN.
It's a store around my way, nigga. It's just like Forever 21, nigga, for females. It's cheap clothing for females.
Well, what's up, man?
Well, I ordered this outfit off of there, right? Because when I first saw it, you know how you just Google something, and when I Googled it, that came up. It was a bunch of other shit came up, but that came up too. And I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? I be seeing this shit, so I clicked on it because I was trying to specifically get a new tie-dye jumpsuit, and it came up. The shit wasn't even $20, bro.
It's dirt cheap for sure. Yeah.
And I'm like, wait, this shit can't be real. But since it was only like $15, I just said, fuck it. If they get me, they get me. It's $15. Let me see. But the shit just showed up, and it's fly as fuck.
How's the material? Because that's the only thing I was worried about. Like the shit I got for my kids, the material seems like super thin.
Yeah, so it is thin. The
Okay.
outside don't feel like regular like Nike cotton, right? The outside feel kind of like some sort of polyester vinyl type material, right? The inside though is like the regular inside cotton type shit. So I mean, but the motherfucker look good though. You know what I'm saying? Like ain't nothing wrong with it. Ain't got no fucked up parts. It ain't missing this or missing that. Like ain't shit wrong with it. You know, and I don't really give a fuck about Gucci, Prada look. Like I never gave a fuck about that shit. But at the same time, like it's some shit I won't wear. You know what I'm saying? Like
You tried it on already?
You ain't got no
I
Chinese.
didn't put it on yet.
Yeah, that's the thing. They sizes be wild because it'd be based on the Chinese sizes.
Yeah, I bought it though. Like the last outfit I just bought me and my lady for Valentine's Day. I had to send my shit back because it was too small. You see what I'm saying? So I had to order some shit. I went on ahead and ordered it from Gildan, and I think the other ones, the Loons, because I know that they sizes be right. So when I eyeballed it next to my new joint, it looked the
Why
same.
did you
I'm
want
gonna try it on though, but I just wanted to see because I some shit I don't give a fuck about, but at the same time, like I ain't trying to get roasted either.
Why did you want to talk about this before you went and got some Chinese food, man? Why'd you change the topic to Chinese?
That's probably what it is because I'm about to go get my Chinese food, right?
Have you fucked with Fashion Nova beans?
I never ordered nothing from Fashion Nova. Never ordered nothing.
Okay, I got some shit out of Fashion Nova. Fashion Nova is solid.
For real?
I got one shirt. I got one shirt from Fashion Nova. That shit fly as fuck.
Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all.
Let me ask you.
After I heard 50 Cent say what he said about them, after I heard what 50 Cent said about them designers, man, fuck you, nigga. I'm not about to pay no $500 for no goddamn shirt. It cost you 50 cents to make. You niggas is sick.
That's crazy.
This nigga said, I know the factories that they make this shit in, and it's literally costing them like 75 cents to make it. And these goofball American motherfuckers is paying $2.75 for it. You got me fucked up. The math ain't mathing to me, nigga.
Yeah, that's true, man. I can't do it, bro. I just I'll be feeling some kind of way. The most I ever spent was $220 on my Jordan 11s. That's the most I've spent on shoes. Most I've spent on pants was $60. Those was Levi's.
But you got Jordans, right?
Yeah, but I usually buy Jordan 1s. I did just buy some flights for Valentine's Day just because they was red and black for me and my lady. I bought both of us. So.
Well, but if you're gonna go down that road, like for everything that we use, they make like Jordans. You know, do y'all know that it takes $16 to make a Jordan in China?
Yep, I know, Poppy. Yeah.
Damn.
$16. We pay $240, $270. I haven't buy a pair of Jordans in years now, like 4 or 5 years.
Like what Poppy was saying, they do that for everything. They always they manufacture everything at a cheap ass low price and then sell it for 3 to 4 times.
Yeah, that's what
But you know what they don't do? They don't sell you a fucking T-shirt for $550 because it got a fucking G on it.
Right, exactly. Yeah. I mean, what you really paying for is the convenience. You paying for the convenience of somebody else putting the shit together for you, and you ain't got to go through all the problems getting everything together to make it. That's what you really paying for.
Nah,
so you're not really paying for the stuff. You paying. I'm serious. That's how it goes. You can make your own burgers at the crib, but you will still go to Five Guys
for less than $1 too.
Hey, look, I got a couple little confessions I want y'all to see too, man. I forgot what these say. I don't know what these say, but I found these motherfuckers on TikTok. Let me see what these shit. Ignore that first one. That's not.
God damn.
So did y'all get that?
Nah, you gotta figure out how to pause this shit. Nigga.
Yeah, play it again.
She said she hate being a mom. She had the kids for her husband.
Yeah,
no, I read that part. I didn't make it to the bottom.
Oh,
yeah, I made it to the bottom.
Ooh. Yeah, I missed the middle part.
Yeah.
Shit. I think a lot of it's people that ain't got married that have their kids and hate their children. That ain't nothing new. At least she was honest enough to confess it. It's motherfuckers that showing their action that they hate their kids. Treat their kids like shit.
I'm gonna tell you the truth, bro. This is the truth, man. I know a lot of these hoes gonna hate me, but so what? Most of these bitches like the idea of being a mother, but most of them don't want to be a mother. Let me repeat that again. They like the idea of having babies because that's what biologically their fucking body was made for, right? But actually being a mother with them goddamn kisses here, they don't like those kids like that. You know why? Bro, these bitches be dropping them kids off anywhere. That's why I laugh when they come on these goddamn panels and talk about, oh, it's hard to be a mother. Shut the fuck up. You drop them kids off to your baby daddy house. You drop them kids off to your mama house so your ass can be at the club or at the hookah bar twerking. Yo, those businesses are still open for a reason, bro. Half of the hoes got kids that be out. I hope y'all know that, right? Half of the hoes be out. All them hoes that be talking about that you catch them in Miami or Las Vegas and shit like that, half of them got kids, bro. They don't like to be mother. They like the idea of having kids, but they don't like to be mother themselves, man.
I'm a piggyback off of what Poppy said and bring it back to what we were talking about earlier, Sean. It's the same thing with marriage. Motherfuckers like the idea of marriage.
Bro, say that.
They don't like to put that work in. But and I think also off of what Poppy was saying is I think a lot of women like the cachet that comes with being a mom because you naturally get the grace of if you're a mom, you must be a great mom. Because whenever you hear something about a mom being bad, you have to give a full out description on how exactly she is a bad mom. And then even that might be questioned because then it's, well, what's the circumstances? Oh, it might be this. Oh, it might be that. Whereas if you hear a bad dad, you ain't got to get into too much description about that. What that nigga do? You know what I'm saying? So, but absolutely, I remember I took my two. I think he was 1 and she was like months, or 2 and she was months. Anyways, they was little as fuck. Nigga had one on the chest, diaper bag on the back, one on a leash, uh, my luggage, they luggage, and another bag. And I'm walking through the airport, and all I heard from women was, "I don't know how you do it. Oh my God, I just couldn't." Oh, and I'm just in there looking like, but these are the same motherfuckers that talk super mom all over the internet.
For
It should be
real.
easy.
They love their status symbols, man. They love their status symbols.
And like I said, bro, I'm gonna keep it a G, man. I done seen a lot of bad moms out here. I done seen a lot of bad moms, like people beating on their kids in fucking Walmarts and grocery stores, people screaming at their kids, calling their kids all types of stupid motherfuckers and everything. Like, I done seen quite a few. And like I say, it's people have children for different reasons, and a lot of it is not to raise the child properly. And that's pretty much it. You know, some people have it because they just screwing around. Other people have it because they trying to, how my grandmother used to say, keep a nigga babies. You got a lot of keep a nigga babies out here too. And you know, a lot of people people just don't be honest. And then they say, like, that's why I tell people, like, don't come to me with that bullshit acting like you was with Barack Obama and you laid down in the bed and woke up next to DMX. That wasn't the case. That wasn't the case. You was out here chasing niggas for different reasons. Maybe the nigga was hustling. Maybe he had a little bit of money. Maybe other women wanted him and you wanted him too. And he had other babies and you wanted to have his baby too. And I'm not talking about all women. I'm just talking about a particular group that we've all seen coming up. And that's why I say, man, people just be disingenuous and they be dishonest. You ain't lay down with this nigga saying that, oh, you know, we're gonna have a family and we're gonna build together and we're gonna establish together and we're gonna, you know, I've been with this man since we was in high school. No, you was just fucking and a kid came out.
Bro, I had this discussion with one of my homegirls from the military. She was talking shit about her baby daddy. I had met this nigga one time. He was freshly kicked out the Navy, sleeping on his cousin's couch, selling weed. And I said, baby girl, I met your baby daddy one time. It's nothing about that nigga that said Father of the Year. It wasn't a fucking thing about this nigga that said Father of the Year. And you had a baby by him and expected what? And she couldn't even argue. I'm gonna keep it solid with you. She was a real motherfucker. She was like, yeah, you right.
Man, I done ran past broads, man. I done ran past chicks, man, that like you will see their baby's father and this nigga look like Pirates of the Caribbean. Be like all dirty, like motherfucker just be like, I'm like, damn, that's who the fuck you had a baby with? And they'll just be looking at me embarrassed. I'm like, that's who you had a baby with.
But hold up, real quick though. If I was to actually talk about like the confession, she showed a level of self-awareness that I feel like a lot of people lack, right? She went into it before she had the kids knowing that she didn't want to have kids. You know what I mean? And that shit was solid. Like she knew exactly who she was. You know what I mean? Like how many people could actually say they know exactly who they are when they get into certain situations? Not
You know
many.
what the problem though, full surface?
I can.
I want to give him full custody. But you know why she won't? Because of how people will look at her as a mom. So
Child
them kids
support.
are gonna no, not child support. Because of how people are gonna look at her as a mom. And so those kids will suffer, so people won't look at her as a fucked up mom.
It's the money, Tommy. It's the money. It's the money. Trust me, because she's depending on that $700 check.
Poppy, most women can't fathom, no matter the situation, just giving the bro. I don't pay child support. I don't think neither one of my kids' moms could fathom just handing the kids over to me. Like it's just it. I think immediately in their brain that just instantly means ain't shit mom. Like when you watch Kevin Samuels and he literally broke down to a chick how their kid would be so much better off with the dad because of the situation she's in, and she listened and agreed. And at the end of the conversation said, yeah, I can't take him over there. Not only that, hold on. Not only that, the next caller called in and said, Yeah, I heard everything you said, Kevin, but yeah, I couldn't see that either. He literally explained how the fucking kids would be in a far better situation. And it's just, bro, it's a mother is looked at a way if she signed them kids over or just gave them like just imagine when you see a dad with full custody of their kids, what's the image you have of the mom? Instantly. They gotta be ain't shit, right? And that's the image that they're running away from. And that's why she says, I want to give them full custody.
You
That's
can
a
look at it
fact.
as a
The
responsibility.
reason Tommy
Yeah.
I say it gotta be the money, bro, is because she said herself like he's a great father, blah blah blah. Maybe I should give it up to the daddy. But I'm telling you, obviously we just speculating at this point. But I'm telling you, she need that $700-800, nigga, to complete for that rent, bro. I promise you. That's why a lot of these hoes keep them kids, bro.
But not just that, but it's a lot of women too that they weaponize the child against the man. That happens a lot. No, fuck that nigga. He ain't gonna see his kids.
Happens all the time.
You ain't gonna see your kids until you do what I tell you to do or what I want you to do. I done heard mothers tell they children flat out, yeah, your father ain't never gonna see you again. He ain't never gonna see you again. Like,
Hey, two real quick things. First and foremost, shout out to everybody who's been sending cash app. Shout out to my girl Lauren for being a sponsor of the show. I appreciate you, Lauren. Shout out to Logic for being a sponsor of last show, and T.O. was the sponsor of the show before that. Just because I'm successful don't mean I don't want cash apps. Just so y'all, please get that out y'all head. I got a 17-year-old daughter, and my YouTube money goes to my daughter. So get that out y'all head. So I appreciate any cash app stuff, but shout out to Lauren for being the current sponsor of the show. And I got another video I want y'all to check out. y'all gonna know this chick when y'all hear it, but here she is.
I actually think that like women like to be cheated on. Every time I ask the girls on the show, it'll be like, we'll talk about cheating, right? They'll bring up their ex that cheated. But my next question is always like, did you stay? And they always say yes. And when I first heard this, I thought it was crazy. I was like, there's no way girls like this
It's more similar
stuff.
to an addiction. It's the roller coaster, and then they go back because they miss.
Yeah. Did any of them tell you they liked being cheated on?
I mean, they didn't say that, but their actions, it's like...
A lot of women like to stay in relationships. So do they like it because they stay there?
See, I feel like this is like a trap question. It's like a trap. It's like this is what they do. They try to trap you.
Like to be addicts?
Honestly, I think some addicts do. I do. No, this is. I have relatives.
I want to start with Jalen. Jalen, what's your thoughts on that?
On that video?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think women like being cheated on. However, they don't like thinking about not being with him either. So they would rather stay and not go through that, heartbreak phase than actually stand on business and leave.
Okay. Fellas, what y'all think?
Well, I think they still go through the heartbreak phase because it happened. I think what happens.
Yeah, but she'll still have him, and she may not trust him the same, but she'll unintentionally be competing with other women because she knows.
Oh yeah, I see what you're
he's a
saying.
cheater. Yeah.
I think also the hardest thing for a woman to do is see potential in the nigga and then let it go. Because I think what happens is when they fuck with a dude and they get to a certain point, they see the potential and then they build that future in their head.
Mm-hmm.
And once that future is built, it's really hard for them to let that go. And I think that's why a lot of women come back.
Like,
Y'all correct. I mean, you correct me if you're wrong, Jalen. You're a woman.
No, I was about to add on that the friends that I've spoken to that have been cheated on, the main reason that they're upset is because of the time they invested, rather than I truly love that man. Like, their first thing that they tell me is I invested so much time, as to why they won't leave.
After a certain point, they don't want to start over. That shit, they like, oh.
But do you? That's for anybody, man or woman, that's crazy to think that you're the only reason you're not leaving is because of the time invested, not because you truly love this person, not because of anything else. Your first thing is, I invested so much time.
I mean, I feel like that's not to say that they don't love the person. I think that they're thinking about, yo, I really put a lot of shit into this joint. So it's like that's what comes out. Like, damn, I
But
put a lot of myself into this. I
if you
mean,
loved that person, would your first thought be about time, or would it be about how much you love that person and the fact
it
that they won't
depends. It
cheat?
depends. It depends on how the conversation start. Because if you ask me a certain question, that probably is going to come out. You know what I mean? Because it's like, depending on what you put into that relationship in terms of investment, you're going to think about the investment a lot. Because it's like people really invest pieces of themselves in that shit as well. Like, it's not just the time thing. It's like, yo, I invested of myself in this drawing.
And I think too, I think a part of it too is that a lot of women, not a lot, but it's certain women that they like to have that man that all the other women want. Like I think a lot of I'm not sure if that was Jay or whoever said that, like because I mean, it's certain women that be like, yeah, he might have been with you, but at the end of the day, you know who he coming home to. And then, you know, that plays the dynamic. And then to what Foolish Scholar was saying, when you've invested that much time into somebody, you know, it's not even the fact that it's going to be, you're going to naturally be in love with that person. Y'all done got an apartment together. Y'all done invested in buying cars together. You sleep in the bed with this person every night. Y'all know each other. You know, some people are not willing to just start completely over because then you got to know somebody else. You're looking to re-know somebody else, know their characteristics, their flaws, and different things like that. And some people are not willing to invest into that because you're talking about if you was in a relationship with somebody for 3, 4 years, 5 years, you met that person at 25, you 30 now. So, you know, or you met this person at 32 and you 37 now. So, you know, it is time does play a part in that, and I think Jay definitely has a point.
Then if all it takes is time invested with someone to break your moral code, then you don't, or your value system, then you really don't have one.
What
At least in my opinion, you can't stand on what you believe in. So, you know,
I think that happens with a lot of people. It's people that are married that deal with infidelity and they work through it because of everything that's invested within that relationship. It morals definitely play a part, but sometimes, you know, people, they have issues within their relationships. Somebody feel like that they're not getting what they want in a relationship, or somebody's getting the short end of the stick, and then they eyes start to wonder. And when they eyes start to wonder, then they feet start to wonder in another direction. And you know, before you know it, they may be involved with somebody, and they may still care for that particular person that they with. They like, let's see if we can work through this. I made a mistake, woo wop the bam, but we're gonna see if we can fix this.
most cheaters end up cheating again.
Well, I think it's
Let's
ultimately
be
because people understand that you're not a summary of your worst decisions. So,
Yeah.
But
if you make it a pattern, like what Jalen's saying, that's
yeah,
one thing. If it happens once and you truly believe that that's not who that person is and they just fucked up, that's another thing.
But I think also the variable with women specifically of like, yo, I could have gave you my best years. That's a real thing. Like, I mean, like, if we're saying that, like, in terms of prospect, in terms of her womb and the viability of her womb, I've been knowing you since I was 20. I mean, we've been in a relationship for like 15 years or something like that. Then it's like, yo, you really did like take up a lot of my time. And it's like, I could have had some other prospects that I pursued, but I pursued this shit with you. So the opportunity cost be cooking people.
can I comment on the confession that you put up? Okay, cool. What that confession confirms to me is that women don't want to be defined on the fact that we are able to bring life into this world. I think that society tends to perpetuate that at some point women have to have children or need to have children. And if you reach a certain age, people start asking you, oh, when are the kids coming? Oh, when are you two having a baby? Not understanding that you're kind of like affirming that narrative that women are only here to procreate when we're not.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely people. Hold on.
And then when they have a
Jay, you not
child,
done?
not yet. And then
Okay.
when they have
Okay.
children and their fear of really not wanting children is confirmed, and now the children are here, they're miserable because they went based on what society was perpetuating is right instead of going with what they wanted, which is not to have children.
I mean, fair enough. I think the only question I ask some like younger women, because I see some younger women be having the mindset where it's like, I don't want society to pressure me to. Don't think about none of that. What do you want for your life when you plan out your life? Do you see yourself with a family? And if the answer is yes, then it's like, yo, I think that you should like plan on being intentional in terms of like who you being with, sleeping with, and all this other shit. Because I hear a lot of young women like, oh, who say I want kids? But then when you become 50, 60, and you ain't had no kids, that shit cook you. Like, and I seen this shit in individuals. So I would say by and large, I don't think that's a negative message to push, but at the same time, you can't make it the narrative that is like, just because a person don't want to have kids, there's something wrong with them.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to what Jay was saying. I don't think that society perpetuates this with women. I mean, women tell us all the time that, oh, that's what I mean, we bring life into this world. We do this, we do that. A lot of women say those things, and I do think that that is one of the main reasons why women are here to reproduce, just like men are here to reproduce. I know it's certain men that don't want children, but that's not the norm because most of us want children. Most of us wants to see our legacy in within the next generation, or we want to see ourselves within the next generation that go on and have other children to continue our name. So for the most part, that is something that is done well. I mean, that's done for both genders, but I would say
But your existence and your value isn't defined on the fact that you can procreate. That's the
no,
difference.
I'm not saying that character wise. Yes, I'm talking about genetics, Jay. I'm talking about genetically as human beings. We are here
Yeah, I
to
think
reproduce.
society actually does the opposite of what you're saying, Jalen. It creates other reasons for you to exist. Because if you strip away everything society has given us, we're here to fucking have kids. If I go tell you what's the purpose of a bear on this earth, you can't say to go try to be a high level CEO. No, they literally just fucking have kids. The only difference with us is we're intelligent enough that we create other purposes to be on this earth. But if you strip down all of this society stuff and you just go to the bare bones of it, yeah, it's just to reproduce.
And to add on to what Tommy was saying, just like when you see animals in the wild, what is the label they put on animals that you don't see too much no more? Endangered species, because they're going to cease to exist if they can't reproduce anymore. So, like for the most part, character wise, no, you have a lot of attributes that's to you more than just reproducing as a man and as a woman. But for the most part, yes, we are here to reproduce and pass on our genetic makeup to the next generation. And for the women that don't want to do that, I mean, society has already created the society has already created this whole space for women to, that are not into that, to go their separate way or do something else. But for the most part, most women want to have children, just like most men want to have children. That's a small minority that don't.
Yeah, most people think they want children. Yeah.
No, well, most people do. I mean, for the most part, like I think who was that? Foolish Scholar. It's women out here right now that's in their 50s that wish they would have had children. They like, damn, I fucked up. I want
That shit a big part. Is a big part of what it means to be a woman. We're not gonna say it's the only thing, right? That encapsulates y'all, but at the same time, it's something that's very important for a lot of women. You might be able to say like a good 90%. Only probably is like 10% of women that say I don't want kids and actually mean that shit, or even less than that. I'm being generous.
And I want to add one more thing real quick.
Like for instance, like I say, a lot of people talk this shit until we get older, till we get in our 50s and we get in our 60s and we start having those underlying diseases, or you can't really move the way you needed to move, or you got a herniated disc. That's when it's really gonna tell the truth. Because I know with me, I want to have my kids and have my family. Because when I'm on my deathbed, I want my grandkids to be standing around like, no, Grandpa, 18th letter, don't go. We need your wisdom. I want my kids and my grandkids to be around.
That's
So
a
like,
kind of
But the thing
that's
is,
more.
bro, listen, man, listen. This is the truth, Jalen. Your main and only purpose for you to be here is to carry our babies, baby. All right. You are designed to carry babies. That's why God made that body for you to carry babies. Like, look, you got Oprah. Oprah is a super successful ass woman. How much she worth? Like about $3.74 billion, something like that. That doesn't mean absolutely nothing because when she dies, she just gonna die. She ain't leaving nothing behind. Nobody's gonna remember her like that. I got kids. If I die, guess what? My little kids continue. You see what I'm saying? My last name continues.
Well, no, see, that's
That's
why I
I
don't
I
don't
like
feel like
using.
that's
understand.
just
Hold on.
selfish. I feel
That's
like
why I don't
that's
like using extreme examples because Oprah will be remembered because of what she did. It's like normal people have to have kids
But what's the
to be
purpose of
remembered.
having all that success, bro?
No,
Not
I
to
agree
share it
with
with
you.
your kids.
To answer her question though, um, it's not to say that a woman is useless because society has created uh ways for people who cannot or do not want kids to be useful. But if you take shit to the brass tacks, if there is a female bear walking around that can't have kids, I don't, or a female animal in general that can't have kids, or a male animal that's walking around that can't, like,
That's the
what,
bare
what
minimum
is
we
their
talking
use?
about. That's a bare minimum we talk about, like
but
extremely
that's
Yeah,
a
little
because
numbers.
let's just put it like this: if you take all humans and they can't reproduce, what happens? Bye bye.
we gonna be the next dinosaurs in this bitch.
okay, cool, but that's not what she asked you. She asked you verbatim, if women can't do that, the women that can't do that, are they useless? Should they have never been born?
You mean
So
the
what
women
I'm
that can't have
telling
birth?
you is
I
society
say they're
has made
useless.
it to make people useful, whether they can, whether they cannot, or if they don't want to have kids. They've made it to where us as humans can be useful without children. Now, if we were in this, if we were on this earth without a quote unquote society, and it was just just the bare minimum that we have on this earth, none of this structure that we have, like, who would want the woman that can't have kids? Let's be real. And as a woman, who would want the man that couldn't have kids? Because then your only job on this earth would be to reproduce to keep the the humans going. You get what I'm saying, Jalen?
I
I
agree to
understand, I just don't agree.
I
Because
agree
it's
to
like
the extent of
it's like when you
accommodating.
have a discussion with a woman about, like, I had a discussion with a woman about she had 3 kids and she didn't feel like that devalued her on the dating market. And I'm just like, but it does. It might sound hurtful or whatever, but it does. The same way that me having kids devalues me on the dating market.
No, it doesn't.
It absolutely does. And the reason why I say that is because
No, it
my
don't. You're not being reality. In reality, no, it doesn't.
okay,
What
so
you mean?
listen
Why
to
you
what I'm
say
saying.
that?
The reason why I say it devalues me is because now when I go in the dating market, there might be a woman out there that I want to pursue that doesn't want me because I have that.
Facts.
The same way that there's women out there that because they have kids, they have a guy that otherwise they might have been able to get that they can't get because she has kids. So it's not a knock on you as a person or individual. It just limits your options out there, which quote unquote is devaluing you. Now, is it devaluing like to your core or your principles or your no? I'm saying as far as on the dating market, yes, it devalues you.
All right.
Yeah, we don't play by the same rules, Tommy. I don't agree with you on that one, brother.
What you
No,
mean?
no, hold on, because Poppy, I never said it was equal. Because I
Yeah,
agree. My options wouldn't be the same. I think that's going deeper into it. I don't want to go that deep into it, but
right.
I'm just saying there are women out there that would prefer to do without kids.
Yeah, I mean, I've
That's
heard
all I'm
women,
saying. I don't think as much as like guys, but there are some out there.
I've heard
Okay,
certain
okay, I hear
women
what you're
say,
saying. It
I've
will
heard
affect you
certain,
less.
Exactly.
I've heard certain women say, of course, they don't want to deal with a man with kids because I don't want to deal with no baby mama drama
They
or
all liars.
Absolutely.
that I'm just that's just what I've heard them say.
They
But
liars, bro. They
I,
liars.
I would say some of them, not all of them, Poppy. Some of
Yeah,
them, not all.
Nigga,
yeah.
but
at this point, everything I hear on social media is literally a lie, man. I had to be there. I had to be there to believe it.
but here's the thing, Poppy. The women that I've heard said that have had their fathers in their life. Where if it's reinserted by your dad and your family, and they be like, nah, don't be bringing nobody here with
No,
no
no,
baby.
I get what you're saying, 18. I
Like,
get what you're saying,
yeah,
but like what I'm saying is obviously okay, this is how I operate, bro. When somebody says something on these panels or whatever, obviously we're not talking about 100%.
right.
I don't think it shouldn't. I shouldn't have to have the need to explain myself. No, all women. Obviously, I cannot talk about 100% of the woman, bro. You see what I'm saying? It's obvious I'm talking about the majority. In order for me to be right, I have to get to 51% at least. Like they're voting, nigga. That's how we elect the goddamn president in America, bro.
Right. I feel you. I feel where you're coming from.
I don't know. I don't be fucking with percentages all that much these days. Like, cause it's all estimation at the end of the day. It depends on how they gathered the sample and everything. So it's like, really is all relative. So context is the most important thing for me. Like, if you go and talk about a particular group, talk about a particular group, but don't
Oh, then you're
overgeneralize
wrong,
because
buddy.
you don't know.
You're wrong.
How am I wrong, Poppy? I'm listening.
Bro, if we're gonna talk about who's better, Michael Jordan or LeBron James, we have to put the numbers on the table. I cannot go with your goddamn eyes, nigga, or your content.
But
We have
what
to
I'm
see the
saying,
numbers, nigga.
what I'm saying is an estimation because it's not always representative. It depends on who you poll. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not wrong about that. I'm not.
Nah, that makes perfect sense, man. Y'all said a whole bunch
Nigga,
of
you always wrong, nigga.
Hey, so look, is anybody give me a second. What y'all think about this?
What do you consider cheating? If I'm dating a man, I don't want him talking to any other girls. Really? Like, if you're texting a girl, like, I should know about it. You shouldn't be texting a girl unless, like, you have reason to. So I don't want you texting other girls. I don't want you liking other girls' pictures, following other girls. Like, if I see my man's following go up, I'm gonna check him about it.
So how often do you check your man's following?
Every time he goes out, for sure. And then, probably like once before bed.
Once before bed, like every night?
Yeah, just to make sure he's not up to anything crazy.
You like have the number memorized in your mind?
No, I really do.
Like one thought.
Jalen? Oh, Jalen is gone. Hey, look, man. Gonna get some last comments about this, man. Some last opinions. Then we gonna get out of here. I know Aaron knows live, and I know Venus has a show tonight. So what y'all think about that?
I think that's
was that the same woman that said that she fuck a married nigga?
Yeah.
Oh, goddamn.
No, I don't give a damn what she got to say, man. Hell no. What the hell hell no, she can't even I don't give a damn what
I love listening.
They do not hold weight at all.
I love listening to women talk, bro. Like, if you let them talk long enough, my nigga. This is what I always tell niggas. You let a bitch talk long enough, you don't have to ask her shit, nigga. She gonna tell you everything you need to know, man. She said she fuck on a married nigga. Now she said she don't want her man to talk to no other bro.
Well, look, like taking her out of the equation, like in general, like the thing that she talking about in general, is that just her playing it safe, or is she insecure and kind of crazy?
It could be a little bit of both. I mean, because it's understandable if that's the standard that you have as a woman, and you don't want your man dealing with. I know a couple of people that got that dynamic. Like, it ain't no man friends, it ain't no lady friends. It's just us and the acquaintances that I know. And I don't think it's anything wrong with that. Now, sometimes it could be jealousy or insecurity that plays a part in that, but it's nothing wrong with playing it safe as well. I think that there's nothing wrong with that, because hey, it'd be a whole lot of screwing going on out here in these streets, man.
Well, look, you think having somebody's follow account memorized and checking that shit multiple times a day?
No, not that aspect. No,
yeah,
that shouldn't be. I'm just talking about in general meeting people or interacting with people, not on social media. But some women they'll check that phone if you go like, yo, I'm about to take this garbage out of some.
You get caught lacking, boy. They rummaging through that bitch.
They rummaging through it, man.
World of the trash.
If they know you well enough, they can figure out that passcode.
Man, yeah.
So
shout out to Sherelle. Nah, I feel you on that. Hey man, I see niggas still say fuck my goddamn Cash App too, man. Niggas be sitting that time money, and this nigga rich as hell. You know what I'm saying?
No, I got you on that Cash App, Sean. Let me see.
He's saving the community, Sean. That's what you're forgetting.
That is wild. Well, shout out to Sherelle in the chat, man. Shout out to everybody that pulled up, man. Like I say, Aaron O is live right now. Venus will be live tonight. Saturday night gets a little bit wild. I'm right back tomorrow, man. If y'all didn't subscribe already, man, please subscribe. I'm trying to get to 500 and whatever watch hours. I don't know. I don't know. Whatever that shit is, I'm trying to get there. You know what I'm saying? So holla at your boy, man. Help your boy get there. And I appreciate y'all with this conversation, man. We about to slide to Aaron O and fucking with Venus.
All right. Good show, my nigga. Take care, bro.
Nah, appreciate
Great show, man. Thanks for having me up.
Nah, no problem. Y'all appreciate it.
For sure, y'all.